Welcome to the season finale of America as we count down the last couple of hours in the longest, strangest, and possibly last U.S. presidential election. And I've got a couple of people gathered with me. I'm hoping to see a few more friends show up here as the conversation proceeds. But guys, it has been suggested that I should have you introduce yourselves and go over your list of accolades.
Go right ahead, sir.
Well, who wants to go first?
I could go. Hey, my name is Steve Hill, aka Satan. I'm a atheist activist, openly atheist activist, stand-up comedian and speaker, and I'm also a Satanist. I got friends at the chapel, TST, in the house. Next.
All right, Dan.
All right, my name's Dan Errol. I'm the author of Parenting Without God and The Secular Activist, and I blog for Danthropology on the Pathos Network, along with Aaron and Lalandra. And yeah, that's about it for me. I have other work on Huffington Post, Time Magazine, and many others.
Okay, and I'm Aaron Raw, and I'm basically in charge of the sheep dip. And we'll just leave it there. Lalandra?
Hi, I'm Lalandra. Obviously, I'm Martin's wife, and I also blog at Pathos at Recent Advocates, and I write living science videos. Okay.
Lalandra, I'm going to let you head this up since this was no, actually, I think it was my idea, but I'm going to blame you for it anyway. Go ahead and explain what we're doing.
He's busy eating tacos in celebration for a possible Democratic victory, because if there is one, we get a taco truck on every corner. But we're gonna watch the election results come in, and maybe every time Trump wins a state, Steve might have a Trump joke for us.
Oh boy!
How many you got?
Well, he just won two states,
I hope I don't need any.
Okay, well,
I'm not anticipating him winning anything. I'm not even. I hope he doesn't even get a county. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for our whole nation that someone like him could even get the nomination. So it's this night brings me no joy, but I do have a pot of celebratory gumbo brewing on the stove.
Good.
Well, that's good to hear. However, Dan did just say that Trump won two states.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, well, Indiana and Kentucky have been called for him.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Those were givens.
Well, let me tell you something. People don't know this. Trump has a reality TV show, and it airs tonight. You know the name of it?
What?
The Biggest Loser.
See, he gave us one.
There's one. I got one out the way.
All right.
Honey, would you give me that link for where we watch the progress?
Dan, where are you watching them at? Politico?
Right now, I have CNN up, but I'm loading a few more now that results are coming in.
Okay, so CNN.
So yeah, Politico. Yeah, CNN and Politico both have live updates.
Okay, Aaron. So Politico or CNN have the live update map up to the minute. Right. I got an assignment for Dan too.
Okay, you got assignments. Yeah. I feel like we're in church. We got assignments.
I didn't know I was getting assigned.
I'm the next middle school teacher, so I got to give you homework. Dan's assignment is they were telling us for years that Obama was going to take people's guns. So maybe you could report on that to the last minute if Obama's taking anybody's guns. Just let us know.
I will keep up to date on anybody's guns being taken away during this election.
Well, I have statements on their guns and their Second Amendment and their Second Amendment solutions. Why can't we do something about guns? That's a hypothetical question.
Well, according to most of the Republicans that I've heard, it is possible that we could arm all students so that we wouldn't have to worry about school shootings anymore.
Yeah, but can we come back over on this side of being, not insane? Can we just walk it back a little bit to let's why is there so many guns? Why is the need for so many guns? They inevitably and eventually get into the wrong hands.
I don't know. Lalondra, speak to this. I'm not going to.
I was busy getting the map for you, Warren.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
in
let
the
me
chat.
well, let me tell you my opinion on guns. The Republicans always come up crying about you say something about gun violence and police killing young black men. You get something like, well, look at Chicago. Look at Chicago. They got guns. They're killing each other there. Look at that. Look at that. And nobody ever asks, where do all the black people in Chicago get their guns from? We have African Americans. We have no gun manufacturing companies. The guns have to come from somewhere.
So aren't they coming over from like the bordering states that all have really lenient gun laws?
Yeah, okay. But
They're coming over from the bordering cities that have really lenient gun
right.
laws.
Yeah, from bordering cities like
You don't even have to
Detroit,
leave the state. You can just drive like 10 minutes down the road and get guns from Chicago.
Cleveland, St. Louis. Yeah, but we need to do something. We need to start. We want to solve the problem. It's kind of like putting a cart in front of the horse. I say, let's make it very rare for a Chicago South Side gang member to get his hands on a gun. Let's make it almost impossible. And then I back that up with let's give them some enhanced sentencing for people caught with guns.
I think the biggest issue that you've got is not fear of gang kids having guns. It's at the higher or the older generation in this case. The higher ups being the older people who have an issue with fear. And I don't understand what this is all about. We were supposed to be the land of the free and the home of the brave, but we are clearly not that when everybody's terrified all the time.
Right. Well, look at our elections. Look how our elections are run with lots of money, with lots of special interests. You're going to always have politicians that are bought by the gun manufacturers and by the National Rifle Association till we get money out of politics. We can't change that.
Yeah, well, that would be another nice dream. How do you get money out of politics? There's so many things that
so many issues that you would think kind of common sense, a little rationale and compassion would solve them, but these problems still exist. These politicians want to be the guardians of our future, but they can never handle shit that goes on right now. I can't figure it out.
And the more that I learn, the worse that it gets. The more that I find out, and it's not because I'm looking up on paranoid sources or anything like that. I mean, we just went to Standing Rock, right? So we do the thing up to Standing Rock, and the stuff that I saw up there was unnerving about how our country is being run. There's no attention to the environment. There's nothing that anyone can see beyond the next fiscal quarter, and
right.
there's a hell of a lot that needs to be addressed. And there's simple, albeit uncomfortable, solutions.
Right.
But nobody wants to even acknowledge that there's a problem to begin to address it.
Right. Because those when you have corporate interests, and that's all it is. Somebody way at the top is going to be making a lot of money. It overrides even public opinion. Look at that. Who wants to see Native Americans up there getting bitten by dogs? Fighting for what they believe is right on their own land, basically. It's ridiculous. But that's what you get when you have a capitalistic society, man. You lose your humanity.
Are you suggesting an alternate economic plan?
An economic plan for who?
Well, if you're opposed to capitalism, as it seems that you are.
Oh yeah. I think we could have a more humane system. What would it hurt? Think about this for a minute. What would it hurt if you gave money to people who were trying to get ahead, people are trying to dig out of a hole, what would it hurt if you gave those people money? Who would you actually owe in the end? When you think about it, who would you actually owe? You would be looking usually into the eyes of another human being. So fuck him.
If I were to take I guess would be the typical libertarian stance, I would have to hyperbolize this to the nth degree and say that helping somebody else, providing some sort of a welfare, is somehow robbing me, and so the person that I'm hurting is myself.
Right, and you know what? On this very night, those people are voting themselves out of the probability of ever having the presidency again, because this country is not that stupid. We have a percentage, probably about 37% Republican base, just enough to get Donald Trump nominated. But you have that too large. When that percentage starts to shrink, life is going to be better for every American. They'll die off eventually. They'll get tired of losing. They'll get tired of being on the losing end of the argument.
Probably the scariest thing about politics for me is not the partisan thing. It's that there's an awful lot that's on our horizon that we know is looming, that we know is kind of unstoppable. It's like you see the clouds rolling in, you know there's a storm behind it, but you're not going to seek shelter at all. I mean, there's
right.
Like when you talk about the environment, when we talk about the number of people that we have on the planet and the way that we're all eating and the way that we're, fishing the oceans to death, the way that we're, that crab fishermen alone are fishing the oceans to death. There has to be some way to address that. There has to be, there's a certain amount of math that the simplest student can figure out, but they're not going to acknowledge this.
But damn, at some point you have to deal with the fact that it's not sustainable. You can't continually take. You don't give the time for nature to heal, to replenish, the inventory, basically.
How often are you in Las Vegas?
How often?
Yeah.
Oh, probably about 3 times a year.
Very good. I used to live there in the 80s. And I remember in the early 80s at Hoover Dam, you had this overflow where the Lake Mead was right up to pretty close to the top of that dam. There was an overflow that was a raging torrent as the Colorado River spilled over into this channel that they built for it. However, when I was there a couple of years ago, I noticed that the water line was now 150 feet below where it used to be. And that overflow is bone dry.
Yeah,
and for a long way down. And they are still moving more and more people into Las Vegas.
Right.
They have immediate energy concerns, and that they know that the Lake Mead and Hoover Dam can no longer produce the electrical power they need to run that city. So they very wisely managed to produce a huge solar farm on the other side of town, on the California side of town. They've got a massive solar farm now that will generate the power to run all those lights. Mm-hmm. But why are they still moving people out there when the water level keeps dropping?
Because guess what, man? As a real estate appraiser, those big housing corporations like Kaufman and Broad, Lewis Homes, these basically home corporations to build all over the country, they come in, buy land, housing tracts. They have to make their money. Don't forget, they have lobbyists too. They have to make their money. It's an industry. No one wants their industry hurt because it cuts off their income stream.
So therein lies the problem. We have somebody that has to make money.
Until we can vote in politicians that can't be bought, these problems will continue to exist. It's just nature. That's our natural progression, is greed. So I guess like Newt Gingrich said, we're all going to wind up on the moon one day. I think he's going to establish the first colony.
Dan, you want to throw anything out about that?
I mean, the entire conversation, this came down to the fact that the environment isn't going to be fixed under capitalism. Poverty isn't going to be fixed under capitalism. It's just not possible. The system is set up in such a way that until people get over the idea that we need to make rich people richer and that workers are slaves to the bourgeois, as it's called, then these problems are just going to keep growing. We're going to keep putting Band-Aids on environmental issues, but they're going to do nothing when corporations regulate their own work. And so the more we say, oh, you know what, Enron, I almost said Enron, that's been gone for a long time, but like BP, we keep saying, you know, we let them have a voice at the table, and they're thinking profit first, not environment first. And until we silence them and let the people start making these decisions, then we've got nothing. So step one, capitalism has to go.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because I was raised that, you know, with one of these ideas instilled since childhood, that capitalism was basically democracy, that capitalism is freedom, and, you know, capitalism is it was opposed only by communism as the only other option, and, you know, that communism is synonymous with evil, right? And so
Right.
how can we not have a capitalist system? But, you know, at the same time, we've got people that are telling us that we should be able to trust major corporations to follow their natural morality. We should just eliminate regulations, environmental regulations, manufacturing and trade regulations, and let the companies, let the corporations do the moral thing as the market will require them to do, as if that's ever happened.
Can I just stop you there for a minute? It looks like you're deregulating. Once again, as a real estate appraiser, when they broke down, when Clinton and Larry Summers broke down that Glass-Steagall Act, they deregulated basically to make Wall Street happy. You know how many black people lost their homes? That's where black people basically have their money at. It's invested in now. That's their biggest purchase. Usually don't have any vacation property, but deregulation, I don't know, doesn't sound good to me. I've seen a lot of people suffer. I've seen a lot of people get kicked out of their houses, kids get uprooted out of their schools, moving around like vagrants.
Of course, the point that I'm making is that the market doesn't force any corporation to do the moral thing. That corporations will never do the moral thing unless they're forced to.
Yeah, but you can't. Who's going to apply that external force? Who's going to apply the pressure on them?
Are you guys reading the YouTube chat right now? There are people commenting on what you're saying. Do you know where it is?
I suppose I could do that.
I'll go there now.
There's a YouTube link. I posted it in our chat on the right. Do you see it, Steve?
No, I don't see it. Someone just tell me what they're talking about. Let's just discuss. If you see someone commenting or, you know, something interesting, let's talk to them.
On your left window, there's like left of your window, there's a chat thing. You might have your chat not clicked.
Yeah, let's see.
It's a blue thing that looks like a dialogue cartoon box.
No, I don't have it. Seriously, I have an arrow sending me back.
Okay, but you don't have the chat thing. The arrow sending you back, I see that one too, but I guess you don't have the chat button.
Right. Okay. I don't have the chat button.
All right. Arn, do you have it?
Yeah, I don't see it either.
I'm
on my iPad though.
I'm pulling up the chat from the YouTube.
I tell you what, I'll send it to you on Facebook, the link to the YouTube comments as they're commenting on Facebook message.
I see them on YouTube now.
Well, that's brilliant. I can't.
I'm sending it to you in private message, Steve.
Let me grab my iPad.
No problem.
Okay.
For whatever reason, mine will not show the comments.
The comments are to the top right. They're not underneath the video.
Oh, I see. Old men and technology. There we go.
Come on, man. I was born in 1961. I grew up with 3 TV channels.
With rabbit ears.
1962.
1961.
Yeah.
You look much older than that.
I know.
Well, I'm personally frustrated that to find out that Steve is older than me and looks this much better than I do.
I try to I had to speak today for Secular Student Alliance, and I'm wearing a gray beard to try to make myself look older.
Looks distinguished.
You know, like I have some wisdom or something, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, did you send it?
Yep, it's in your Facebook messages. Now that's the his YouTube channel where this is playing right now, and the comments are scrolling on the right of the video, not on the bottom.
Okay.
They're talking about communism and stuff like that.
Oh boy. Fascist.
Trust a Satanist to bring up communism.
Yeah.
Godless pinko.
I don't shy away from using the C word all the time. Not that C word, the communist one.
Well, you know, my problem with capitalism is this: the fundamental dishonesty of when somebody's standing on the side of the street and they're holding up a big old sign that says free pizza, and it's underlined, and when you get close to it, you realize that underline is actually another sentence of really small type. With any order of 2 regular size pizzas at full price. Or when they price something to be $4.99, so that they will trick you into thinking you're not spending $5.
That's how they get you. Those communists. I mean, no, capitalists.
Yeah. Andrew, you sent it to me on Facebook Messenger.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't have it.
The one that we're all in. Oh, let me send it to you separately then, because maybe you're missing that one.
So when I look at the map, I looked at the map a moment ago, and it shows, whoa, Trump just won another one.
Oh.
What did he win?
West Virginia.
Oh.
That's not a surprise. That's not a surprise.
But now here's the thing: of the results that have come in final, Hillary has won only one. She's only won Vermont. So Trump has won Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia to her Vermont.
Steve owes us another joke.
That's only because their polls close earlier, though.
Right, and
a lot of these states have polls close at 8. So
right, they're early every time this year. They were always ahead in 2012 when Romney ran against Obama. The early callers were usually Republican red states, very red states, like West Virginia.
Okay. Well, it's just it's a little concerning that it was. It's one thing. I knew it was a close race.
I'm getting ready to go load up one of my shotguns, man.
When he had Indiana and she had Vermont, and it was just 1 and 1, that was one thing. But when he got 2 states to her 1, that's starting to get a little scary. And now the Marmalade Mussolini has 3.
Come on, man. We're only in the first quarter.
So I watched a video that I actually shared where Trump was being compared to Hitler 23 years ago. Damn. When he was trying to get the Indian nations, or what he called the Indian reservations, to have them taxed, so that would put them on equal footing, because he was complaining about their privilege.
Yeah, they were cheating.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, come on, man. Look what the Republicans have done. The last 2 times, look what they've done. 2 rich, ultra successful businessmen. And that's that illusion that they give these poor whites to get them to vote for them. Like, you can be like this too. When it's like, no, you can't. The likelihood of even getting out of poverty in this country anymore is too high.
Yeah,
I'm going to read some of the comments about communism. That's before you move on to another topic.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. LOL, this guy told me that atheists killed more people, and I asked how come. He said communists killed 200 million people. So, godless communists. You can't say anything about communism because it never existed.
What?
Agreed. I'll actually agree with that. There has been no communist country to date.
Oh yeah?
There's been countries that call themselves communists.
Someone says, "Oh yeah, have you?"
Well, isn't that like America being a Christian nation?
Yeah, I
Pretty much,
suspected
yes.
something like that. Let me throw something out there for you. You know, one of the great progressive people that we have as kind of a hero is Elon Musk. Right, comes up with the electric car, this fabulous battery that runs the tiles that can run the houses on solar, and the battery that mounts on the wall that gathers all that solar power, so that you can run everything electric and clean. Right. So he comes with these cars, and these cars can drive themselves. And you got 1,800 cars driving through California for a couple of years, driving themselves with a stellar record. I mean, there was one fatality, and they had some excuses for that, but that's it. So the electric cars have a much better record than human drivers. Consequently, they're going to have Uber and what?
It was on the tip of my tongue because I read that piece about that, how that accident actually happened. It really wasn't the fault of the car.
Okay. So what they've got going now is they're going to have Uber and Lyft become full automated. So you no longer have people working those jobs. You have people they're falling out drunk out of a bar, and they will climb into a car with no driver, and the driver will drive them. The car will drive them home. Right. So now you can be drunk in a car and be the only person in the car as it's going down the road, and you're drunk and you're not drunk driving, which means you don't even need Uber or Lyft anymore because your own car can drive you home now. So that's not going to change a lot of the drunk driving laws, right? Why even stop you from drinking in the car if you're going to let the car drive itself? If you're going to have Uber and Lyft drive you home, then you have to make those permissions for your own car, right? But then remember that you don't have any drivers for Uber or Lyft anymore. So then you're also going to have the trucking companies, and this is already happening. They already have a major trucking company that is using automated trucks now. So the biggest auto industry or the biggest job industry we have in the United States is the trucking industry. If the trucking industry goes all electric, all automatic, then we will not be able to be a capitalist country anymore.
But see, Aaron, that's what I'm saying when I suggest that, you know what, people that are struggling, until we do something about controlling our population, which is a whole another topic, you know, we're going to have to figure this thing out. Just give people who are struggling money, and it cuts the capital, you know, mix a little bit more socialism with our capitalism, and it'll be more humane, I think.
Well, it's inevitable. We're going to have to go that way.
Elon Musk recently said that, I'm going to quote him, people will have time to do other things, more complex things, more interesting things, certainly more leisure time, and then we got to figure out how we integrate with the world and future with a vast AI. Ultimately, I think there has to be some improved symbiosis and digital super intelligence. And he says eventually we'll need a basic universal income.
Yeah, there you go. That's right. Yeah.
So everything we've been taught, you know, I was raised to believe in capitalism the way that I was raised to believe in democracy, you know, and now we realize there's situations where capitalism can't work. And we're creating a situation knowing that this is going to happen, and this is on the horizon, and this is not something they're going to stop. So this is one of many problems that need to be addressed, and somebody who's going to be a president needs to be able to be aware of what's going to happen in the immediate future.
I'm not a communist. I'm a democratic socialist. I think there needs to be a mix. But I know that this is one of Dan's issues, communism. So what do you think, Dan, of universal income and the way that a lot of jobs are going to be automated in the future? And what that will do? Go ahead.
Automation should be the goal of society, to increase, I mean, leisure time really would be the best way to put it. And the only way to address that is through a universal income. I think that's probably one of the smartest things Elon Musk has said with all the stuff he's invented. But yeah, I mean, a living wage that is guaranteed to every single person will, number one, end poverty.
Yeah.
Immediately. And we have the money for it already. It's not like that money doesn't exist. We cut the funding for the military. Boom, there's our money. We tax rich people like they're supposed to be taxed. There's money.
Dan, let me stop you right there. We're not doing too much cutting of our military spending. Trust me. It's not, that's not going to happen. I live in the Antelope Valley. They call it Aerospace Valley. And right now, all the people around here, especially all the Republicans, which I live in a very heavy Republican, churchy community. These people are, they're so contradictory that they love war. They root war. They root to make these advanced weapon systems to keep us so-called safe. But it's like they have all the power. They have all the power around here.
And there's no need for it because we now have, automated drones that can go kill the enemy's automated drones. We don't even have to take place in the war anymore. And we also have everything's going automated. I mean, I understand that Etsy has just produced a new line of love dolls that talk and are warm.
They talk and are warm.
But to Steve's point, Steve
threatens my job. I'm just kidding.
At this point, I'd be ready
Steve is right.
Somebody just got their pink.
Oh yeah, we got.
What's going on back there?
I've got lots of. Oh, there's this crying in the background. Pay no attention to it.
Yeah, sound like somebody being waterboarded back there.
It's dinner time around here, and everyone's ready for food. So, but no, Steve's right. It won't happen, but but neither will a universal income under this system. So the same people that are controlling the fact that we won't cut military spending are the same people that will make sure we don't have universal income. So to have one, we have to replace those people anyways. So spending once we replace all the people that are stopping us from moving forward regardless.
So now when I was a kid, people looked at me like in horror at my kind of unhuman ideas. Remember, this is the early 1970s when I was a child, and people are telling me about the population explosion. Right now, at that point, we're talking about the population had just moved from 3 billion to 4 billion or something like that. I don't even think it was 4 billion yet. But, it's 7 now, but let's ignore that for the moment. So when people tell me that we're going to be running out of all our resources, we're going to be running out of available land, that we're going to be running out of everything as we continue to crank out more kids in an exponential pattern. And so I remember saying that, well, maybe families should only have one child per couple. And people looked at me in horror as if I had just suggested genocide.
Well, see, maybe you're at the wrong number. You could be just one digit off because, see, my magic number was 2. You have 2 kids. That's it. Just so they can keep each other company. You have 2 kids. Let them grow up together. We need to start having more quality. You allow those 2 kids, and those kids are pretty much guaranteed a college education. A chance to make it. But when you have people at the bottom of the social economic ladder, they just keep pumping out kids, which we all pay for. We all pay for it now. This is that kind of reverse socialism that the Republicans don't talk about.
So if you're going to be controlling population, as we wisely need to, because, really the root of all evil in all of our political problems, almost all of them, all of our environmental issues and all of this stem from overpopulation. Virtually every issue we have socially could be rectified or corrected if we had fewer people or we weren't reproducing quite so fast. And I don't mean killing anybody, certainly. But when we're talking about, we have this situation here in Texas where they have no birth control, they have no abortion, they have no sex education, and then they cut benefit programs for unwed mothers for teen pregnancies and such. Of course, there's a lot of teen pregnancies. There's no birth control, there's no sex education, there's no abortion. So everybody's constantly cranking out kids, and they're kids that they can't take care of. If you're going to control the population, then you need to do the exact opposite. As a matter of fact, this works with just about every problem we've got politically and socially. You just need, if you want to solve all these problems, you have to do the exact opposite of everything the Republican Party has been wanting to do for the last quarter century.
Right.
So you have sex education, you have abortions, you would have a lot less abortions if you just had birth control means, and if you had things like, vasectomies and reversible surgeries and things like that, you make it easy. Right. Yeah. But nobody's going to allow this to happen. And then let's talk about, assisted death. Right. There are so many situations where you have to sit by grandma's side to watch her deteriorate to the point that, you know, she's in great pain or delirious, and you're costing out the ass to pay for all these drugs to keep her going until she can't go anymore. For what reason? When you know it's terminal, let her go with dignity. But of course, the GOP doesn't allow that either. That's the, you know, dying with dignity. Suicide is the one form of death that the Bible doesn't endorse.
Right. Yeah. I think California just passed some pretty good legislation on that very topic. Hopefully people will think about their own humanity and think about people who are suffering and people who want to, you know, like you said, die with some dignity, die with, you know, like I might be going out, but I'm gonna go out on my own terms. I think people have that right.
That would be nice. I mean, I can imagine many situations that I would face where, and I know that the next couple of months are going to be terrible, not just for me, but for everybody I care about. And wouldn't things just be so much easier if I could just get my hands on a shotgun and you know, and it's cheaper for everybody.
Yeah. But you would think you think if we had universal health care, you know, most people that wouldn't be a concern, you know.
There's another thing you can't do. You can't do universal health care. It's like, this is the reason I can't vote Republican. It's like every solution to every problem that I'm aware of is something that the Republican Party is working against.
Mm-hmm. And they're paying lobbyists to help them.
Yeah.
Trust me. It's how this shit works. You know, we're until human beings, the common man, start getting smarter and everyone kind of start voting with some kind of continuity as per se to make the species that we have progress instead of regress. I guess that's why I'm a progressive, I guess. You know, we have to proceed into the future being smarter, man. You know, nobody really knows why we're here, but we're fucking here, so we might as well make the best out of it for as many humans as possible. So I don't know why people are resisting just being a fucking decent human being.
Well, we'll have to hear from some of the Republicans and Libertarians about their side of this argument.
Yeah, you should have one of them on your show. I'd like to meet one.
In the comments, basically the argument against socialism and universal income is lazy people and you're stealing from other people.
Yeah, of course. That's what they all say. Lazy. But they never think back. Let's take black people, for example. When your grandparents were slaves and then you know their kids were sharecroppers, your parents had no education from the South, most likely you're going to get in a hole. You're going to be in a hole. It's going to be like going to a 2-mile race with somebody and your opponent has already run the first mile when they shoot the fucking gun off. For, you know, those people are trapped. And I feel glad this is a great country that I have a business, but I've also been a Marine and, you know, I've been a peace officer. I've worked all my life. But, you know, I feel grateful for the opportunity to making the proper decisions to get myself, you know, out of, you know, growing that poor. That wasn't fun for none of us. So, you know, those people, like you say, that's why I think 2 kids would be enough. Because those people, you know, poor people who are having sex and having all these kids, they're just doing the same kind of human shit that everybody else is doing, like having sex, falling in love, you know, starting a family. But when you have that external pressure on you of staying gainfully employed and providing for these children, you know, when when you don't have the skills or the opportunities that other people have, shit, you could fall in the hole real quick.
So I made a suggestion that you know a lot of people thought was criminally insane. Again, you know, when they come up with vasectomies, I'm like, well, why don't you have, if you have this huge overpopulation situation, why don't you just have a reversible vasectomy done, you know, on every child, and then, you know, you solve the problem. Because you think about all these pregnancies are mostly, you know, they're unwanted pregnancies, right? They're like, you know, starving, impoverished people are not gathering together to say, hey, let's have a baby, right? I mean, if it was that every pregnancy was by choice, that alone would drop the pregnancy rate way down, way down.
Right.
But, you know, in suggesting that every child have a reversible vasectomy, again, sounds like some kind of, you know, sinister, evil
something
plot.
right out of one of Hitler's death camps, man.
Yeah, well, how is it different than chopping the head of the penis off, or the foreskin, and then maybe severing something important, or maybe accidentally severing the whole thing, or, as has often happened, or giving the child herpes when you suck him off after you're done with it? I mean, what is justifiable about the religious practice? But my idea for population control, a peaceful population control, is somehow insidious.
I don't know, but I know you've just made this a very painful conversation for me. All that chopping off just doesn't sound right.
NBC is calling South Carolina for Trump.
Oh,
that's a surprise. I guess he can keep his robe now.
You know what that means?
The Klan came out and supported him.
I mean, that means that there's 4 states for Trump? 2 Hillarys,
yes,
1?
that would be 4 states for Trump and 1 for Clinton. But again, these are places that were going to be his anyways and close earlier than others. So there's no cause for alarm in him winning these states.
You're not giving me any reassurances here.
Yeah,
these states were going to be his regardless.
Right.
Clinton was not going to win them.
Right.
So she is winning in Florida. If she wins Florida, she has a 93% chance of winning the election, according to 538. And Nate Silver is never wrong, right?
Right.
Right. But she is leading in Florida by about 3 points. It's been going back and forth, this whole conversation, but she's winning there. And she also is polling higher, at 14 points higher right now in New Hampshire. If she takes those 2, Trump has absolutely 0 path to victory.
Okay. I know you guys.
Every time I see a state light up red, it makes me so angry I see orange.
Hey, man, I think we should seriously consider, you know, those states that he wins, their status in the union. Think about it. You know you got a majority of stupid fucking racists. Think about those states. Think about it. Think about Trump, man. Think about how this man actually is. I mean, would you have him alone with one of your daughters?
He would prefer to be alone with his own daughters, I think.
Yeah, oddly enough, he has actually said he'd prefer to be alone with one of his own daughters.
Yeah, he's a real piece of work.
So I mean, everything I've heard of everything that he wants to do and everything he's ever done, pretty much. I mean, going back on like I said, I was watching a video from him from 1993, and he was already excessively racist, demanding that that the Native Americans pay taxes and all this, and that we question their right to sovereignty based on what they look like.
Mm-hmm.
Because he said they didn't look Indian enough to him.
Wow. So he was just like a fucking walking DNA kit.
Yeah, and amusingly, it's funny going back to 20 years and watching that video, because he couldn't speak in complete sentences then either.
Yeah, I don't think he can concentrate that long. But guess what? When you have a 2-party system, this is what you get.
Yep. So next thing we could talk about, other future concerns, energy. We just
how about a useless?
What?
As a chances of the Senate going to Republicans has increased to 55% on 538.
They only needed 4 seats, right?
That's bad.
The Senate has quite a few, I think, and they were projected at a 65% chance of winning, or the Democrats were, and now it looks gone
it's shrinking
at this point.
Oh boy!
And as I look at this map,
so
it shows orange for states that are leaning red, and shows a sky blue for states that are leaning dark blue. But these states keep shifting back and forth. And right now it's looking grim.
Maybe it's a whole lot of undecided voters.
How can you be undecided
Don't look at it.
about this?
Don't look at it as grim, though. These are states that Trump was going to win no matter who, or the Republicans were going to win no matter who they elected. David Duke could be running, and he would have won these states.
You're right. Hey,
And
you know what?
speaking
I
of
want to see what happens in Utah.
Speaking of that reminds me of another question. I mean, every time I go to talk to Republicans, especially like, face to face as opposed to online, when it's online, you can throw up references to correct whatever it is that they say. But a lot of times when I go to talk to Republicans and they start telling me how the deficit was so much lower during the Bush years, and we had so many more jobs during the Bush years. Unemployment was down, and the economy was so much better under Bush than under Obama. Right? It's like
who tells you that? That person is delusional.
I had somebody tell me today that the Republican Party rolled over and gave Obama everything he asked for, and that they never grew a spine until it came to the Supreme Court nomination.
They have fought him on everything he's done. How many times with the Affordable Care Act? 53 times they voted on that?
Yeah. And then you have admissions by people in the party that that they made these agreements at the onset that anything Obama wanted, they were going to have to fight against. Right? They shut down government twice trying to fight on him.
Right.
And then I have to, when it's online, it's easy because this conversation happened online, and I'm just able to show the documentation immediately to show how completely wrong he is on everything he just said. Right? How the Republican Party has actually blocked Obama on every single thing, didn't give him anything, was the most resistance that any president has ever had, including where they rejected his veto, which I didn't even know was possible until the Republican Party gets a veto from Obama, and they say, well, hell, we're going to do what we want to anyway.
Yeah, they can vote to override. I remember that. Yeah, it's not surprising to me though.
So whenever I go to talk to Republicans, up becomes down and left becomes right, and black becomes white and so forth. I mean, it's so disorienting.
Yeah, it's like they live in an altered state, like they live, in a different fucking dimension. Like, wow, what are you people thinking? But hey, it's not surprising though. Look who the Republican nominee is. Look who he is.
Look who all of the other Republican nominees were. Let's not forget that the entire clown car, that there was not a decent person in there. The best you could say about any of them was probably the one that the Republican Party originally wanted, the most wimpy of all the Bush family.
Jeb.
Right? And his best selling point was that he was a wuss.
Yeah, he was a total. Oh man, remember they told him take off those stupid ass glasses.
I like seeing him.
I think Kasich was their last opportunity, and I admired how long he stood in there against Trump, just fighting. But I think he was the last sane person that could have saved the vote for him, could have saved the party. But now,
well, sadly, Kasich had made a lot of religious commentary that scared me too. He just was less. He wasn't as noisy about it.
Oh, of course. But you know what, though? Still, would you take a religious person or somebody is fucking crazy?
Well, that's a hard call because I don't see them as being separate.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, we just got a whole bunch of states called, a whole lot. So let me go through these, all right?
Yeah.
Illinois, Clinton.
Yay.
Massachusetts, Clinton. Rhode Island, Clinton. New Jersey, Clinton. Maryland, Clinton. Delaware, Clinton. DC, Clinton. Oklahoma, Trump. Missouri, Trump. Tennessee, Trump.
My home state of Missouri. So surprising.
We are currently sitting at 68 Clinton, 48 Trump.
When I look at the map, they haven't called it on the what is it, on MSN.com?
MSN.
Okay, this is from. I'll be careful here. This is from CNN.
Yeah, I'm looking.
That's who this is their call.
Too. New Jersey. Projected winners. Projected.
Yeah.
Projected. You have
these are pretty.
You have to
these
be
are
politically
good.
correct on calling shit. You know that, right? They get you in trouble.
Well,
Let me see what else we got here.
yeah, I just want to see it reflected on the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's reflected on CNN's map. Let's see, Politico. Let me refresh their map.
Map is like a security blanket. Makes you feel better. Like, put it on the map. District of Columbia, who can't even vote for things that pertain themselves. No representation.
Right.
I need to go be the senator from DC.
Yeah, I'm looking for that interactive map because I need to see a nice, pretty color graphic. I'm too simple-minded to see it any other way.
Go to CNN. They have
538's calling them too, so they're highlighting up on there as well. So
yeah, Florida is too early to call.
CNN has a simple graphic on it.
All right, because
yeah,
that's what
I
I
like
want to see right
CNN's.
now.
Pennsylvania is too early. You're right though. This could get really scary. I'm so glad that the West Coast are much more sensible people, much more progressive.
You know, I remember when it was Obama versus what is it, Romney, and that was a close one. And my wife and I were up late at night nail biting over that.
Yeah.
You remember that, honey? How close that was?
Remember how shocked Romney was when he lost? Oh, you don't say. Yeah. All of his advisors told him you're right in there, buddy. We're winning this. I would have fired all of them.
Yeah, I have Mormon family, and they told me all about how their prophet said there would never be a Mormon president. And then a few years later, they're all voting for Romney. And I'm like, why? Your prophet said,
right.
And suddenly they didn't remember what the prophet said.
Right. You are cursing your God. You're going against the way of your God. Crazy.
Okay. Miss Zombie Angel, thank you for giving me that heads up.
Ooh, zombie angel.
Miss Zombie Angel, yeah. She was just giving me a link to a election map.
Sound like she needs to join the Satanic Temple.
So 538 has a running percentage calculator on the side that is telling you the chances of each person's victory here. And it is now increased to Clinton at a 78% chance of winning and Trump at 21, which is actually quite a change because Trump was up in the 30s when it started today.
Wow.
Yeah, I just am not seeing that map.
They're showing it on CNN right now.
All right, I'm going there and taking a look. So we mentioned energy. Do we need to rely on pipelines through reservations to send oil to China that was fracked out of Canada?
Yeah, who's that had the earthquake the other day? Was that Oklahoma?
Oklahoma. Yep.
Yeah. I'm telling you, people don't. I mean, we do anything for money. Human beings will do anything for money, and that's really sad. It's like, how much money do you need?
Yeah.
We should know better. As human beings, we should know
people
better.
will say that there's no option that we can't go all electric cars, for example. I mean, the Tesla released the patents for the motors, for the batteries, so everybody can use them. Everybody can make them.
Right.
And the thought is, well, how are you going to make everybody's car electric overnight? Well, you don't do it overnight, but you start like next year. We can have everything retooled to have all electric cars next year. But I was talking to engineers at one auto plant where they said that they were right now working on internal combustion engines that won't be released until 5 years from now. Why would you be working on internal combustion engines for 5 years from now? We shouldn't be using internal combustion engines 5 years from now. And one of the other problems is we have jets, right? Jets are very, very efficient means of travel, but they don't have an electric alternative. They have to use fossil fuels. So why would we use all the fuel that we need for the jets on cars that don't need that? And why don't we have a mass transit system? I mean, my wife and I just went to Europe earlier this year. You don't need a car there. Everything's on a train, and it's actually quite clean and efficient and enjoyable. Why can't we do that? You know?
Because that gets politicians involved. Trust me, here in California right now, we're talking about high-speed rail from Los Angeles to San Francisco to Vegas. It's supposed to run right through the Antelope Valley, this area where you visited my little abode. But nothing can get done because you have politicians who are picking sides, or being paid off by people to fight against it and for it. And you have corporations, you have people who want to make the money. Then you have just have the regular people who know that it would be beneficial. They don't get a voice.
And then people will say that you have to use coal, or you have to use one of these existing fossil fuel systems in order to generate power for the people. But several problems with that argument is, one, as I just said, Las Vegas just built a huge solar farm, right? And then we've got wind farms all over Texas, and now they have another system that uses the tidal flow. The tides are not going to stop flowing just because you put a bunch of receptors up there to generate energy.
Yeah, let's hope not.
But what happens if you were to put Tesla's idea, put those solar panels on everybody's houses? Do you know that they actually outlawed solar panels in Texas for a time?
Yeah,
there were people arguing.
And if you follow the money, if you follow the politician who did the legislation for that, you could probably find out who paid him. That's how this shit works, man. You do know I ran for office, right?
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, I got a chance to peek behind the curtain. Politicians are some of the dirtiest, nastiest, filthiest, foul, lying, cowardly people that you could ever meet. And we got two parties. They're both the same. They're both full of people like Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump. Look at our selections that we had to pick from. These are, and Trump's not even a politician. He's just an idiot. But look at Hillary. I was a Bernie man. I was so disappointed, especially since now the emails are coming out where down in Brazil gave him questions, the primaries to Hillary. The whole machine was stacked against them, which I think is terrible.
So on this thing where they made solar panels, to put solar panels on your house illegal. If you had solar panels on your house, you actually would not need to get any power from the electric company at all. You'd be generating a surplus and be able to sell it back, especially if you did something like a windmill on top of that, which was also illegal for a time. But there was a town here in Texas that voted against putting up a wind farm. And some major investor wanted to put up a bunch of windmills in their area because they have open expanse with a lot of sun, a lot of wind. But these people voted against it because, you're going to love this, they thought that if you put up solar panels to gather sunlight, that it would drain the sun.
I saw that. I saw that somewhere on Facebook. I thought it was a fake post, man. I thought it was one of those deceptive, misinformation. But I later found out that it was true. But it's like, you just, at some point, you just facepalm, just shake your head and walk away. It's like, what can you do? It's just like arguing with religious people. It's like trying to explain the color red to a blind man. They'll never get it.
And somebody in the comments, somebody named Royd said that we would need batteries for the system that I'm talking about. But Tesla has invented a home battery that was meant to mount on the wall to power the entire house from the solar panels that are on the roof. So we've actually got that. And then people say, well, we don't have enough lithium. I would bet that there's ways of coming up with lithium. It's a very basic element, right? You can actually make basic elements pretty easy, can't you?
Most of the time, if you have the resources. Where do we get our lithium from? Is it Africa?
I don't know. El Paso. I lived in El Paso, Texas for a while, and they have it in their water supply.
I think we should be able to get some from Flint then.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then water. What are we talking about?
There's another issue.
Yeah, and if we're going to talk about Flint, then we have to talk about the Navajo Nation as well, because their water's even worse than Flint.
Right.
And nobody's doing anything about it. I was outraged that the environment was not a political platform issue in 1988. And I'm a little dismayed to see that it still isn't. It's certainly not to the level it needs to be.
You're talking about redirecting cash flow from people. When you start disrupting these industries, people with money, people who have money, a constant income stream coming in because, you know, they own a corporation that fracks or gets gas, you know, this is their industry. It's like any other industry. It's like the prison industry. You know, we even have a fucking clown industry. They have conventions. Anytime you disrupt an industry,
disturbing.
That's why, you know, how I read it somewhere. I forgot the exact number, but the lithium batteries, like, I think it was like every 5 years they double in capacity and they shrink simultaneously to be made smaller and more efficient. Why wouldn't we do that? Why wouldn't we move away from fossil fuel? Why wouldn't we lower our carbon footprint? Why wouldn't we do that? It all goes back to a capitalistic society where we don't worship a god, we worship a fucking dollar.
I wanted to address how people were saying that socialism or communism or universal income, the problem is lazy people or people stealing. If you automate everything, like Arm was saying in the trucking industry, and that's a huge economy in our country, then like they just had a Uber truck deliver 50,000 Budweisers, automated without a driver. Who's going to buy those beers if robots and AI and automated industries are doing all the work? So in order for capitalism to work, there has to be demand also. So this is why I think there should be some sort of mixed solution.
Yeah, you know how weak people are. People won't stand together and fight for something like that. You'll have guys on Sunday watching football going, "Damn it, I want my beer." Human beings we're weak, and they keep us divided. Look at this election. They keep us divided. They keep us frightened. Until we get smarter as a species, we're going to continue to have these same problems that should be behind us at this point in our history.
Now, I'm looking at that map that they have on MSN right now, and it's not reflecting what was just reported moments ago. Yes, we've got Oklahoma and South Carolina for Trump, right? But I heard a lot of things claimed for Clinton that I'm not seeing now. I've got Maryland and
move to the CNN map.
And Massachusetts.
You should move to the CNN map. Maybe they're updating it more than the MSN map.
Okay,
Politico has DC, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Vermont for Clinton right now, and they still have
the MSN map right now shows Texas going blue.
Who shows that? Who shows Texas going blue?
MSN.
Well, hold on. So Politico on Texas says that currently it's tied 48% to 48%, and but Clinton has 0.2.
Yeah,
for Clinton to carry that much right now is pretty phenomenal for Texas.
Right, I just put in.
Blue, I'm going to jump out this window.
I just put in the link that I was looking at.
Did you see, Steve, that Mississippi went to Trump? You got to talk to your friends in Mississippi.
Also, Marco Rubio is keeping his seat in Florida.
Rubio?
What did he do?
Yeah, he won.
You know, Rubio's he's a politician, man. He
doesn't even show up. This to Senate.
He said he was going to quit, and then didn't, and they're going to elect him.
He should quit.
Why couldn't he quit?
Talk about lazy.
Anybody seen the videos of Bernie Sanders pleading for the veterans, and it's fucking Rubio standing in his way?
Yeah.
And all the Republicans are talking about, they make the mouth noises that they're supporting veterans, but they shoot down every plan. And who's the ones that are promoting the plans for the, it's fucking Bernie.
Yeah, because when those veterans come back, they turn back into those mooching middle class lazy people, and then they don't want to do nothing for them. That's how it works. It's amazing. But they get used all the time as political fodder in elections, holding them up, Oh, it makes you, people are that stupid.
And then they're listening to the bullshit excuses for why they're going to cut, this or that program, that veterans need. And then I know veterans who say, well, I'm never going to vote for a damn Democrat. I'm Republican all the way. I'm like, why?
Right. Right.
And this is where I want to ask, are people paying attention? Then they get upset if you say, are you paying attention?
Right. They know, man. They're just they're set in their ways. They were raised that way. It's just like religion, They were raised that way from a kid, and that's how they think they're supposed to be. Even though they have different and newly obtained information, they still won't change their opinion on their outlook and what they need to do to be happy with themselves. Most of these are just unhappy people, man.
Yeah, I remember talking with my wife about a situation where capitalism would not work, where you would have a situation like one of those massive starship type cities, right? You're completely independent, cut off from everything else. You wouldn't be able to use a capitalist system in a situation like that. It would have to be a socialist situation in an isolated, a socialist plan in a situation like that. And my wife objected to that because, like you said, you've been raised to fear certain words. And then tonight she identifies as a democratic socialist. So obviously she's considering things. I mean, this is what people should be doing. They should be rethinking whatever it is that they've had drummed into their heads and analyzing, what does this really mean? And what would it really mean to say this?
Yeah. Yeah. I so appreciate Bernie for being out front and honest, and then also having the unique ability to convey exactly what a democratic socialist is. It's like he took it a long way for everybody. He carried the ball a long way for everyone. So, and the
funny thing is that he caught the most shit for saying that he was a socialist, and in fact he's kind of not, actually, because he identified, or he said that he called himself a socialist because he was emulating the plan that they use in Denmark, and then the Danish prime minister said, but we're not a socialist country, we're a free market economy.
Well, they can call it what they want. It's the same flavor, different taste.
But if Bernie
one of the main tenets of socialism is the workers owning the means of production. That's like if you don't believe in that, you're not a socialist. And Sanders has said clearly he does not believe in that because he believes in capitalism. So he isn't a socialist by any means. He's a reformist.
Why can't he be
democratic? Socialism is kind of an oxymoron, though. Socialism is democratic by nature.
Why can't you just be a democratic socialist and not have people try to dissect what you are, see what you stand for, see what you fight for, and that's how you judge a man. Fuck it. You want to call yourself Bozo the Monkey? Okay, you can be Bozo the Monkey, but I'm gonna act accordingly with how, the actions that you do, the works that you do. We get too caught up in names, I think. Names have a negative connotation. Look at me. People know I ran for office as an atheist. Some people didn't know it, and those people loved me. I was talking exactly what they wanted to hear. But the people who knew I was an atheist, it's a negative connotation. We shouldn't label people so much.
Well, it looks like, what do you say? Kentucky went for. Yep. Now Tennessee has gone Trump.
Yeah, that's so surprising.
I can't say I'm surprised, really. I mean, they teach creationism in public schools in Kentucky and Tennessee.
That's Tennessee, man. Don't forget, they're right above Mississippi.
And about the only thing that we can say on our behalf in Texas is that at least we're not Mississippi.
Yeah. Things could be worse. You could be Mississippi. I got property there, man. I got relatives there, man. That's where great I think, I don't know how many greats, but I think it's my great grandfather was purchased in the county where I have property at below. My uncle said and told me this story. I recorded it on the iPhone before he passed away. He said Grandpappy was bought down in Benton County at the town square in New Albany. You know, and I've driven around that place before, man. Just imagine that your relatives were, you know, put on the block and bought and sold here. It's kind of creepy. That's why I think I keep that property back there. I want our family to have a sense of our history.
Ever since I took this case,
But I like Mississippi. It's a beautiful place. It's just full of dumb people.
Yeah, I saw that show where they were talking about how it's the poorest country, or the poorest the state in the union. It's the most Republican state in the union, and there's clearly a correlation in that.
Yeah,
and the interview that they did, it was just remarkable. Where they said they didn't have to spend a lot of time handpicking people. They just got off the bus and just spoke to people at random, and these are the kind of yahoos they got.
And I think it's kind of, I don't know, because I don't like to see those kind of people exploited, because, you know, but it's the truth. I mean, the truth hurts, you know, and when you put those people in front of a microphone and they start spewing their views and opinions, it's like, wow, it's like, did you just come out of a cave?
All right, so somebody get me a link to a different map, because I'm tired of looking at this one.
This one here gave up.
Yeah, my map showed Texas going orange, then sky blue again, and then the orange and sky blue. They can't decide. Florida is currently orange.
I sent you one. Also, Dan had to leave for a minute to write an article and help out with the kids, and he'll be back.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I told Dan that, you know, he's got 2 kids, 1-year-old and 5-year-old. And I said, well, that just means that you've got all kinds of spare time and can just lounge around taking long naps.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, man. I wouldn't have the energy for that. Not at my age. They'd be like, woo, you on your own. They're too busy. They move, little kids like that move around too much for me now.
I see that Illinois is called for Clinton. That's pretty.
Where are you seeing that?
On the CNN map.
Is yours showing up like a series of dots or circles?
Yes, and they turn blue or red whenever they call them.
Okay.
Illinois has 20 electoral votes, so that's a significant state.
Right now in Texas, Hillary Clinton is in the lead, 48 to Trump's 46.
Yay. Texas is not as red as a lot of people think.
Yeah, it's been, I know, I've been listening. It's been purplish for the last couple cycles.
Yeah, it's awfully red once you get out of any of the cities.
Yeah. You got to stay in Austin or Houston or Dallas, Fort Worth area.
Yep.
Cities. It's amazing. They seem to be more progressive.
All right, people in the comment section, we talked a little bit about energy and a little bit about environmentalism. What concerns for the future would you have that a future president should address or be prepared to address?
Man, we got so many issues. This shouldn't take long.
Yep, but surprisingly, I think everybody's typing at once, but nothing is posted yet.
Climate change.
Here we go.
Climate change. 2 people.
Well, yep, that's a major environmental concern. And you got to remember that they are in such denial on this. Remember, the Republican Party platform, nuclear armament, the Republican Party platform says that they are in a position to deny, or that is their position, is that they will deny climate change. They will deny anthropogenic climate change. So that when it became impossible to deny that the polar ice caps were melting, for example, rather than admitting what the indicated reason was, they said that the polar ice caps were melting because God wanted to open up new places to drill for oil.
Someone said they're concerned about the incoming lawn gnome.
Oh my goodness.
Lawn gnome invasion.
God is once again making a way.
Yeah. The climate change is a big one. I'm actually more concerned about biodiversity, and it's a subject that most people don't know anything about. Why is biodiversity important? We are in the sixth great extinction event, the Anthropocene extinction event, where we are wiping out things faster than any other previous extinction event. And primarily what we're doing, it's being done to the seas. It's done due to overfishing. We're simply eating too much. And that's why people are saying that we're going to start eating insects soon, because out of necessity.
Really?
Yeah.
Insects.
Yes.
We just can't grow a couple extra cows.
No, growing cows is actually bad for the
'cause
environment.
They fart and mess up the ozone level.
Exactly. And the biggest issue that we've got is crabs and fish being fished. So I was going to work at a cannery that was paying an obscene amount of money. And of course, me following the dollar and having great debts, I was going to go up to Alaska and go work at this cannery, but they shifted it so that you could only work there every other year. Why? Well, because they had more and more fishing boats showing up every year. But collectively, even though there's more and more fishing boats every year, they were collectively bringing in less fish.
Right.
And the only mathematics to justify that is that they're overfishing it to death.
Right.
And the planet can't recuperate. It's like what we were talking about in Las Vegas. Sure, they have a solar farm to take care of their power demands, but where are they getting the water from?
Right. Yeah. The connectivity of everything, it's kind of scary, because once I just have a feeling once our cycle gets thrown off, I mean, kind of like the tipping point. When is
Somebody
it
in the chat, Pablo
irreversible,
Romero.
where we can't sustain life anymore on Earth? You know what I mean?
Yep. Pablo Romero in the
total
chat just mentioned.
anarchy, no laws, just about survival. I mean, I feel like one day we could resort back to that, Hunger Games.
Yeah, somebody in the chat just mentioned that crickets seem mighty tasty. Tried it a couple of times. I recommend it in Vindaloo, but it takes much too long to clean them.
Yeah.
The first time I made crickets as a meal, I didn't clean them. I ate them whole. And because if you take off, you're supposed to take off the front end, and you're supposed to take off their legs, but there's not much meat left, and they're not crunchy anymore, because you have to have the legs on there to get them crunchy.
Wow. Sounds like something they should be selling at the fair, deep fried crickets.
There was a guy in Thailand who was convinced that he was going to have crickets replace popcorn in theaters.
Wow. That man has an appetite for crickets.
Now, if we could just develop an appetite for cockroaches, we've got the problem solved.
Oh yeah, we put Raid out of business.
Yep, here's your house. It's a little old and it's a fixer-upper, but it's got lots and lots of cockroaches. Yay!
Hey, food supply. Wow.
This, if you can see the camera, this is my the only baby I've got living in the house anymore.
Yorkie?
This is a corgi dachshund mix. They call this breed a dorgie.
Oh, a dorgie. Yeah, I had a couple of Chiweenies for a little while. These rare species of dogs that people keep mixing together.
Yeah. All right, checking the update on Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama. Who would have thunk that Alabama would go red?
Not Alabama.
It is still Alabama.
Please, somebody tell me Alabama didn't go red. I mean, think about it, man. This is like the biggest racist count in America, the most accurate count of racist people, because everybody knows he's a racist. You're actually voting for a racist.
You know, I have to
a bigot.
I have to confess my own, I don't know, myopic stupidity in this. There was a time before Obama was elected. There was a time when I was actually one of those white people that believed we were in a post-racial environment.
Hey, all you got to do is be black to know we're not in a post-racial shit.
I wasn't surprised by it either.
Yeah, it's like, hey, Aaron, you know how white people talk when we're not around. Come on, man.
I know exactly. I'm half white and grew up in Southern Baptist Texans and went to school in East Texas, and when a lot of people by themselves, they're dropping the N-word everywhere. So I'm like,
right.
And that was like decades ago, and I'm not. So it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's all gotten a much more subtle now. People are much more smooth with their racism. It's more like an underground oppressive system secret that they dog whistle now. You don't even have to speak English no more. You can just say keywords and everybody knows the game.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be here. This is a racist nation, man. People in America are proud of their racism.
They are now because of Trump.
Right.
Make America white again. They actually had a rally in one of the states to make America white again, not just great again.
Yeah, this is part of our nation, man. This is part of our nation. When you have slaves and then free them, it's not like everybody's gonna like black people now, or any other outsider with dark skin. It's not in their particular tribe. This shit is all tribalism, and as long as we're different, we outwardly look different, it's gonna always be racism. So we're gonna have to get smart enough to deal with it, or let it continue to be a cancer on society.
And the way that people think about it, they think about it like it's a zero-sum game. If immigrants are winning, then white nativists are losing. So instead of looking at people like Steve Jobs, whose father was a Syrian immigrant, and how many jobs he created. So we're people are people.
Yeah, people pick what they want to pick to hate,
Trump's playing on that.
Of course.
Pit us against each other.
But it got him the nomination.
It
he
did.
beat 16 other people to get the nomination.
He's got
and he did it using hate.
And Florida is 48.86 to Trump to 48.07 for Hillary. That's how close that is.
Wow, now that's scary.
Yep.
People aren't
North Dakota, and this is one I was looking at because we were there just a few days ago. North Dakota coming up and is orange.
Man, what if we had a President Trump? I'd be scared to death.
Think about it. Yeah. I hope it doesn't happen. My prediction is it won't happen.
Well, on the other hand, though, I'm a comedian. I'd be rich.
Until they came for you.
I could tell Trump jokes really on when I go out on stage. My next show, matter of fact, is Burbank, California. I'll be at Flappers Comedy Club. I could tell Trump jokes. I got 30 minutes worth, man. He's just that much material.
Yeah, I can see that. And somebody was commenting about Texas being orange. The map that I'm looking at right now shows Hillary Clinton 1 point ahead, 48.45 to 47.32. It would be remarkable if Texas went blue. That'd be great.
It won't.
That would be a historic event. Actually, that would be historic. When Texas finally said we had enough.
Yep, our Blue Dog Democrats need to join up with the liberals.
If you lived in this state for any amount of time, I have to wonder how you could still possibly be Republican. I mean, because they have done so much to retard and impede and suppress everything.
Gerrymandering the districts, getting Republicans reelected continually because they've dissected out these districts. Yeah, it's pathetic, man. And then they go and weaken the Voting Rights Act. You know, we're fighting the same battles to keep just perpetually going into the future, fighting the same battles of trying to voter oppression, recession. It's ridiculous. We're wasting energy. We could be doing something for mankind instead of fighting these same old battles.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I first started commenting on politics and everything, the first time I mentioned our beloved Governor Rick Perry, I made some mention about this one thing that he did wrong, and I got volumes of email listing all of these other atrocities. The first thing he did as governor was to dump toxic waste into an aquifer feeding 4 states.
Wow.
And it went downhill from there.
Wow.
Texas is orange again. Donald Trump at 2,026,000 votes and to Hillary's 2,012,000 votes.
Yeah, I think Texas might be too good to be true.
It's close, but you got to remember, Florida, much the same thing. 4,180,000 to 4,112,000.
Come on.
At this point, it just depends on what sequence they announce the particular precincts.
Mm-hmm.
Because the urban areas, you know, they could when they come in, everybody can anticipate that they're more liberal, they're bluer. So it's kind of scary. This is what the media does to keep us in suspense.
Yeah, you know, and this election would not be this close. And I have to say this, if the Democratic Party had chosen the stronger candidate.
Right. Bernie would have it wouldn't be like this. But since the political machine was already in motion for Hillary, we didn't have much of a choice.
I like the very careful way you phrased that.
Yeah. You have to be careful. I don't want to get assassinated on stage. Yeah, one day human beings will get smarter one day, man. I just have faith. I just have faith in us like that. We'll be smarter one day.
I voted for Bernie in the primaries, and I voted for Hillary in the race. And some people are saying, why are everybody Democrats here? Give me a break. How could you vote Republican in this election for Donald Trump?
Right. That's the same thing I say. These same people that were in church last Sunday on Tuesday is voting for a known pussy grabber.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real good reason for an evangelical to vote for Trump. Is there a good reason for an atheist to vote for Trump?
Right.
And somebody just said in the chat that, you know, that if Bernie was real, that he wouldn't have endorsed Clinton. Except that, you know, of course, Bernie realizes that blue is better than red on all of our, you know, social policies, especially like women's health care and things like that. And as Bernie put it, Bernie said that, you know, on her worst day, Hillary Clinton would still be a better president than Trump on his best day. Now, Bernie was the better candidate, and Bernie is the one we should have. And Bernie's the only one that has that it even offered things that we should be trying to achieve. But if I can't have Bernie, at least I can have Bernie as the head of the what is it? Head of the Senate Budget Committee, which is what he will be if Hillary is elected. And at least we know that we have a handle on Hillary. She has changed her policies multiple times according to public demand. The TPP, marriage equality, both being examples of that. But Trump has no compassion, no comprehension, no connection to reality. There is no way to control him by media demands.
Right. He's the loose rocket.
Exactly right. And so we have to work with what we got. And the sad thing is that, you know, Trump or rather Sanders wanted to do urgent addressing of the environment, which need be done urgently, not incrementally, which is what Hillary was offering. And I only hope that, obviously, if she's not elected, we're just fucking doomed with regard to the environment. Slow improvement is at least an improvement,
Right.
Yeah,
I don't know.
At least with Hillary. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Bernie is just implying that everybody use common sense. Trump shouldn't be an option. He's trying to make everyone be realistic by supporting Hillary because she's our only option. That's all he's saying, and he's taking a lot of flack for it, which he probably shouldn't.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, maybe a lot of people make these arguments that Trump isn't a dictator and he can't do what you think he can do. But in the United States, the president is the commander-in-chief of the military. He doesn't have to have approval for military actions. The Congress giving a vote on it, it's just a courtesy thing.
Right, exactly. We all know that presidents, they have, like the Marine Corps, they can send them anywhere at a moment's notice without any approval from any legislature, any senator, any house.
There's no check and balance on that.
Now, keeping with the important topics, somebody in the chat asked what brand of beer I'm drinking. So, this is a local brew. It's called Revolver, is the brand name, and it's called Blood and Honey is the flavor I'm drinking today.
Blood and honey.
Blood and honey. It's actually not bad. I prefer dark beer usually. And I have a dog fight behind me.
Got the dog fight. That's
little doggy got booked.
Oh man.
So Texas is orange again.
Damn.
We're not seeing much progress here. And Trump is owning North Dakota.
That's not surprising.
Not surprising for me either.
Yeah, I tell you what, I saw a lot of Bernie stickers when we went to Standing Rock.
When we went to North Dakota, the police action there is for them to send the police and give free security to the oil companies at the encampments, at the Native American encampments, is costing the taxpayers money. And North Dakota is a small state. And Republicans will be like, but we got to be fiscally conservative. But no, you'll spend North Dakotans' tax money on a private company that makes billions of dollars.
Yeah, because you know what? They're going to keep them in office. Trust me.
I don't get
that money. That money will come back to them tenfold.
It's going to take us quite a while to edit all of the video that we got into something that's watchable. We got a 4-hour interview with a number of people in the Sioux Nation community there that was talking about what's all, this whole story about what's been happening up to now. It's really outrageous. What's going on in Standing Rock is kind of pivotal to what is going to end up happening in the rest of the country.
Wow.
It's a much bigger deal than people are aware. And it's tied into everything much deeper than people are aware.
Mm-hmm. So what do you suggest? What do you suggest we do?
Well, what has been suggested is that, they're talking about Obama finally said maybe we should reroute the pipeline. And Kane, Clinton's running mate, also said we should reroute the pipeline. Clinton hasn't said a word about it yet.
Okay, Trump, but wouldn't that bring up a not in my backyard type mentality wherever they'd start laying pipe at?
Exactly. Because while the company was claiming that their pipelines were safe, while we were up there were 2 or 3 other pipeline ruptures in other parts of the country, one of them owned by that same company. They're trying to say how safe they are while accidentally dumping 5,000 or 55,000 gallons of oil or gasoline into somebody's drinking supply, feeding millions of people.
Wow.
And it's actually it's alarming that the number of pipeline ruptures that we have in the country at any given moment can be dozens to hundreds.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it is an environmental disaster constantly, and they've been doing everything they can to suppress that. There was one that went off in a residential community, ruptured in fire, and they put a no-fly zone over it so that nobody could send
Helicopters. They didn't want nobody taping it.
Exactly. They don't want people to know that this is going on. But the stuff that's going on in North Dakota right now, we're talking about people that are violating Geneva Convention. We're talking about police departments violating Geneva Convention.
Right.
And everybody's breaking every law except the people that are protesting peacefully with no weapons. They're putting their bodies up to get to be arrested.
Yeah.
And then when they are arrested, all their IDs are taken. They put me in they were training me how to get arrested when you go to meet the police and what things to face. You know, how they're using tear gas, how they're using sound cannons. So they're prepping themselves by putting earplugs in and wearing sunglasses. You just be prepared to be assaulted. You know, and you're going to be shot with rubber bullets and so forth. And one kid, while we were up there, was shot not by a rubber bullet. He was shot by a police sniper, a 16-year-old with a bullet in his lung.
Damn.
So and they were waterboarding prisoners.
Wow.
They at one point they arrested over 100 people, and they put them standing up in dog kennels, naked, without facilities, because they didn't have room to put them all. And they told us in this training that don't go before the police with your ID on you. Let them figure out who you are. Leave your ID somewhere else, because they will not give it back. And it turns out that this was true. They'll hold you for 4 or 5 days without bail. Mm-hmm. And then not give you your shit back. In one point, there was a number of Native Americans that were returned to the camp still wearing the prison orange. Wow. Because they didn't have their own clothes, because they wouldn't give it back.
Wow. And this makes you wonder how those bozos over at Clive and Bundy's ranch got off scot-free.
With guns pointed at the police. Yes. How exactly did that happen?
Makes you wonder about our justice system.
Yes, it does. Why it is that white Christian men will never be referred to as terrorists, no matter how well they fit that definition.
No, they're heroes. They're patriots.
Yeah. Anyway, enough of that frustration.
Steve, they're asking you if you can fix your camera. You did a little bit, because I think they want to see your face. Because mostly you've been this mouth talking to us.
Yeah, it's just that Steve's really tall.
They trying to do pick me out of a police lineup. Yeah, that's him. That's him.
Okay. Now I'm really glad that we went to North Dakota. We were only able to go onto the Standing Rock reservation one day, and we were not even able to take part in an action, because the action that they were doing on that day was all clergy only. And because of all the police and military roadblocks that they had just set up that day, all the old routes didn't work anymore. So we ended up having to take a dirt road to get there. I mean, there was a goat trail to get there. And while we're driving the 20 miles or so to try to connect to this other highway across this dirt trail, I encounter semis coming the other direction at 60 miles an hour. Why? Because they're all carrying pipe, because they were still building illegally. Wow. And they're just taking this dirt trail so that nobody will see them.
Yeah, you would think in a case like this, Obama would just step in and, use his executive power and do something.
If it wasn't for the fact that Bernie was right about, corporations running this country.
Right.
And if you follow the money trail on that, you'll realize that every corporation, including Goldman Sachs, by the way, every corporation that was accused of secretly running this company is involved, or this country is involved in that pipeline. That's why it's not going anywhere.
Yeah. And they own politicians, right?
Yes, they do. And there's quite a lot about that, about the amount of money.
Until we take money out of politics and we publicly fund our elections, this will not be a government for the people.
Yeah, the officials in North Dakota are making a shit ton out of that pipeline, and they will make it go through. which is why when we left, and I'm going to come out with another documentary on this, and a couple of them probably. As I said, we did the recording, a 4-hour recording that we got to chop down to something that's that people will actually watch, because nobody's going to watch the 4 hours.
Right.
But I need to cut this down a little bit, but I can't even remember where I was going to go. Oh yes, the last day when we were there, they had, as I said, mobilized the military, and also we have military roadblocks. And so we have to take these little side roads to get to the one road where we can still get into the camp.
Mhm.
But as soon as we left, they started arresting people that are trying to leave the camp, or they stop cars when they're going in to they'll go ahead and let the people into the camp, but they took away all their groceries.
Damn, man.
So how is it legal for state police to take away your groceries so that you can't eat in the camp? That can't be legal, but nothing they've done so far is legal. Sue police, which are immune from the state police. They're completely independent. So you'd have to have Sioux police bringing supplies where so that the state police can't take them, so that people can still eat. But then they brought in helicopters to start throwing the searchlights and everything, circling around all night, because they already had aircraft circling around all day. Now they had to do it all night so that they wouldn't have people able to sleep.
Man,
and it was looking really grim until the Army Corps of Engineers found out, and I think they found out from the Young Turks, honestly, who found out from people having drones that this company was still working when they weren't supposed to be working. And the Army Corps of Engineers came out and shut that down. They said, you're not going to be able, we're not going to give you never got the permit because we never gave it. And we may not give it, but if we give it, it won't be for 30 days.
Wow.
So you don't do anything for 30 days, right? They're right at the river's edge. They have to wait 30 days before they get a permit. And if they get a permit, then they have to put in a 2-week prior notice before they begin drilling. So the whole project's been shut down for 6 weeks.
Wow. I'm going to have to start
And then
watching.
on top of that,
You think Jake
one of the guys that I was trying to interview.
Turks have footage of this?
Yeah. One of the guys that I was trying to interview was supposed to be on my podcast, but changed his mind because what would my podcast mean? Instead, he went to Switzerland to plead his case to the United Nations. And as a result, it was a brilliant plan. I saw his presentation. Now we've just discovered that the United Nations is investigating what's going on in North Dakota, and Norway, a Norwegian bank that is investing in the Dakota pipeline, says if the Native Americans' needs or concerns are not met, that they are pulling funding.
Wow. Now that's when things start happening.
And now they've got quite a legal team that's being put together. As I understand, Aaron Brockovich just showed up yesterday.
Wow. Oh, they're bringing out the big guns. Wow.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that court case. But as I said, this is all connected to everything. It's everything that Bernie was talking about, whether it's the environment, whether it's money in politics, whether it's the oligarchy, whether it's corporations running this country. It all ties into what's happening at Standing Rock.
You think they'd be getting more media coverage, huh?
No, I wouldn't think so at all. There was a complete media blackout for the last couple of months. I've been trying to arrange an interview with these people for 2 months. And the only reason they started finding out about it is because social media. The only reason anybody knows about it is because of social media. Wow. And I want to say something else. And this is going to sound a little strange, but there was a number of celebrities that went up to Standing Rock, and one of them was the entire cast of the Justice League, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman all went up to Standing Rock just for the publicity of it. Right?
They can't do it. Nobody can.
Yeah, well, they didn't do anything. They just went up there and took their pictures and came back down.
Came back.
But then, and this is important, but then Mark Ruffalo, the Hulk, went up there, and he brought solar panel trailers so that the natives can now generate their own power.
That's the new hope. The new
hope. Yes, and what more importantly, this is proof that Marvel is better than DC.
I like Lou Ferrigno. That's the only real hope.
Someone was asking where are we at. Let's look. 66 electoral college votes for Trump, 68 for Clinton. So far on the CNN election results projections, and they have Trump projected at 15,477,306 votes to Hillary Clinton's 14,000,000 64,599 votes. So he's leading the popular vote, according to CNN, 50% to 45%.
Trump is winning, in other words.
Well, he's not winning in the electoral college, and that's what how they decide.
Well, Trump is in the lead. Trump is in the lead in North Dakota, as we were just talking about. He's in the lead in Texas, and significantly, he's in the lead in Florida.
What? Oh no! Wait, he's in the lead in Florida?
He's pulling away.
49.1 to 47.8 for Clinton.
Come on, Florida. That's bad.
Hey man, this is really kind of starting to worry me.
Yeah.
I'm so glad we got the West Coast. That's our only savior.
I'm not sure if she's got a path without Florida to victory.
I need Dan to come in here and give me these excuses to show me that it's not all that bad that all these states are going red.
Where's Ohio? Where's Ohio at right now?
Ohio. Let's check it out. Ohio is Clinton by a bare percentage point.
Yep.
48.5 to 47.7. 48.1 to 48. It just changed. So that she's just got a 1/10 of a percentage point lead.
Wow.
This
is scary. Yeah, Clinton has 1,008,000 to Trump's 1,006,000. That's how close that is.
Hey man, I can tell you right now, Gary Johnson is screwing up this election.
Yes, he is.
Because in Michigan, he has 3.7% of the vote, and Hillary, her lead isn't that comfortable right now. So if he swings a state, this could go horribly wrong for us.
Well, Gary Johnson is taking away votes from Trump, though.
You think so?
He might get some of the Bernie bros.
I just wish he wasn't a factor at all.
Yeah,
either way, you never know how people are going to vote.
I voted for Bernie just to. If you think that I have a problem with Bernie, I don't. But maybe I think he's taking more of Trump's votes than Clinton's. But
I want to talk about
disgruntled Bernie voters might go to Johnson.
Yeah,
angry Bernie voters.
Yeah.
Jill has 1%. Still, some of these races are going to be very, very close,
Yep, this is going to be another nail biter. And I don't understand it because this is a man who has no concept he doesn't know what a policy is. He doesn't have a plan. He can talk for 25 minutes answering questions where he doesn't answer a single question. He doesn't know what the hell's going on.
Platitudes. Well, they thought Barack spoke in platitudes. Trump is a master of it.
Well, I was reading what Trump does is bullshitting. So the point of bullshitting isn't necessarily to tell the truth. It's to impress the audience you're bullshitting to. Right.
Razzle and dazzle them.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's great. He's great at that. Oh, it's going to be fabulous, beautiful, marvelous. Just like one of those, those guys used to sell those special elixirs.
Yeah.
Nobody makes an elixir better than me. This elixir is so good. Let me tell you, believe me, this elixir will solve all your problems. Be so great, better than it's ever been. It's amazing.
You're gonna love it.
But if your erection will last for more than 2 hours, consult the doctor.
like he's selling those ShamWow things.
Yeah. Like when people tell a fish story, they're maybe everybody knows they're bullshitting about how big the fish is.
Okay, so why is it that when Bernie Sanders came up with his plans, he got so much scrutiny? He had what, like 170 top economists all saying that his plan was the best plan that anybody had, but nobody wants to listen to these top economists, right? What the fuck do they know about economics, right?
Right.
But Trump gets no scrutiny at all. He can say, I will just magically fix shit by farting on it, and people will believe him.
And you're going to be winning. You're going to get sick of winning.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're dumb enough to fall for that, you're just going to be winning. Your ass is going to be so sick of winning, you want to quit because you're winning too damn much.
And the only plan he suggested at all was that stupid wall.
and we're gonna make Mexico pay for it. Man, that's like telling somebody, you know what, I'm coming over to your house to bang your wife, and you better have me some cold beer.
Yeah. I just noticed somebody posting in the comments whose name is Worse Than You. And their comment was, "Can Arn please notice me?" Wish granted.
There you go. Instantaneous response. Man.
Oh, and I got distracted. I had some other Trump issue to talk about, and I can't remember what the hell it was now. A puppy jumped in my lap and confused me.
Hey, did you guys know Trump is winning Indiana? 59%. He's winning Indiana by 36 for Clinton.
I hate to lose faith in my fellow Americans. Why isn't this an easy call? It seemed rather obvious.
Yeah, the longer this goes, the more nervous I get.
Yeah.
This is like this could go terribly wrong for all of us. I'm serious.
Yeah. I don't know.
Like, you don't want to tell no jokes no more. Nothing funny.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what will happen. Here's the thing with you get President Trump, right? Everybody wanted to give that Hillary was going to be this great criminal that we get in the White House. And somebody told me this yesterday. So, tomorrow we'll find out if we've elected a felon to office. And I didn't know he was talking about Hillary. I thought he was talking about Trump, because Trump is the one with the multiple felony indictments already.
Right.
He's already been indicted.
Right.
A lot of people think that Trump tells it like it is and he's anti-PC, but this is the same person who thinks that he should be able to censor the media if they criticize him.
Yeah.
Now,
So this is the
how
person
sensitive is that?
reportedly, allegedly, told a 13-year-old prostitute he threatened her life if she ever told on him. And then this girl now drops her charges when she brings up the rape charges. She drops the charges on additional rape threats, or excuse me, additional death threats. Additional death threats. So he's off the hook for that one. But on the 20th of this month, he's now going on fraud charges.
Right. And I thought he's going up on a child rape trial that he has to go to.
Well, that's the prostitute that on the Lolita Express who dropped the charges against additional death threats.
Uh-huh.
But he's still going up on fraud charges, which is, again, another felony. So if he's charged with a felony that will remove him from political office, assuming he wins, assuming he's convicted, right?
Yeah.
It will remove him from political office before he even assumes that office, which means we are electing President Pence.
But do you think that he'll be removed for office before he gets an opportunity to throw Hillary in the clink?
I don't know if anybody else is seeing what I'm seeing, with the map I'm looking at on MSN has North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas all reported Trump.
Wow.
Like, if Trump were to be president and he would swear to defend the Constitution, the First Amendment, freedom of press, freedom of speech.
Is anybody seeing the same numbers that I am? Because I just saw a solid block from the top of the country to the bottom light up for Trump.
Wow. I didn't see that. I'm going back to CNN.
It's like that on CNN too. There has been a red states added. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Wyoming, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and South Carolina.
So what is our prediction now?
Let's go to 538 and see if the odds have changed.
Because it's getting scarier by the minute. We're going to have President Pence. We're all going to be learning about creationism in public school.
Wow.
Jobs for activists like myself, we will be a lot more busy and a lot more suppressed.
Yeah, trying to stay out of jail.
Yeah, well, I won't have that much problem in Canada, which is probably where I'm going to go.
Woo! First they came for the atheists.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, this
It's
isn't fun.
scary, isn't it?
This isn't funny anymore.
Yeah, it's not.
But you know what? This is what we get. This is people gotta unite, and we gotta do better. We have to be more united. We can't let these corporations and these politicians split us up. We gotta have overwhelming victories on voting. We gotta vote. People gotta vote together.
We don't have an overwhelming victory here in blue, that's for sure.
I mean, I hope she wins Texas, but it doesn't.
No, Texas is gone.
It's not gone on CNN, but I'm pretty sure he's going to win Texas because we're not there in Texas yet. More city people need to get out and vote.
On CNN, what do they have for the votes?
It doesn't have Texas yet. It hasn't called Texas yet. And that's a lot of electoral votes, is 38. But they have the electoral count at 84 Trump and 97 Clinton. But if you add Texas, that puts him ahead.
Clinton will win, projected to win New York.
Yeah, New York and California usually balance it out.
This
But
is too close.
Florida.
This is a madman. This is a madman who's bewildering incompetence. It's the only thing that sets him apart from everybody else. That and his extreme narcissism. He is more delusional than Ted Cruz. How could he be winning?
Hey, I don't know. I think he has some kind of magical brain power over people, because even though he disrespected all of his opponents in the primaries, basically they all came back and endorsed him. Look at Ben Carson. He called him a pedophile, and he turns around and endorses him. Look at Chris Christie, and he turns around and endorses. Look how he totally embarrassed and annihilated that field. And with the exception of what? Bush? Bush is the only one that. How many broke the pledge? You know, that sacred pledge they made? I know Bush broke it.
Now, somebody in the chat is saying that Texas hasn't fully reported yet, but I don't know. MSN thinks they have.
Dan says he'll be back in a minute, and he said it's starting to look bad. But with Texas, I think we've got the votes to win blue, barely, because we're a minority state. But it's like we've got Stockholm syndrome. Everybody keeps telling us we're red. Don't even try. Your vote doesn't matter here. You're a red state, and people believe it, and they let the red rule everybody.
Somebody says that Texas is somewhere, but less than 3% reported so far. But and it is changing, because a moment ago it was 49% to Trump and 45% to Clinton, and now it's 49 to Trump and 46% to Clinton. And I'm sure that's different than what I saw a moment ago.
We are in trouble. Hey, I'll be right back. I'm going to put my seafood in my gumbo.
Okay.
All right.
Blue Texas needs to believe in itself. Let's clap for Blue Texas if you believe in Blue Texas. It's not going to happen. But
yeah, somebody says 538 already called Texas like 10 minutes ago. Arkansas, we know, is going to go red. Louisiana almost certainly will go red. We've got no reports from Louisiana yet, but it's that's how likely is that it's going to do anything but red. Missouri is currently with Clinton, but is another one that you typically see Missouri go red. Iowa, right? Iowa is another typical red one.
There are some swing states that flip some years. Like they might have gone Obama last time, but they're going to go Trump this time. So there are a few states like that.
Yeah, we'll take another look at Florida. I mean, Florida was an important one, right?
Florida is big time important. I'm not sure she can win without Florida.
Yeah, well, she's not winning Florida.
Jesus, come on, Florida, get up and vote. I'm calling Jesus. Oh, that old habits die hard.
Yeah, I know what you mean. When I get frustrated, I say, God damn it. I wish I could stop myself from doing that. But, what else are you going to say? Crom.
Yeah, by Odin's beard.
Yeah, I remember once when my kids were toddlers, I trained myself that if I dropped a brick on my toe or something, I would say duckies and bunnies. This is not good.
Let's just all take another drink.
Yeah, and we've got no reports from Nevada or California. I don't. Does Oregon and Washington even matter in the grand scheme of what we're seeing here?
Oregon and Washington? Yes, because she needs them for the blue camp. They don't swing. They usually go blue.
Yeah.
What? Somebody's saying Trump is projected to win Florida. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he definitely is at this point.
Holy cow.
Yep, almost 85% of Florida is reported, and Trump is clearly in the lead.
Somebody's like ducks were all tossed. Hosed. Sorry.
Yep.
It's not good. Someone was saying that Trump cannot win without Florida, but Clinton can.
Somebody says Google has a map which is updated all the time, but that's one you're looking at, right?
I'm looking at CNN.
And that's the map that's updated all the time?
Come on, count some more votes for Florida. Come on, Florida.
Yeah, you and I have done this so many times, watching these races and biting our nails at how close they got. And up to this point, the only one that we ever lost, where the person we voted for didn't win, was in Texas for governor. And that was kind of devastating for us because we voted for Wendy Davis.
Yes.
And we instead got the most insidious right-wing conservative Christian GOP people you can imagine.
Yeah, we do need atheists in office, like Link is saying. Because our lieutenant governor, Dan Patrick, is going to turn down billions of dollars of federal education money for children's lunch money because he doesn't want to comply with federal trans bathroom laws. How can anybody turn what?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
How can anybody turn down money for kids' education over something so petty?
The GOP certainly can. They're the ones that that cause the negative feedback loop of no sex education, no abortions, no birth control, and then cutting all the programs benefiting teen pregnancies or teen mothers, just to make the situation worse.
I think
there was one Republican politician that I remember when they wanted to rid public schools. They don't want to have any public schools anymore. They just want private schools for the kids who can afford school. And for the kids who can't afford school, people ask, well, what do you do about them? And he said they could re-enter the workforce.
CNN is called Texas for Trump. You knew that was going to happen, but it's still pretty tough. So that puts Trump in the electoral lead at 128 to 97.
Paul Samartzis, I have the same question. I've often felt in the last year, I felt like the American dream is just that.
A lot of people are like, maybe they don't think politics are personal, but Trump has made it so personal this year. So very personal.
Yeah. And I know smart people who vote for Trump and who endorse Trump. And when you get into conversations with them, they can't give a reason why. Certainly not something they can justify. Their reasons for voting for Trump are the reasons to vote against Trump. Like what he will do to the Supreme Court, for example. When you have more Scalia type people on the Supreme Court, this country won't be livable anymore.
Let's talk about the Supreme Court under Trump. What do they think that Trump's court is going to defend in the Constitution? The Second Amendment, the Eighth Amendment, they think, but they don't really understand the Eighth Amendment.
Nor the first, really.
Right, but what's really selling them is the Second Amendment and abortion. And for people who want Hillary to select the Supreme Court, what's selling them is keeping abortion safe and legal, and of course the First Amendment, freedom of speech and press. How are you gonna, and religion? How are you gonna have those things under Pence Trump?
Which ultimately will be under Pence, because Trump will be impeached quickly.
I don't know if he's got a Republican Congress. I don't know. He's fairly easy to manipulate.
I just want all these people to remember when they say, it doesn't matter. Both parties are the same. My vote doesn't count. Well, we're watching your vote count, or what would have counted.
Someone was saying, what would they impeach Trump for?
He's going to trial on the 20th of this month for fraud in his university. He's had many different judgments against him, usually all in civil courts, where he has to pay out huge fines and such. He fails in his court trials at least as consistently as he fails in all of his businesses, and he's failed all of his businesses.
I mean, they wanted to impeach Bill Clinton for adultery, and that's not against any law.
They did, and
They did.
They were successful.
Pardon?
They did.
Yeah,
They did impeach him?
Yes.
They were successful. He didn't leave office or nothing.
I thought if you were impeached, you had to leave office.
No, I don't remember what the issue was, why they didn't remove him from office. It would have created complications.
Yeah, I think something. They actually impeached him, but I think something was overturned by the House or something. Some finagling. It sounded like a plea deal to me. You can stay in office, but
I'm really tired of that. I'm tired of how Congress wastes our tax money, $500 million on investigating Hillary Clinton. I pay taxes. I'm paying for that, and I would pay taxes in a heartbeat for education, for healthcare.
Of course, yeah.
Infrastructure.
That's what human beings do, yeah. And you would probably create some jobs, especially if they would get some of this infrastructure taken care of.
Yeah.
Which brings us back to high-speed rail.
At the moment, Hillary has a lead in New Mexico and Colorado.
Man, I was in the kitchen a few minutes ago. My wife is getting really concerned.
Yeah, and she's got a lead also in Missouri and Pennsylvania and New Hampshire and Maine and Connecticut. But just watching that whole swath of states that we just drove through, that was a 3,000-mile trip for us. I've never driven 3,000 miles to do a podcast before.
Wow, that's a long
But it was
way.
the only way to do it. It was you couldn't get, these people are Native American reservations and everything under the circumstances that they are right now. They couldn't do, sit down and Google Hangout. That just wasn't possible.
Right.
So I've been told by a lot of people, if you want to get a podcast with these people, you're going to have to go there.
Wow.
And so we did.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do.
As I said, I see it as being a hugely important thing what's going on there right now. But if Trump wins, they lose.
If Trump wins, we all lose.
Yeah, this is especially bad for the Standing Rock thing, because Trump basically wants to dissolve the reservations. He wants to cause them to pay taxes. And he wants to develop their land and put up Trump casinos on Indian reservations.
Yeah, and build golf courses and shit. Wow. It's amazing. It's amazing. Money, money, money. What's his theme song? Money, 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 money.
Yeah, and somebody in the comments is going on about how I don't understand how bad Hillary is. I have not a lot of love for Hillary. Understand that. I just understand that, you know, I would rather have her than a complete madman.
Right.
Trump's only selling point is he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah, Hillary is the monster that we know.
Yes.
We don't want the monster that we don't know.
And while everybody wants to say that Hillary is a criminal, let's not forget that Trump is the one with all the judgments against him. Hillary's never been convicted of anything. Trump has numerous convictions and is currently under indictment.
It's amazing the power of the media. And, you know, like they say, if you repeat bullshit over and over and over again, all of a sudden it becomes the truth.
Yeah.
You think Hillary served more time than Martha Stewart? No. Never been to jail.
And they sure were after her too, to put her in jail.
Yeah,
United States Congress.
yeah,
with
of course.
the power of our treasury to
Of course. The opposition party, and that's all they do, oppose. Just like they did Barack. That's why he couldn't get nothing. Nothing that really helps people. I mean, he did some good things.
Yes.
You know, he got the economy straightened out. He did the Lilly Ledbetter Act, equal pay for women. You know, he did some good things, but he could have been much more productive had he didn't have so much obstruction, just an insurmountable amount of obstruction in Congress. It just stagnated the whole.
We have a number of people in the comment section who do not understand that the Democratic and Republican political platforms are indeed significantly different, and that their plan going forwards are both significantly different. For one thing, they're not the same. Do not say that they're both, that voting for one is the same as voting for the other. They're not the same. For one thing, under Trump, you will lose women's reproductive rights. Flat out. Stop right there.
And they're going to be going to prison. There has to be some form of punishment. You know, he said that, right?
Yep. So that's the first thing that Trump will fuck right the fuck up. And as far as the environment, Hillary at least will do something for the environment. Even if she didn't want to, they will force her to do something for the environment. Trump will not. Trump won't do anything for anyone. And very good. Somebody pointed out the EPA has gone too. Trump wants to dissolve the Environmental Protection Act. He wants to strip away regulations that protect the planet from the United States. And as we've noticed, he's invested $1 million into the Dakota pipeline, and he will make that go through. And he's already said that he will arrest all of the Standing Rock water defenders.
Wow.
Trump will ruin this country. He will ruin this planet. Hillary is at least a better option that we can slow down, that we can put the brakes on, and maybe even reverse the damage. Trump is just throwing us all straight into the fucking fire.
And during the debates, he defended big energy, coal and oil, and he thinks they're getting a raw deal. You know, he ain't getting anything on climate change.
It's a rigged system. It's a rigged system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
From Donald Trump.
This is so disturbing. How could so many people buy into the utter bewildering incompetence that is that man? I've said this before.
Hey, part of it is racism.
Yeah, and I've said before that if Trump wins, it is the fault of the DNC.
Yeah. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, all of those political insiders at the DNC who wanted to push their candidate unfairly, tip the scale in her favor, put their thumb on the scale. It's their fault. and they need to be held accountable.
I want to say something for a minute for everybody who thinks that Hillary will destroy the planet worse because she is hawkish about Russia. She said that she'd like to have a no-fly zone over Syria. And what Russia's doing is they are committing a massacre in Syria with their air campaign. They've been kicked off the UN Human Rights Council because of their behavior, and that's why she wants a no-fly zone. Now, when I believe Trump was asked the question what he would do about Russia if they don't go along with our plan in Syria, he said he would shoot at Russian aircraft. So, no, Russia, global.
They're not getting that.
War.
They think that Hillary is the one that is threatening an air war with Russia. They don't realize it's actually Trump that was making that threat.
I know Trump is buddy with Putin, but Trump thinks that you can shoot down Russian aircraft.
Yeah, and he also thinks you can build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. This is what I'm saying. This guy has no concept, no perception of his words when he's talking. Dealing with world leaders. You just can't go telling Russia, we'll shoot your airplanes down. Well, there's going to be a price to pay for that, and it could be initiating our next world war. But this idiot, he doesn't take this kind of stuff into consideration.
Even if Russia showed restraint, because they don't want global nuclear war, you could change the balance of power in the Middle East. Right now, America has allies who provide us with oil from the Middle East, and Russia does too. But America has more allies and gets more oil from the Middle East. You change the balance of power there by having an air war with Russia. That's a really bad idea.
Yeah. But you know what? His supporters don't think on this on that kind of level. His supporters think, he said he's gonna make everything great again.
Yeah, he's gonna nuke the Middle East into a glass bowl.
He doesn't have a plan to make anything great again. He doesn't know that it's great already, and that the thing that would make it greater is if he dropped the fuck out
tonight, before all the polls close. Just quit. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is not looking good.
This is amazing. Well, it looked like my bartender just showed up. I'm going to have a house full of people here in about 10 minutes. And I'm thinking I'm going to be needing every damn drink she can make.
Well, Steve, I'm glad we had you here.
Yeah, glad to be here, man. Glad to finally get a chance to chat with you on some important and pressing issues. Yeah. We need to come back on and talk about the Black Lives Matter movement and the over incarceration of African American males. Did you guys see that documentary 13th?
I didn't. Yeah, send me a link. Anything you want to talk about, you got me.
All right, brother man. Leandra, you take it easy, sweetheart, man. And it's been good. It makes me feel good, man, that other people have the same kind of concerns for humanity that I do. When you feel like you're always just fighting these struggles by yourself, it's good to know you got people right next to you just talking the same stuff. Concerns are the same, just good people to fight with you. So thank you for having me on.
Yeah, this election will take a lot out of you. It's kind of demoralizing. So it's good to see other people who care too.
I'm hoping I can get it I want this to go the right way, and then I want to get a good night's sleep and just wake up and this shit'll be all over with.
Yeah. I hope so too.
All right, man. Y'all take it easy. Have a good night.
All right. Good night, Steve.
Bye-bye.
All right. Did Dan leave us?
Dan looked like he popped in for a minute, but I don't know where he went.
Yeah, well, this is so frustrating. What's bewildering to me is not just that Trump was such a walking disaster. It's that any number of people, anything more than 10 people in the country bought his bullshit when he never gave an explanation or anything that made any sense. build a wall against Mexico? I mean, how much have we seen against? I mean, does anybody put any figures together? Anybody do any math to realize how stupid an idea that is? And you realize that, what he's trying to stop already has underground tunnels. There was a tunnel in Tucson that was discovered. People driving trucks in a tunnel under the border to bring drugs in. Again, I mentioned that the best way to go to solve a lot of our problems is if we just do the exact opposite of what the Republicans want to do. The best way to win the war on drugs is to give up. If you legalize marijuana, as they've already done in Washington and Oregon and Colorado, and we've already seen that when they've legalized drugs, what they've got is, because they've got the revenue for it, the state ends up bringing in a great deal more money. And the suicide rate goes down because people get better able to deal with their pain and their depression. But also look at what happens to the Mexican drug cartels. If you legalize drugs nationwide, there wouldn't be any Mexican drug cartels. They'd have nobody to sell to. And I say this as somebody that does not enjoy marijuana due to when I first tried it when I was a kid, somebody had it mixed with angel dust. So, honestly, I've never been able to enjoy it. I've tried it a couple of times since then and never been able to enjoy marijuana at all. Just walked away from it. So I'm not saying this as somebody who wants to get high. It can be legal in every state, and I still won't, simply because I don't enjoy it. But I understand the math here, and I don't understand why so many of the other people don't. That you will get so much revenue out of this, and it will solve so much of our issues. No, we got to fight the war on drugs. Continue it, even though it has been a consistent failure forever. And this is why so many people, we have the highest percentage of people in Texas that are in prison of any other state in the country. And we live in a country that has more people per capita in prison than almost every other country. And this is all because of this war on drugs. There's a lot of people that are in prison whose lives have been ruined for nothing more than marijuana.
Millions of dollars on this war that could have been spent elsewhere.
Yeah, and I think it was Bill Murray who observed that the only dangerous thing about marijuana is getting caught with it.
Phil, I think Phil is joining us.
Yes, I am. I'm trying to get it worked out here. I'm using my phone to actually do the hangout.
I don't care how you do it as long as you're here, because we need moral support.
We can. Phil Session is co-host of Atheist Experience.
Have you seen the political map that we're looking at?
Yes, I was supposed to be on here earlier, but unfortunately I had to work some overtime. But I was watching the maps the entire time, and it was just becoming more depressing as time went on. Specifically looking at the swing states, because of course there were states that the Democrats were almost assuredly going to win. Same thing with Republicans, but I was using the Google election results to look specifically at the swing states to see how they were moving. And I thought that Florida looked good for Clinton for a while, and then all of a sudden it started becoming further and further red as they started getting more and more percentage. And I started getting so much more worried at that point that, well, if he takes that, then that decreases the chances for Clinton by a significant margin. She can still win without that state, but if she had won it, I would feel a heck of a lot more comfortable going forward, being confident that she was actually going to win, and
a lot of people don't
was able to, I guess, sit a little bit easier. But because of that, right now, I mean, she's down by what, 140,000 votes, something along those lines from the numbers that I'm seeing right now. So Trump is getting a lot of the swing states. A lot of them right now are sitting in his favor, and it's worrisome now. It's becoming a little more real that this can become a reality. And what would that look like? How would we proceed? What will you be able to do? Because as I've been listening to your stream the entire time, I've been listening to y'all the entire time while I've been at work, so I haven't missed anything. But when Arn was saying earlier about, you know, the Trump. He's right now he's been investigated for Trump University about the fraud case that'll be coming up eventually. And you know, if an impeachment happens, well, what does that mean? That means that, well, Mike Pence will be right there to take up the mantle of being president, and he's tried to push some horrible legislation in his home state. And the fact that he's a heck of a lot more competent, he's a more establishment Republican type of individual, has been so for quite a while. I'm afraid of the damage that he could possibly do on that side. It's becoming a heck of a lot more concerning looking at these numbers. So like Steve was talking about earlier, I'm just hoping that the West Coast can come and kind of rescue this situation, because right now it's not appearing too well, honestly, especially in the swing states. So it's just concerning.
Yeah, concerning is a word.
Yes.
This is bad on so many levels, because
Yeah.
you know that the Simpsons accurately predicted what our economy is going to be under President Trump. Did you know that?
No, actually, I guess I don't watch
Many
network
years
TV, so I didn't see it.
Yeah, decades ago, I think it was now, The Simpsons did a future spoof where they have Lisa Simpson is grown up and she becomes the president following Trump. And she has to save the country because President Trump left it broke. Isn't that funny?
That is.
Yeah.
Wow.
But that is what Trump will do. Because look at every business Trump has ever run.
Right, right.
He has failed at everything he's ever done, including his marriages, including his court cases, everything.
It's just.
How does anybody believe this man?
Yeah, just what you said right there is the discussion I've had with quite a few people in person and also on Facebook, is when they say that, you know, Trump is for the people, he's for you know, bringing the jobs back to America. And I was speaking with somebody, I guess this was a couple months ago, in regards to, well, he's going to be bringing the jobs back. You know, the Democrats, they've pushed all these trade deals which have detrimented jobs here in the U.S., which that was a bipartisan effort, not just a Democratic effort that was on that side. But in any case, he was referring to Trump, you know, being very earnest in that position, bringing jobs back. And what I was saying is, well, a lot of his businesses have used manufacturing from overseas. You're saying that he's all about, you know, the American public, the American people, focusing on jobs here. You know, he really cares about it. But when he actually had control of his businesses, when he actually could make those decisions as far as where things are going to be manufactured, how are those things going to go, well, he chose to use cheaper labor in other countries. So you're telling me to believe Trump when he says that he's going to bring jobs back, when it was under his control, presumably, he didn't take that route. What makes you confident, or what makes you think that I should be confident in Trump's claim that he really cares about American jobs and is going to bring them back, when he was exploiting that hole the entire time and it worked to his advantage for what, years or decades? That doesn't give me any confidence that he's going to do anything about it if it's been benefiting him to such a degree for such a long period of time. So I thought that portion was there. It's another point that I just had this discussion online. I'm trying to think of it now. It's slipping my mind right now. Let me see. The trade portion, jobs, the corruption. Okay, yes, that was the other thing. The argument that I saw a lot online is that, well, Hillary is corrupt. You know, Democrats are corrupt. They're taking all this money from big donors, which is a legitimate concern. Having that money in politics breeds corruption just by its nature. But people were putting forth this effort. I think it was like a Trump video or something that I was commenting on Facebook, where they were like, well, Trump is going to root out all of this corruption, you know, drain the swamp. He's going to drain the swamp. He'll get rid of all this corruption that's, because he's not in the pockets of any of these business holders, any of these large donors that are going on. But my argument was Trump has bragged about that no one knows the corruption better than he does, as he claims with so many other subjects when he's on his stump speeches or on TV. He says that no one knows corruption better than he does because he used to be the one that would pay and give money to certain groups and get things done in his favor in return, so that no one is more qualified to rout out this corruption than he is. And my argument for that, I was like, well, you're saying that Trump himself is saying that this corruption works so well for him. It did so well for him for all these years. I think y'all referenced earlier the investigation into Trump University in Florida, where some money was given to, what was the Attorney General, or I can't remember that was over that portion. But in any case, he gave some money, and all of a sudden there were going to be no charges filed in regards to his case. But if this system has worked so well for him over this time, once again, what gives you any confidence that he's going to change it now if it's been benefiting him to such a degree, and to the point where he'll actually brag about it in his stump speech that it's worked so well for him? Well, what does that mean? He's going to actually go in there and change something that has given him such an advantage for his businesses, for his personal taxes, for his wealth? That makes absolutely no sense. That doesn't logically follow. That why would I shoot myself in the foot like that if I've been getting all of these kickbacks from these donations, for years or decades or longer? It just, those arguments just didn't make sense to me. But trying to explain this to a lot of the supporters that were on that page was very, it was talking at a wall, essentially. It was not going through at all. Well, Hillary is worse. She's the definition of corruption. Oh, she's the worst. And I was just like, I don't think he's going to do anything about it, because you in the past that makes you think he's going to do something about it now. And that's where people were kind of at a loss. And so it was just interesting to hear that argument, and it wasn't convincing in the slightest that he was actually for the people or actually cared about these particular issues, versus just playing off of what he thinks people want to hear at his rallies and giving them what they want to hear. They believe it, they repeat it, but there's really no substance behind it.
Mm-hmm. I'm mystified at somebody who is.
Hold a second. Phil, do you have a smoke detector that's chirping? Because
that is mine. Okay.
in the comments.
Okay, my bad.
If you look at Arn's YouTube channel where this is playing, they're commenting on it. If you want to read their comments too while you're talking.
Gotcha. Let me put my microphone on mute and do something about that real quick.
All right.
Yeah, people get really weird about audio. It doesn't matter what your video looks like. That's how somebody as ugly as me can have a popular channel. But it really matters what your audio is. Honey, you still there?
Yeah, go ahead with what you were saying.
Yeah, I'm just wishing that you weren't in another room, because I need you to hold my hand as I look at this.
No.
Because it's getting bad. All right, I'm going to take a look at some of the comments in here.
In Florida. Come on, West Coast of Florida.
Florida's lost. There's not a chance.
Are you kidding?
Georgia is, they may as well call it.
Florida?
Georgia.
Oh, Georgia. Oh, you scared me.
They may as well call it for Trump, because it's his biggest win thus far.
Georgia.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, everything looks Trump except that little corner of New England. And Chicago, where she grew up. Wisconsin, maybe.
If I could say anything to cheer people up, a lot of these, there are a lot of states. He has more states, and he has an electoral lead because of Texas. but they haven't counted the West Coast yet because of the time difference. And also, a lot of the red states that they're on there, like North Dakota, South Dakota, don't have a lot of votes or electoral votes.
Yeah, but Utah always goes Republican. Now, this time, interestingly, the Mormons refused to vote for Trump. So the Mormons have their own guy that they may elect. And so that might actually go to a third party that nobody's even heard of.
I think when you lean closer to your mic, it starts to get a little feedback because you talk loud. Arn. So you sound kind of staticky sometimes.
It's not static. It's because I'm just recovering from laryngitis and my
No, it's static too.
Okay, but I'm not leaning to the mic.
Okay. Well, they say that you sound like robot Arn, so that's not your laryngitis.
Yeah, I'm hearing it as well on my side. But it's not all the time. It's when you were just talking, it was there, but it may have went away now.
Okay, but anyway, regardless whether I'm a robot or not, Utah, if it doesn't go to a third party, will go to Trump. Right? We may as well just call that.
Yeah.
Look at all the red that we already have. Look at all the orange that we already have that is likely to stay with Trump. If you look at the leads that they've got, I mean, they haven't called Georgia yet, but I mean, fuck. I mean, Hillary Clinton has less than 40%, and Trump has almost 60.
I guess they're probably waiting on. It looks like Augusta is a large portion, and I don't see it actually lit up as either leaning blue or red, and so they may be waiting on that large city before they actually make that call.
I don't think Augusta could change it. 58 to 39.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's about
Arizona,
300.
Arizona always goes Republican, right? Just like Texas. So we just hand over to Trump right now, Utah and Arizona. What are the chances on Nevada?
I thought Utah was going to go McMullen because the Mormons weren't wanting to vote for Trump, and that's something we haven't talked about much. How do evangelicals vote for a fornicating, adulterous, sexually assaulting candidate? I'm a former evangelical. I was raised in Texas, and I wouldn't have voted for him. I was it out. But a lot of Mormons to me, they seem like really nice, honest, sincere people. And but Utah's going Trump too. That's really disappointing.
Well, the last poll that I saw out of Utah was referencing the third party candidate. I feel bad right now because I can't even remember what his name is. By the same token, I had no idea that he existed before the poll came out and said what his name was. So I'm looking at Utah now that are up on the ballot, and I can't pick out who it was from this list. But he was polling neck and neck with Trump, if not higher than Trump.
McMullen.
But what'd you say, Lelandra?
McMullen. His name was McMullen.
Oh, Evan okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
McMullen sure is. Yeah, he was polling at or higher on that side, which I had to give a lot of credit to, the Mormons up in there for actually, I guess, sticking to their alleged, religious values or something like that, to say that they're not going to vote for Trump just because, well, he's wearing the red uniform. That wasn't enough for them. They'll actually, put their values on the line and say, hey, we're going to go with someone else, and if someone else actually has a decent chance of potentially winning, that would be, I would actually be very interested to see that if a third party candidate, because he's running as an independent, I see. If he were to win the state, that would be monumental, kind of fuck you to Trump from Mormon country, because that's just like, rather than go red, we went with someone that we knew had zero chance of actually winning the presidency because you're too fucking atrocious for us. So I would find that to be awesome. But we'll see. They start in 10 minutes, we'll start getting those results from Utah.
I see Christians in this and their excuses for voting for Trump, and maybe one of the most convincing is abortion. They see Roe versus Wade as possibly struck down in the Supreme Court if Trump Pence win. Still,
But yeah, to go off of that one linchpin and ignore everything else seems a bit drastic, especially from the espousing of family values that you hear all the time. During most of the Republican primary, I mean, the Ted Cruz and the Rick Santorums, like that's family values. That's what their beat has been about for a very long time. But all of a sudden, here goes someone very against the grain of that, who's taken multiple wives, as you said, has been accused of sexual assaulting, has bragged about what amounted to committing sexual assault on tape. It's been so much mounting against that side that to kind of push it out of your mind and say, well, abortion, well, that's enough for me, to hell with everything else, seems a little excessive. But
in a way, argue devil's advocate here. I've seen them forgive people for their sexual issues before, like high profile televangelists and mega pastor preachers, and apparently the blood of Jesus can wipe away a lot of sins.
Somehow or other, they had a speaker in the House, I think it was, who somebody that was condemning people for pornography, for child pornography, who was himself convicted of child pornography, a great many counts. And while he was recommending stiff sentences, life sentences for people like this, when he himself was caught, the Republican Party then starts pleading on his behalf that he get a light sentence, where he's out in months or whatever. So, I mean, where is the morality really? If they would, the very fact that they would vote for Trump, throwing away all of everything they claim as their, religious convictions and their moral values, they made this a sham.
Yeah, I know.
Go ahead.
No, I was about to mention that Darrell Ray, he recently gave a talk that kind of spoke to that rise of Trump, even in the evangelical circles. And, a lot of the things that he was referencing is like the hierarchies that are established within that framework, that Hillary, by her very nature of being female, is violating that established hierarchy that was there. And he was also referencing that Christians, in particular, those denominations, have a strong emphasis on a authoritative, strong father figure, and that Trump is fulfilling that particular role with being, crass, being as outspoken as he is, being unwielding, being unable to admit when he was wrong for the most part. Even if he's stumped on the question or he says something wrong, he'll double down on it versus rolling it back and saying I was wrong, that this is right. So I thought it was an interesting presentation that he gave concerning the evangelical vote, since they support him overall very overwhelmingly. Was it in the 71% that I heard earlier today for the last poll that actually referenced evangelical Christians or something to that effect? But it's an interesting thing to watch and see. But if that support turns into Donald Trump winning, I'm gonna be pissed.
I gotta tell you, and Phil's a Texan too. They haven't made abortion illegal here in Texas, but they've made access incredibly hard. And for that reason, maternal mortality is going up in Texas. We have the most maternal mortality here of any place in the developed world because they've cut access to health clinics because they also offer abortions that women were using for prenatal care. And you say you care about life, these evangelicals, but their policies are causing people to die.
Yeah, that the world's was that? Oh, that's there's a very large echo that I'm hearing. Okay, I guess it's gone now. But the Supreme Court case that got handed out earlier this year for was it women's whole health, whole women's health. Um, that case that challenged the restrictions that the Texas legislature placed on abortion clinics operating in Texas, forcing most of them to close. Like Melandra said, it's not that it's not outlawed. Of course, you still have access to your abortion, but you may have to drive a few hundred miles to go get that abortion, and you may have a wait period where you have to stay in place. So if you've driven 100, 150 miles to the nearest abortion clinic, you also have to, number one, you have to take off work. You have to, have some kind of transportation there. And for people that use the public transit system, well, that may be difficult for them to do, let alone take off work because they need that money to pay bills. You may have a waiting period before you can actually proceed with that abortion because you might change your mind. Even though you've driven all this way, you've made your mind up as you went there, or you may change your mind in this waiting period, or some BS like that. It's just the rationale for some of these laws. But I was glad they got struck down by the court. But with Pence and Trump in office, even if, like I said, if Trump is impeached and Pence gets the position of president, the Supreme Court justices that he will place on the court, because if they win, then that more than likely means that they'll have a majority of both the Senate and the House, and
Surprise,
of course,
Louisiana just came in for Trump.
What'd you say, Aaron?
Surprise, surprise, Louisiana. Trump.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's another one. His creationism in public schools.
Good night. Let me take another look at the map and see where we've got
Georgia over to him because Georgia 58-39. Florida, she's still a full point behind, and every time I check, even though votes are still coming in, she's still a full point behind.
Yeah, Florida. I honestly thought that she would pull Florida off. The polling was close, but she was still ahead by some of the polls that I had seen before all this started. But they're at 94% reporting in Florida, and she's down by a little over 100,000 individual votes. So that's damn near called, honestly. That's
well, we haven't taken into account the possibility of hanging chads.
Yeah.
Nobody gets that joke. I guess nobody remembers that.
No, I did. I missed that one. It's right over my head there.
Yeah, it was supposed to be that
George.
When Al Gore, I think it was going against George Bush, he actually won. There was a discrepancy over hanging chads in Florida, and so the Supreme Court called the election for the guy who didn't win it.
Yeah,
the reason we had George W.
That I've heard of like that in that.
Yeah, George W. Bush was the first president that was not elected since George Washington.
Oh boy.
Not looking good for Florida, and that would make me feel a lot better if she won Florida. Dear God.
Yeah, well, it's already 9 o'clock Central Time. How late are these polling places going to be open in Florida, huh?
But these are projections, though. They still have to do some counting, probably.
Well, seriously, how long will this go on?
Usually they'll call it around 11, I believe. The whole election.
Yeah, by that time, that takes care of California is included in there, and Alaska and Hawaii they're not too concerned about since they have such a low amount of electoral votes. So California is 11.
Earlier this evening, they were
Or is
showing.
it 10?
Earlier this evening, they were showing Hillary leading in Missouri. Of course, Trump is stomping her now, 58-37. He's got her by 20 points in Ohio and half a dozen points in Michigan. He owns Georgia. There's no chance in Georgia.
This one's
Virginia actually flipped moments ago. Virginia actually flipped in her favor.
Okay, that's awesome.
Oh,
But
wow.
only because
I didn't
of the blue states.
This is actually making me worry more than the Romney-Obama one.
Yeah.
And it's Trump. How obvious was this? It's like this was the easiest test for America ever, and we're flunking it.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
Jesus.
Those swing states. We're waiting for Nevada to come in now, but that's only the 6th. But we'll see
But
how.
that Trump's going to get Arizona. He's going to get Utah. This is a huge swath of red. Maybe the DNC shouldn't have run the most hated candidate in their history.
And let alone the emails that were trickling out slowly but surely that showed some possible collusion on that side between the DNC and wanting to at least start moving towards a Hillary nomination. Like none of that helped in these last couple of weeks of early voting leading up to this general. It's just I don't know. In case anyone didn't know, I voted for Bernie Sanders as well.
Yep.
On that side, I was quite hopeful. He galvanized a lot of my friends that did not participate in the election process at all. Bernie brought them out. And after he didn't win the nomination, they kind of faded back out to the sidelines once again, and which is disconcerting. But if that leads to a Trump-Pence presidency with Republican control of both houses of Congress, which will lead to, of course, appointments to the Supreme Court and other federal courts, the circuit court and appellate courts, with other conservatively minded judges, it'll be such a lasting impact that we'll be looking at for years. One of my main arguments when this was debate first started, when both nominations for both of the major parties were announced, and people kind of started falling to either side, disenchanted Bernie voters, and the Hillary supporters, whatever else, going their separate ways. My focus was on the fact that it was just last June of 2015, where I could actually had the right and ability to marry someone that of the gender identity that I'm attracted to in the state of Texas. Like that was just last June that I got that ability to do so. And the notion that conservative justices would be appointed not only to the Supreme Court, but the appellate courts, the federal appellate courts that lead up to that Supreme Court could be stopped, because right now there's a lot of vacancies in federal court systems that the president is supposed to be nominating and are supposed to be confirmed by the Senate. But if conservative judges get in that portion, it's just, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
No, go ahead.
It's just, if those positions get filled, then when the next state decides to impose restrictions on Planned Parenthood or other abortion providing clinics in a different way that has been already decided by the Supreme Court, well, they may rule against it to say, well, no, these restrictions are perfectly legal, they're reasonable, and they don't reasonably impede a woman's right to choose. And that might go all the way through and become the law of the land, thereby restricting abortion rights even further. It's the voting rights is another big one. Like there'll be a lot of that. I could see a lot of that coming up out of this election in different states around the U.S. That different parties, Republicans in some states, closing polling places in largely minority districts, under the guise of, well, we're saving money, or it's just this is the way that best serves our people, and things of that sort. And having a judge that could potentially agree and say, well, no, it wasn't a racial bias, it wasn't prejudice on that side, it was a reasonable decision to do, could be disastrous for years to come. And so just the judges alone, not only the Supreme Court, but all of the federal positions under that, circuit courts and appellate courts, are so important that you can't just gloss over it and say, oh, we'll be all right. If they fill those positions, like I said, with a Republican president, vice president, both houses of Congress, both chambers of Congress, should I say, then they can get those nominations and fill those positions a heck of a lot more quickly and with a lot less resistance, getting those people in those positions. And then we could be screwed for 10, 15 plus years down the road as cases come before these courts. And so it's I don't know, watching this map is getting quite a bit more disheartening.
Yeah,
as the night moves on.
They just called Montana for Trump, and New Hampshire flipped from Hillary to Trump while you were talking.
New Hampshire.
How is this even possible?
Because we live in idiocracy.
For everybody who thinks, yay, this is a defeat for liberals that they hate, what kind of free speech are you going to have under Trump?
Considering that he always has, in his stump speeches, to the cheers of raucous crowds, no less, saying that, oh, we need to redo the libel laws, to say, well, if a newspaper or organization publishes something, what did he say? What did he say? That's mean, or he used some vacuous, non-substantive word to say what that comment was. Oh, well, we should be able to sue them to oblivion and take them out. And it's just like, it seems like every time that a high-profile person on CNN, MSNBC, wherever, as soon as they say one thing bad about him, he goes on Twitter to say, well, their show is second rate and they're a terrible host, and they have no ratings, and he goes into these little tantrums. If he's president of the United States, has the authority to appoint the head of the Department of Justice, the FBI, he has all of these resources at his disposal. People are saying, well, Congress won't allow him to, exercise this unilateral control and, stop people's free speech like that. It's like, well, if he controls the Department of Justice, the executive branch, the enforcement of law, he can do some real damage on that side, and he can galvanize his supporters that he's, gotten over this primary and election process to support what he's saying, because they've been supporting him right now. If you look at those Trump rallies, they're cheering him. They are all for the goal that he's spouting. You call them low information voters or whatever else that you want to. They're all for it. And if people in Congress are going against it, guess what? He has the power of the presidency and all of his support that I'm trying to do, or let them know that there will be consequences. It puts them in such a position to affect that change that he can push things through if he's smart enough to do so, and savvy enough to do so. Yeah, he can actually push some things through that. People are saying that, oh, well, Congress will never allow it in a million years. It's like, well, people said that he would never win the primary in a million years. Well, there he is. And now we're getting to the point where, he has a legitimate chance of actually winning an election. And, asked that 6 months ago, and you were like, oh, that's nonsense. That's crazy. He would never do that. I mean, look at him. But here we are, staring at our screens, looking at what's red, what's blue, what's orange, and waiting for them to light up to a certain position. It's a reality that we have to face.
I'm very disappointed in my country, especially when I read the comments, the comments on the video here. Where somebody's saying that Clinton needs to lose for the sake of democracy. Like electing this fascist will somehow do good for democracy. This is insanity. This is how our country got this bad.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody says never read the comments. So you're right, I shouldn't.
I'm looking at him now just to see what I've
somebody said he hadn't stolen the election for Bernie, that he might have had a chance against Trump. Well, yeah, he would have.
Goodness.
If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, then every day would be Christmas.
And so, people saying that Trump is not a fascist. Look up what fascist is. Yep, he is.
Because there's nothing we can do about Bernie not winning. People needed to vote. And people needed to actually try and understand the issues better. I can't tell what it is that's enabling Trump. The evangelicals or some kind of...
How much of an impact would Bernie have had if he didn't call himself a socialist? If he knew that, what the defining characteristic is, then that Denmark is not a socialist state, so that just because he likes their economic plan doesn't mean that he's a socialist for emulating that. How much of a difference would that have made? How many more votes would he have gotten? How many more votes would he have gotten from Republicans if he hadn't identified as such? Am I all alone here?
No, it's
trying
I
to
think about that as well. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay, Phil.
But I think about that as well, and I would have loved to have known what a Bernie versus Trump, a populist on the right side versus the populist on the left side would have looked like, because considering how much support that Bernie was able to garner, having virtually no name recognition for the majority of Americans. He barely lost the Democratic nomination to Hillary, even though most homes in the U.S. know that last name, through and through. He was able to. I'm trying to remember how I actually found out. I think it was just a YouTube video that I saw, and I just listened to it. It was a stump speech or something to that effect, and I found myself nodding and was like, this is exactly what needs to be done. This makes so much sense, going into the free tuition, the corruption that money in politics causes, getting it out, reining in Wall Street. It was just like this. Yeah, everything what you're saying makes complete sense. It was amazing. And he almost instantly got my support, because I figured that Hillary was going to be running, that I would probably be voting for her, but I would at least look at the Republican candidates to see, what they brought to the table. I watched almost every Republican town hall and debate because I wanted to know, well, what are they talking about? How are they approaching, this message, because even if I disagree, the people that they're talking to are going to take these things that they're saying at face value. And I try to be informed on that side so I can have a reasonable dialogue with people, even though I may vehemently disagree on a particular subject or how to solve it. But it was amazing to see Bernie rise to that level of prominence by just his message alone. No media coverage for the most part, except to call him a socialist or to ask one of his surrogates or Bernie himself, well, how are you going to pay for X plan? Whatever that plan happened to be, whether it was tuition, free tuition nationwide for public universities or universal health care, kind of deriding him as this outsider with these unattainable plans that is meant to be ridiculed. That was the majority of his coverage in the media until the point where he got to be a prime contender and actually a legitimate threat to Hillary going into the last primary states. So it would have been amazing to see what that matchup would have been. Bernie coming in here with his Brooklyn accent, just with his honesty, with his integrity, just everything that he brought to the table. It was incredible to watch that, and I guess we won't know what that looks like. But damn it, I wish I would have seen that more than anything else. That would have been an awesome thing, and I would have been, phone banking. I would have been, campus. I would have been out there. It would have been, serious business if Bernie was in there like that. But it is what it is. Hillary's out there, and it's a heck of a lot better in a lot of ways than Trump is. So that's just the way that I went for this election. But man, what could have been?
Whenever I talk to Republicans, who of course don't have any defense for Trump, all they have is criticisms against Hillary. And I understand criticisms against Hillary. I got a lot of criticisms against Hillary, but the criticisms they have are not the real ones. They have this whole made up thing about Hillary, where they're blaming Hillary for things Trump said. When Trump said that he was going to shoot down Russian airplanes, they're saying that if you elect Hillary, that's what the Russians are afraid of, that there's going to be World War III because we elected Hillary. So we need to elect Trump, who is the one who said repeatedly in recorded interviews, why can't we use nuclear weapons if we have them?
Right. Just ridiculous statement. Just it makes zero sense. That statement alone, why can't we use them? And he said it so earnestly. He was very honest in that question. Why can't we use them? And it's like, what? Like, where have you been? Like a world government class. Like, do something. Go to your little Trump university and learn something. Like, do something. That question should have never been uttered. In an honest way. Like, it just makes no sense.
Yeah, and it looks like Hillary lost New Hampshire as well.
I had to tell people something. People who think that they have a defense for Trump, you listen to him talking. You've heard him call Mexicans rapists. I don't know if you have Mexican friends. I have, and people are people, and the way he talks about immigrants, and the way he talks about even Native Americans, and you think that you have some kind of justification for voting for a bigot. And me and Arn, we just moved North Dakota, and I was on the way, and stopping in and convenience stores and getting stink eye. I was born here. My dad fought in 3 wars, and I still have always had to put up with being treated like an outsider in my own country because I'm half Asian. And you think you've got a justification for voting for someone who is going to divide our country by race? You think as an atheist or a non-believer you got a justification for someone who is going to help theocracy in this country? And I'm not somebody who cusses a lot or even insults people a lot. But I gotta tell you, fuck you. You don't have a case for Trump.
Yeah, that, and I'm seeing in even in the comments, I agree with you with what you just said, but when you were talking about, what is your defense when Trump was like the immigrants are rapists and they're bringing drugs, the common portion I see of that is he was talking about illegal immigrants on that side, and even if that's what he was referring to, no, they're not. They're not all rapists coming in. They're not all bringing drugs. Because I know quite a few people that did not have their papers coming here. Their parents were not. I went to school in Dallas on that side in DISD, and a lot of the population of my school was Hispanic, and some of their parents did not have their documentation on that side, but they weren't killers, they weren't rapists, bringing in drugs, all that kind of stuff. And of course, at the end, he had to put, and some, I guess, are good people. And it's like, well, most of the people that I know that actually came from illegal immigrants that immigrated here were good people just fine. I haven't met one of them that was a rapist. And so even to make that even to make that generalization of illegal immigrants, I also think is false. Like the data doesn't show that they're mostly those groups of rapists bringing drugs, things of that sort, with a small group of them, a small percentage being good people. I would say that's probably the primary makeup of that group coming into the country. So even that defense falls on facts. I don't see that as defense. You can argue that there is rape in the country, and that there's some people that may be illegal immigrants that may perpetuate, engage in that behavior. That may be true, but the vast majority, I would bet, has not brought drugs, is not tearing down this nation, or sucking us dry of our resources, or whatever you want to call it. I would highly doubt that that is the case for the bulk majority of even the group of illegal immigrants, which people seem to want to attribute that statement that Trump made to.
I got a question. Don't we have any minorities in this country?
Just a few.
I mean, I would think. I mean, what minority is voting for Trump?
Yeah,
Because
that.
surely there must be some of them out there doing that, right?
I mean, they would have to be. They would have to be.
I mean, we have blacks in Mississippi voting for Trump. We have Mexicans in Texas voting for Trump. Do we have any Sioux in North Dakota voting for Trump? How is any of that possible?
Yeah, that'll be the question. To really look at that, I know that I've heard, say, like in Florida, Cubans that had immigrated there, which their immigration works differently because they have an automatic amnesty. With our relationship between the U.S. and Cuba. In any case, they separate themselves, from what I've been hearing, from the other illegal immigration. The Mexican immigration. They fully divorce themselves because that's not their fight. That's not their problem. Because of course, even if they take a boat ride from Cuba to the U.S., being from Cuba, they get an automatic amnesty that comes into play, and they can actually go to be a citizen very easily by virtue of our agreement, our amnesty agreement with people coming from Cuba. So I can see that population. But for others in Texas and, like you said, Mississippi and Louisiana that go that route, I don't understand that rationale that comes with it. And I wish there were some more interviews with people from those specific states that could give a little more insight, because I really because I don't have I can't empathize with that position. I need to know more about it.
So as I look at this map, I see that Colorado, Hillary has a strong lead in Colorado, which is encouraging. I'm suspecting that it's the legalization of marijuana, and they don't want to give that up. So I would bet that Oregon and Washington would probably follow suit for the same reason. And California, wants marijuana, and New Mexico is already turned over for Hillary because everybody I know in New Mexico wants marijuana. I know a number of people who are growing it right now, waiting for the moment when it becomes legal because they've got barns full of it that they can start to distribute. Maybe there's some hope there. I'm trying to cling to the last bit of it that I can.
Yeah, that's all that we can really do going on this last piece. Because right now I'm looking at just the swing states, and of the of the 9 that are being reported, Trump is leading 6. I don't know. With only like Pennsylvania is the largest swing state that Clinton has in her favor right now. Like Florida doesn't seem to be a possibility. She's down by 140, just under 140,000 individual votes. So that's about just daggum near call that one.
Yeah, at 10:30 at night, by the way, their time.
The polls have been closed there at what 99% reported. It's just they just call that and be done with that one. Michigan, I mean, she's just under about 90,000 behind Donald Trump in Michigan. That's 16 electoral votes on that side. North Carolina, she's down by 130,000 on that side, and so I don't see those being pulled off. And those were sizable swing states, but Pennsylvania is a good 20. Virginia is a good 13. If she can hold on to that all lead there, and hopefully.
Yeah, where 5:38 moments ago, very recently, was still holding out for Clinton. 5:38 is apparently, according to the comments, now claiming it for Trump.
Calling a state or the
general. I'll go to it myself because, as I said, I'm basing that on what I'm seeing in the comments.
Oh, hold on.
Is anybody still there?
Yeah. I'm looking on 538 right now, trying to see what if they're saying anything, because I mean that would be very crushing.
I don't. When I go to 538, the last time they updated it was 13 hours ago, and it still called for Clinton. I'm not sure.
13 hours ago.
Yeah, they've been making predictions every day on the election. It's a prediction model. It's not based on polling voting data, right, like the other sites are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you have to go at the top of 538. It's click on the orange banner where it says the live blog updates. On that side, right now they have a 55% chance of Trump winning the presidency, and 44 for Hillary Clinton. And for the Senate, 82% chance that the Republicans maintain control.
See what one thing is that's gonna come from this. I mean, when I go to the New England states, they don't understand why there are atheist activists, because that's not like a thing. That's not an issue that they have to be concerned with up there. And when you go to Texas, well, then you get a lot of atheist activists. But when this country finds itself under the rule of Mike Pence, we're going to get a lot more atheist activists. Because that's a polarizing factor.
It won't matter. There are atheist activists in Saudi Arabia. Where's that getting them?
I'm
not saying it's going to be a Saudi Arabia situation, but with the Supreme Court, them packing the Supreme Court, that we're like theocracy is so within their reach.
Right, especially with the possibility of passing a
Well, I don't know what just happened there.
what that was. If they pass like a federal RFRA type of law and have the Supreme Court with the conservative people that would not break it down, along with appellate and Supreme Court would also not strike it down, they could reasonably pass something like that and enshrine that, quote unquote religious freedom, aka religious discrimination, being able to discriminate at my business on the basis of my sincerely held religious beliefs. It has to be sincerely held, of course. And there's really no one to verify that but me saying that it's sincerely held, but it would just be, I don't know. This is
Now they're starting to get reports from Idaho, and Idaho, of course, is favoring Trump. Arizona is favoring Trump. And Florida looks to be the same as it was 10 minutes ago. They're 99% reporting, so I guess they're done.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure why they're not calling Florida
or Georgia.
If it was closer, then I can understand, but I mean, it's quite a huge gap going on here. So unless they have one heck of a large county still at large, I don't understand it. Like I said, Georgia, let's see if they've actually called the county where the city of Augusta is. Augusta's leaning blue.
For people who think that the Democrats are somehow responsible for the defeat, they are partly responsible because of perhaps not electing Bernie, but they're not pushing all these Republicans to outvote us. So the blame for me is more squarely on how easily manipulated half of the country is by their religion.
Yeah, and not even just the aspect. Low information voters is also a serious problem on that side. You have this just happened recently. What was it? This week, last week, or something like that, where Trump said, "Well, if Hillary gets elected, she's going to bring in 650 million refugees." I believe that was the number, 650 million.
Yeah, there's 300 million people in the United States.
I was just like to a rational, reasonable person, that's preposterous.
But if you look at this map, we don't have rational, reasonable people here.
Right. That's what I was going to get to. But you'll have pundits on MSNBC, CNN, ABC, even some on Fox News that'll say, well, that's ridiculous. That's obviously not, because he said 650 million within a week, which is just logistically ridiculous. Even if someone packed boats full and sat them on the coast, you wouldn't be able to unload 650 million people off the boats within that span of time. And in any case, like I said, you have rational, reasonable people that say that's nonsense. Pundits on TV saying, "Oh, of course that's nonsense. It's hyperbole. It's exaggeration." He was just playing to the crowd. The problem is there's people in that crowd and that were watching on, online or whatever else, that don't have the education or the skeptic mind to actually question that figure. There's people out there right now, like literally right now, that believe that statistic exactly as Trump gave it. And that's the really scary part of Donald Trump. And basically the realization of the standard of education that we have in a lot of this country. You have low information voters that are so susceptible to misinformation because they don't have any information of their own to counter the bull that they're being fed by somebody that they like. And so it's amazing to see that that's so rife in this country. Like listening to one of Trump's, one of his stump speeches. If you pull one up on YouTube and watch it in its entirety, which I have before, much to my chagrin. But he says vacuous and non-substantive statements like, we're going to deal with this problem of immigration. We're going to build a wall. Now, Mexico is going to pay for it. You hear raucous applause, but you don't hear any substance as far as, how was that going to be constructed? How is it going to be paid for initially if Mexico refuses to pay for it? How was that going to work? You don't hear any of that substance behind what he's saying. He just says something, the crowd cheers, he's happy, the crowd's happy, and then next subject, without fleshing out the actual plan. Obamacare is horrible, it's atrocious, it's a mess. Specifically, it's a mess, it's a tremendous mess. Worst legislation ever. Only a few other things get passed, like the TPP, that's worse, or NAFTA, or whatever else. But he'll say Obamacare is horrible. We're going to replace it with what? With something terrific, something tremendous, something. It's going to be the best. It's going to be the best. Believe me, it's going to be the best. Now, does he go into the specifics of how it would work, how pre-existing conditions would be transferred over, how that transfer? No, that's the end of his subject, and he's on to the next subject. But the supporters at the stadium and the people that are watching that have such low information that they look at that and say, yeah, he's going to do it. Not only do they believe it, they repeat it in arguments that you have with people on Facebook and, in real life or whatever else. They'll believe it, repeat it, and espouse it to me as if it's an argument that, Obamacare is bad. Trump is going to fix it. He's going to put something forward. What is he going to put forward? Well, I don't know. Well, what the hell are you talking about then? You've told me nothing about the plan that you said is so good that he's trying to put forward, because you don't have a clue what it actually is. On that side, it's just, I don't know, low information voters. It's seeing the interviews. Like if you look at TYT, stuff like that, you'll see the interviews with people that have conspiracy theories. They believe the darndest things, and yet they're gung-ho supporting Trump. And guess what? They were at the polls today, pulling those levers and getting him in office because they believe that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was convinced that Trump is such an incredible madman, and being anti-black, anti-Hispanic, anti-Asian, anti-Native American. What is Texas made of? I was expecting Texas to do better than this. And Trump has just walked away with Texas. It's a huge margin. I don't know. How the fuck can people be this damn dumb?
I don't know. And would be so and are so emboldened by what Trump is saying, and will say it in your face, and it's a lot. And if he wins, they're going to feel fully justified in all the bullshit that he's been pushing, all the conspiracy theories, all of the misinformation that he said. People are going to feel gung-ho about. I mean, it's just.
And we're talking about people who don't use critical thinking to begin with, and who generally generally side on in favor of like confirmation bias. So they're never going to admit when he does anything wrong. It'll be just like the George W. Bush years, where it doesn't matter how wrong he was or how he was like the worst acting president we had, and people still loved him somehow.
Yeah, Phil's right. It will embolden people, and because Trump is helping to normalize bigotry, and they say he's just telling it like it is, and Trump is like, people won't say this, but I'm going to say it, and you're going to have more people, rather than just being standoffish, actually telling. Well, I've been told myself to go back to China, even though I'm half Vietnamese and not from China, more than once. But you're gonna start seeing this behavior out in the open more, rather than he's helping making this behavior socially acceptable.
Right.
And I'm not saying that people should be like arrested for telling me to go back to China, or some law should happen where people don't insult other people. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that social pressure should not be behind people who are being hateful to other people. Social pressure should work in the opposite direction, to actually feel empathy for other people. As I'm not, I don't do wrong by anybody. I don't deserve to be treated with disrespect for just the way I look.
Do we have a rating on electoral votes at this point?
See, what are we at? 122 currently called for Clinton, 168 for Trump.
Wow.
Is that what you mean?
Those are electoral votes?
Yes. No, or the Electoral College votes, yes.
Okay, so even if she were to win Washington, Oregon, California, and Nevada at this point, she still wouldn't win the presidency.
Yeah, she needs Pennsylvania, which right now is leaning on her side currently, by a decent margin. But Pennsylvania, looking at, if you're on 538, they put out a path to victory, which kind of breaks down the states, how large they are, and what Trump needs to win. Like, for Trump to win, he needs to take Pennsylvania, and with Pennsylvania will be enough for him to push over to the winning side. But right now, they just called it for Virginia or Hillary. Did it just happen? Overview. Yeah, 2 minutes ago, Virginia has been called for Clinton, and that was one of the swing states. She was in, so it's good news. Goodness.
Not good enough.
Yeah, and it's a damn problem, because Ohio has been called for Trump.
I'm looking at a map full of red that's got a smattering of blue in it. And even if she took the entire West Coast, that wouldn't be enough, would it?
If she takes all the ones she's expected to on the Western Front, no, it's not enough if she doesn't win 20 electoral votes from Pennsylvania. She needs it. She needs it.
Okay. Now, when you look at the sand map that I'm on, that looks just like a map. If you look at that one, they have in sky blue the ones to where she's in the lead at the moment, midnight blue, or royal blue for the ones that she's actually won. Do you see that map?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So if you look at that, is assuming that everything that is sky blue turns royal blue and everything that is orange turns red. If she were to win everything else, would she still lose?
Let me see. I don't think so. Let me see. Because Pennsylvania is blue right now, or at least leaning blue. Wisconsin, what is Wisconsin doing?
Just take everything that's blue and take it as, or, you know, the sky blue, and make it royal blue. And everything that's orange, assume it's going to be red.
Wisconsin.
We know Florida and Georgia. What?
Sorry, go ahead.
Because everything I'm saying, look, that I'm looking at looks like it's going to stay for, you know, everything that's orange is going to stay for Trump. So calculate what we've got in red versus blue and where we sit now. If she were to win the 6 state, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, the 6 states that are not currently reporting at all, would she still lose?
So,
Nope, Nevada just clicked in and it's favoring Trump.
oh, great. That was supposed to be one of the other swing states that she could potentially get, but oh, okay. I'll be right back. Let me plug in my laptop before it actually cuts off. Oh, let me see if this works. That does not work. Okay, I'll be right back.
And it's funny, all these countries that I've been to this year, every country that I went to, and people would say, wow, Trump, what a complete disaster. You need to get rid of that guy. Every country says he has the same opinion regarding him, and we can't figure it out. I wonder what's wrong with us.
If he's been saying that Hillary still has a path to victory, according to the latest updates of 538, it's still possible. I'm going to look myself.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Well, they study these things, so.
And then somebody says in the comments that Dow futures are plummeting 750 points.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised after the FBI.
Bill, your sound is all jacked up. Bill, can you hear me? Your sound is bad.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
There you go. Now I can hear you clearly.
But when Director Comey came out and said that Hillary was cleared and that the new emails that they had found would not change their directive as far as non-prosecution, the stock market jumped back up. I guess, assumingly because that would help her to win the general election, or at least not impede her in any substantial way. But now, the more likely it is that Trump wins, I can see that happening. But Clinton's chances on 538 have switched back to 50%, and Trump down to 48.
How do they figure that? What the hell data are they looking at?
Let's see, Wisconsin. What's going on in Michigan? What's happening in Michigan? Swing state, Michigan.
I keep looking at Florida, and Florida, I don't know why they haven't called it. Florida's stats have not changed in the last hour and a half.
Huh. I don't know. And they closed, what, at 7 or 8? Well, 7 our time. So it's been almost 3 hours for them. Yeah, I'm not sure what 538 is looking at, because their map, I mean, it looks a bit horrible. So I don't.
Yeah, looking at 538, you know, they have an article, you know, there's a wide range of outcomes, and most of them come up Clinton. Apparently, they're not paying attention.
Yeah, I'd love to know the chances of winning. It looks like they're factoring in Wisconsin for Hillary.
538 has given a lot more states to Clinton than she actually got. They figured that she got Florida and that she got North Carolina, which of course she didn't get.
Mm-hmm.
And they gave her New Hampshire, which she doesn't have at the moment, and Minnesota, which she doesn't have either. No, wait, Minnesota she's got. Yeah, that's okay.
No.
She doesn't have Florida according to 538.
I don't know how. She's a full point down, or at least half a point down by now. She caught up a little bit, but she's still lagging. And 99.3% precincts reporting already, and have been for the last 2 hours.
Yeah, I'm not sure what is really the holdup on that side. It's really not close, even coming down to.
I mean, is there a way to check to see if Miami has reported yet? Because, I mean, that's the only thing in Florida that could possibly have an impact.
Let's see. Florida, and I picked on Pennsylvania. Awesome. Okay, let's try it again.
Miami's about the only thing that could impact this.
But Miami is leaning blue. Let me get more details. I need specifics. Okay, this is Florida. Please, thank you. Thank you. That's what I need. Okay. Florida, Miami. That is, I mean, it's 63% Clinton in Miami, Miami-Dade County. So that's pretty dadgum decisive. The only one who hasn't finished is Duval County, which is where Jacksonville is. But I'm not sure why that one's not solid. It's at 100%. It says estimated 100% in, but it's not solid. It's 49% Trump, 47 Clinton for Jacksonville. I don't know. Tampa, 100% in. Orlando, 100% in. I don't know what they're waiting for. Tallahassee, which is Leon County, 100% in. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're waiting on, because none of these other small counties in Florida are going to turn Florida. They're far too small for this.
Florida, they say, has been called red. I see on Politico Florida's red. Let me check CNN. CNN hasn't called it.
The Associated Press has on this, as they should have a long time ago, honestly.
Yep.
The electoral college count stands at 131 Clinton and Trump 197 for all interested parties. See if I can turn my video back on and actually have it still work. Yeah, bizarre petroglyph. If Clinton loses Pennsylvania, she's lost the election. That looks to be true. If she does lose that one, that would be it. That would be it. Right now, she is up in Pennsylvania, 50% to 47%. She's up by about 110,000 individual votes in Pennsylvania, and they're at 75% reporting. So she has a decent lead on that. But the precincts in Pennsylvania that have not come in yet look to be more rural places. There's 3 counties specifically that have not been counted in Pennsylvania. So, wait and see. But Pennsylvania, if she can hold on to that, she got Virginia and Colorado, those 2 swing states. I mean, looking on Google, I'm sorry. Looking on Google, right now Trump is leading in, is it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 7 of the 10 swing states that were considered swing states going into this election. leading in 7 of those doggone things. Ugh. It is. I don't know. Watching this unfurl.
So I just got a message from my stepdaughter, who was asking, is she reading the charts incorrectly, or do we need to move to Canada?
Canada's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. For some reason on 538, they still have Clinton at a higher percentage. Like they have an expected electoral vote 272 Clinton, 265 Trump. And I'm trying my best to figure out how they're pulling this number out of the results that I've seen so far. I'm not. It's not explanatory enough for me.
Yeah, well, somebody tell a joke.
So 2 Corinthians walk into a bar. Yeah, that's
Yeah, my stepdaughter just said, dude, I'm moving to Japan. Sayonara. You know, that's a funny thing. One of the things that I was raised to believe in was, you know, in America being the, you know, the great inventors and the innovators, and we were the leaders of science and progress. And, you know, when it was progress, it was, you look to the United States. We were the leaders of everything. We were the first and foremost. And now look at us.
yeah, weird. Large portion of the population looks at education as making you an elitist. Putting you on a different block. You think that you're better than the rest of us because you have your fancy educations, and that change, looking at knowledge as if it's a bad thing, as if it's something to look at with disdain. That's been the driving force behind a lot of these ridiculous laws, and people like Trump being able to ascend, to this point, to almost winning the election. Happening here is just things like that. It's fervent in different places. On that side, it's amazing to see. But it's like it's education, like learning about what's going on. I mean, it's a valuable tool, but it's like we're not emphasizing that as much anymore. Like that's not getting across to a lot of people in a lot of rural places on that side. And maybe if we get free public college for all, so that all people can actually attend without having to worry about cost, maybe that'll change some minds at that point. But if you're stuck somewhere, if you don't have a lot of money, if you don't have the time or the funds to attend even a public college or community college or something to that effect, I can see how that would sow this, I guess, prejudice against people who do take that route. Like, oh, you think you're so much better. I didn't need it. My life is just fine. And I didn't have to get a fancy education in order to have a good life.
I just got an email saying that I'm welcome to move to New Zealand.
I would enjoy going to at least visiting Canada, like living there. It would be awesome, but
and the sad thing is the United States is not alone in this downward spiraling evolution. I've heard a lot of people in the UK that were complaining about how London has become so reactionary, racist, and judgmental that it's not the country that they were so proud of once upon a time. And I knew that London, or that England, once upon a time was 100 years ago, that they were where the United States is, or where the United States was 10 years ago, and they were there was an enormously ethnocentric empire that thought that they were the shit, that they were the best at everything, just like the United States does now. And I would have thought that the United States would eventually mature to become like England was. And I was expecting that England would continue to mature. But, England's going downhill just like we are. So what do we look to? Am I alone here?
Just trying not to accept that this is a possibility.
Yep.
In denial.
We lost Phil.
Right, he's there.
Phil, you back?
I am. I clicked something on my phone and it closed up. So my bad.
Yeah, well, if I am inclined to find the good in all things, which has always been my way, I mean, the best that I can make out of this is that everything that Trump fucks up, I will at least be able to say, I told you so. That's the only victory that I've got out of this. And why is it that we fluctuate? Because I have to admit that although I did not like Bill Clinton as a person, hey, California called for Hillary. As if that matters anymore. And Hawaii called for Hillary at the same time.
We appreciate that, Hawaii.
Yep. Thank you for your 4 electoral votes.
Good night. So what's left? What's left? Washington, Oregon have not reported. Although they should be soon. Man. Yeah. This is getting down to the wire. They're at 49-49, both of them, for a likely chance of win. They're completely tied now on 538s.
Hillary and Trump are completely tied. How is that possible?
Well, they're tied for the likelihood of winning.
Well, how is that possible?
What they have. This is just their projections of what they're saying the last states will go.
Just because Montana's a great big giant red patch that doesn't have any people living in it?
Minnesota, Pennsylvania. That's how it's possible.
Yeah, Pennsylvania. It's crucial.
Mm-hmm.
Maine. They don't actually have. Well, never mind. Mm-hmm. So you want to do some math for me? Let's assume that she gets Alaska, Oregon, and Washington. I think she's going to get Oregon and Washington. And doesn't Alaska already have legal marijuana?
Alaska?
Yeah, I think they do. They were the first to have legal marijuana.
Yeah, I think so.
So assuming that all of the marijuana legal states are the ones that are voting for Hillary, which is funny because she didn't want to legalize marijuana. And that's what she's going to have to rely on because she at least made mouth noises to the effect that she would go that way if need be. It's one of the things where she would change her policy by public demand where Trump will not. Now we're in the interesting condition where we know how we can impeach Trump immediately, but how do we impeach Pence?
Right, and he's, in my mind, a larger threat as far as the things that he wants to get through. The fact that he's a heck of a lot more level-headed.
Pence is more level-headed. Good. Wow.
I mean, compared to his running mate, yes, he's the one that brings that the sense and sensibility, comparing to Trump. Like, even though a lot of his ideas are ridiculously conservative, just batshit crazy in some cases, but
real quick, if you would, Phil, take everything that's blue on the map right now. And they're showing Oregon is starting to report, and it's in favor of Hillary, which, as predicted. I suspect that Alaska had Sarah Palin, didn't they? What the fuck do they know? But let's pretend for the moment that Alaska is going to go for Hillary as well. So Washington, Oregon, Washington, Alaska, let's say that they go blue. Everything that's currently sky blue or royal blue, calculate them up. What do we got?
All right.
Do we have Madam President or do we have President Camacho?
This is funny. Seth Andrews, Thinking Atheist, posted on his Facebook. Just a second. We're disenfranchised. Let's douse ourselves in kerosene and light a big orange torch. Red State America. He says that's what Red State America's reasoning is.
Okay.
Let's see. All those. Okay, I'm still adding. Give me.
If everything that is orange and or red goes Trump in electoral votes, electoral college votes, what do we get then?
Okay.
And at that moment, that sadly still includes New Hampshire. Got to wonder how New Hampshire went Trump. God.
Yeah, that's. I find that interesting. Yeah, I have.
I say reason is failing someplace like New Hampshire. It still could be all right. There's Pennsylvania and Minnesota.
Can it be all right? We're working that out right now.
I'm trying to get there because I got 252 even with all of those other pieces. So let me go back through this one more time.
Hillary is definitely losing in popular votes.
Yeah. So counting Alaska.
And all those people that told me that they were voting for Hillary over Bernie on the excuse that she can win. How stupid is that? You don't vote for the person you think is already winning. You vote for the person you want to win, right?
Yeah, I heard that excuse a lot. Oh well, she can actually beat whoever the Republicans put forth or whatever else, and I'm just like, come on now, come on. You got to do better than this.
I don't want to feed the schadenfreude of people who are Trump supporters or people who want to see liberals get what's coming to them or whatever. But I honestly feel terrible right now. This is my country. I have kids. I don't vote or engage in politics for entertainment. I do it because this is my children's future.
Yeah, I'm adding up all the states, including like the Alaskas, the Washington, who hasn't started reporting yet. Yeah, they still haven't started reporting yet. I'm not seeing a number that can get her there without one of the other swing states swinging back in her favor.
So in other words, you're saying she's lost. If things remain as they appear to be now, she's lost.
It appears that way, honestly. Trump is at a 61% chance of winning now per 538. And I would have to agree with that sentiment. It's just, it doesn't seem to be enough to get her over there. These swing states, Trump took 7 of 10. Well, right now, like the ones that are leaning in each one of their favor, he's going to take 7, she's going to take 3. And if Michigan doesn't jump back over, like Michigan could do it. And she's down by 33,000 votes. Is it 33,000? Is that my math? That is bad math. That is 43,000 individual votes in Michigan. That would be enough to get her there. But Wisconsin is not her. She needed Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. If she would have got Wisconsin, then that would have been hers. But right now, Trump is leading in Wisconsin.
And she was
By
predicted to win. She was predicted to win Nevada.
Yeah. That was the most recent polling on the side.
The numbers on he's 50,000%. I'm sorry. It's 67.94 for Trump and 26% for Hillary.
Oh, good night. So it's great. It's like this conversation is going from, if she can win to, well, what the hell do we do now? Like what the hell happens at this point going forward? Oh, good night.
There is no going forward.
538 has Trump winning 61% probability now.
Yeah, well, thank you for chiming in, 538. Being wrong up to this point.
North Carolina, I think, went to Trump, and that may be why.
Yeah. But Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Yeah, she's not going to get either one of those back. She's not getting New Hampshire either. She's getting stomped in Nevada and Utah and has no chance of catching up in Arizona.
Well, hopefully Nevada's at 1% reporting. And so it'll be up to that Las Vegas was at Clark County and where Reno is, that county, to know. So Nevada, I'll hold up. But even though those 6 electoral votes, it's going to be tough. What'd you say?
Can you recalculate?
Even with Nevada, that's still not enough.
So even if Nevada flips, she's still lost.
No, I think she would need more. As far as my calculations were, they will put her in the low 260s, which is still not enough. Wisconsin would be just wonderful. Michigan would be awesome, which is very close on that side, and that's probably her best hope is to get something out of Michigan. That's 16 votes that would change from. Honestly, that would be enough. But Detroit is already reporting. Let's see what else. Lansing.
Link is saying that Dow is going to commit suicide. I'd be interested in hearing your opinion on that.
But that's, I mean, the people like that, the stock markets, they react to, of course, pressures. Like, and the president is one of those major pressures that they react to. So when you look at Trump and what he would do for business, for stability, for talking about the other NATO ally, well, they need to pay their fair share, or else we might not support them. That we need to renegotiate our debts, or else we may have to default on them or something like that. That all of that volatility is what will that's what drives that market down. And Trump is just a ball of volatility coming into the highest seat in the office. And so it's not surprising that, hey, the stock market is like, the higher his chances, let me go ahead and start extracting my money from stocks or whatnot, which will of course drive things on down. But I don't think it's an unnatural reaction. It's a reaction to that volatility that he brings to the table. And he brought a lot of it to the table, including like 538. I'm sure going into this, they had 75% chance of Clinton winning. It was something very high, and then all of a sudden, that's flipped. They were wrong on that account, and so all the things that were expected have been laid to bear, and all of a sudden, the things that you expected are no longer seem to be the case. And the
Yeah,
market
Iowa was leaning toward Hillary moments ago, and it's now leaning toward Trump. And Washington is switched back over to Trump.
Oh.
I don't know how that's possible with Washington.
Washington.
Yeah.
10% reporting.
10%. Okay.
So the swing state of North Carolina goes for Trump.
Okay, so on the states she needs to secure, Liz, are there any in range? She's 10 points down. Or
let's see.
Georgia's gone. New Hampshire, she'd have to jump up an awful lot. 60% precincts reporting. It's possible to get back New Hampshire, but it's a long shot.
Like Wisconsin,
Michigan, maybe.
Yeah, Wisconsin and Michigan. Those are the two.
Wisconsin, I don't think she's going to get Wisconsin. She's too far down.
Yeah,
it's
65% reporting, and she's only down.
She's 46% by 49%. 49% Trump, 46% her.
50, a little over 50,000 votes or so on that one. So it's just
she's got a better chance of getting Iowa back, and they're 34.885%. And people have noticed in the comments that my voice is a little raspy, not just robotics. It's a weird thing. I somehow got a laryngitis, lost my voice like a week ago. Like probably the only time this whole year that I could get away with doing that, because I didn't have to talk much when I was at Standing Rock. Still, it's weird to have to, to be a public speaker professionally and be doing podcasts and radio interviews and all this, and to have no voice to use. That's just odd.
Yeah.
So
she is pretty close in Iowa. That's what, 7,000 down. Like actual physical votes, like 7,000 down. But looks like Des Moines and Cedar Rapids are leaning blue. The most of the people that have not reported are outside of that major city. It's a lot of rural area.
Des Moines hasn't reported yet.
Des Moines and Cedar Rapids both have, and they both looks like they're heavy blue. But most of the counties of the state have not reported, and it's mostly more rural places that are around.
Give it up then. If Des Moines is already reported, then they're done.
And
somebody asked if I want to crash on their couch for 4 years. I'm guessing they live in not America.
I gotta say, it's not just that Trump and his policies and Pence's policies that would make me want to move, and I've never considered like actually moving because of a president before. It's this many people, this many millions of people that are this willfully ignorant in this country. I would just leave them to it. It's yours.
I don't know. And I don't. I mean, being that Trump and Pence won, like I said before, they're going to be emboldened to maintain exactly what they've had this time. Like whatever conspiracies they had, any preconceived notions about, entire groups of people, they're going to hold on to that because why? Well, Trump is president, and now he can say all of these things unchecked, and they'll still believe it. The rest of us will still look at it and analyze it and say, well, no, that's not true. This is factually incorrect. But like I said before, you have huge swaths of people that will take his information uncritically, believe it, repeat it, and fight to defend that particular position.
There's so much to this. I mean, we were, like I said, we were just in Standing Rock, and if Hillary had won this, they had a chance.
Yeah.
And they don't now. And it's not just for them. This was, their protest was tied to an awful lot more than just a pipeline through a reservation. There was a lot more attached to it than that. And so we've lost a substantial amount because of it.
Yeah, that's
And I know smart people who are voting for Trump, and the reasons they give why they should vote for Trump are the reasons not to vote for Trump.
mm-hmm. So here we are at this juncture, like staring down the barrel of a potential Trump presidency. And I mean, what are people going to say now that voted for him? Are they going to rejoice? The ones that were not really with him, like his avid supporters were, but voted for him because, oh, well, he wasn't Hillary. Are they in a joyous spot at this point? Like how do they envision the country moving forward in their view? What do they think, Pence and Trump and a Republican controlled House and Senate, like what's going to end up happening to the country now? How do they think things are going to move forward? I'm sure there'll be a lot of interviews about that in these upcoming days of people that were Trump supporters. But this also means that all the people that have been around Trump, like the Chris Christies of the world, if Trump didn't win, his career would basically be over. And it still might be over depending on all of this Bridgegate nonsense, the illegal use of the government in political retaliation against a competitor. But in any case, Chris Christie might be appointed to a position inside of Trump's presidency. Rudy freaking Giuliani might be in a position like, just
Newt Gingrich, Secretary of State.
oh man.
Try that on for size.
We were going to have Bernie Sanders as the head of the budget committee, and this is the guy that was endorsed by all of the top economists. When the Republicans were saying that his plan was completely unrealistic, all of the economists were saying that it is the most realistic. But now what are we going to have?
Oh, that's it. Okay, Nevada has jumped back in Clinton's favor, one of the swing states. But it's still only 2% reporting there, but that has jumped back over. That was not there before. That was leaning by a pretty good margin towards Trump earlier. So that's a little bit of good news, a little bit. But those 6 votes, that's not going to do it. Sorry to say, even if she does win it, but.
And traditionally, we can write off Arizona, even though she's not that far behind in Arizona. We can just traditionally write that off.
Arizona. Yeah, she's closer than I thought. They say only 37% reporting, but let me see what county.
She's fallen behind in New Hampshire. Well, I'm glad we could do this on a podcast. I'm glad we could get at least one person that could stay with us the duration. I don't know what happened to the true Puka. We wanted to have him on too. But I remember too many evenings, too many elections, my wife and I sitting here white knuckle going this thing alone.
Yeah, sorry I had that delay in coming here, but the election was getting too close. That's what kind of got me to reason with the powers that be to get some of us to leave, because things were getting so tight. Because a lot of us were there at work. We're sitting there working overtime into going into hour 3 of overtime, mandatory at that, and the people had election maps pulled up on computers. Like, it was quite obvious that we were watching. This is an IT group. So we were just like sitting over there, one screen with the election and the other screen having work done, and so we were able to get on out of there. But I don't know. I have a little bit of hope for Arizona. The county of, was it Pima, where Tucson is. It's 56% Clinton, but it's only 5% reporting, which means they have a heck of a lot more votes, just raw votes to put towards this. To Tucson, I have not. I've driven through Phoenix. Was it Phoenix on my way?
Tucson is rather like Austin.
Yeah.
So there is something there.
Yeah,
it's a lot of hippies and stoners and college kids.
Yeah, the only time I've been to Arizona, I was driving from Dallas to Las Vegas, is what was going on. Me and my friend, we were going on a trip, and we decided to make it a road trip to save some money. And neither one of us had visited New Mexico, Arizona, or places like that. So it was just like, well, let's take a road trip and let's do it. So it was a very brief time, but I think I passed through Arizona when it was nighttime, so I didn't even get to see what it actually.
Bad. Arizona is one of the most beautiful states. I was born in Arizona, and I spent much of my childhood there. I lived all along Highway 70. I've lived in most of the small towns in Arizona. A couple years ago, I was supposed to speak in Phoenix and also in Tucson, and so I refused to fly. I got on my motorcycle and rode it out.
Oh, wow.
Because my old MC is in Phoenix, and remnants of them are still in, like in Sierra Vista, Tucson area. And it was just, it's so beautiful out there. I mean, I love Arizona. You've got so many different types of terrain that you can see in a one-day ride. There's alpine forest, there's the Wile E. Coyote kind of Roadrunner mountains, and there's the open desert with the saguaro cactus. They're the only place that has saguaro cactus. But there's the Great Plains with the pronghorn sheep and all of that. It's a nice mix of places. Of course, Grand Canyon, Meteor Crater, Painted Desert, all of these sorts of things are there too.
I know that it was daytime towards the very end of it. We left like on Friday night or Thursday night. Sometimes it was after work. So most of Mexico was dark. That's when the sun just started to come up, when we were, mostly through Arizona, except for the last portion. So I remember a lot of trees, a lot of pine trees, very tall trees. Was it I-10? That's up that way? Sorry, I-40. I-40.
Yeah, I-40 would go up through Flagstaff.
Oh, that sounds, yeah, okay, that was it. Maybe that was it that we drove through.
Yeah,
but,
so you were just south of the Grand Canyon, which of course you didn't bother to see the Grand Canyon, did you?
Well, we went. We did stop. We pulled over at a few of those sightseeing kind of places along the highway, where they had like a little overhang canyon, and we did stop at Hoover Dam on the way, but we at Hoover Dam, there's a parking garage that you can park in, but apparently you have to pay. And so neither of us had cash on us. Neither of us wanted to pay. So one of us got out of the car and went to go take a look at the canyon, and the other person drove around. And then we eventually met up with each other. And then the other got to look at and take pictures and do it that way. So we were able to just stay in the car.
Yeah.
But hey, it worked out.
Yeah, let me share a little story with you, because back in the day, I was LARPing. If you all know what that is, live action role play. I would go to this.
Okay, gotcha.
I remember one time we went to this event that was it was in Phoenix area, and Tucson area. We had to drove up from this little town that we were in, and we're wearing full suits of plate mail armor that we've made ourselves at our own forge. And mine was covered with all these different hides of animals and everything over my rusty reticulated armor. Looked totally badass. I don't have a single picture left over of it, sadly, because back then we needed film and cameras, and who bothered with all that nonsense. But in order to get ourselves from the little town that we were in to the event, to the combat field on motorcycles, which were only transportation, with all of this armor, the only way to do it was to wear the armor. So there's a half a dozen of us in full plate mail on motorcycles riding into town to go to battle. We got a lot of respect from the local bikers. we pulled up next to a bunch of Harley riders, and they're all giving us a thumbs up.
I'm sure that would have been quite the sight to see. I would have been confused.
Yeah, my helmet looked like Thulsa Doom's helmet from the old Conan the Barbarian movie. I had two L-shaped visors, and then I had these caps on the side that you could put horns into, and I had like foam horns that I'd made that would fit in here, so that if somebody were to knock it off with a sword, that I would still be able to just pop it back in. The swords were a solid shatterproof bamboo, wrapped in duct tape so they wouldn't splinter. So basically, it's a bunch of guys beating the crap out of each other with baseball bats. And I sent a bunch of people to the hospital, and it was just great fun. It was so much better than football.
It's just beating people with these bamboo sticks.
Yes. Great fun. Yeah, when we went to this one battle where they were on my side of the field, there were 1,900 people. 1,900 people on my side of the field. And on the other side of this field of virgin grass was 2,100 people on the opposing side. And this little guy comes out in the green tights with a big flag, and he goes, drops the flag and says, "Lay on." And then the earth moves as these massive armies crash into each other. And that was just like one of the best days of my life. There were 3 ambulances in perpetual motion, carrying people off. It was so brutal.
So the ambulances were ready for this. Were they? Did y'all already have them there for this event?
3 ambulances that knew that this was going to be going on.
Okay.
So they were in constant motion picking up people, because one guy began his day by having his kneecap moved to the side of his leg.
Oh.
And so he was out of the game for the rest of the day. The worst thing that happened to me was that I ended up catching 2 spears in the face at the same time, which kind of lifted me off the ground by my face and dropped me on my spine about 5 feet later. It was a brilliant move, though. It almost worked.
Just almost, huh? So they might have had me down for the count. I was like, you know what? All right. I'm good. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. So much better than just rolling dice on a board. By the way, Michigan. Look at the stats on Michigan. Trump is at 47.74. Hillary Clinton is 47 point. It just changed. 47.92 to 47.00. She's got to get 1 point up on him, and it doesn't look like she's going to get it.
It was 62% reporting. I mean, it's so close there. It is so close. That is what, 15,000 individual votes.
Florida's been called by CNN for Trump.
Yeah,
I think we already knew, but CNN's called it.
Yeah, it's about.
They finally called Georgia.
I wish somebody would have told us what the holdup was there. What were they waiting on in Georgia with this 54 to 43%? That kind of gap.
They were holding out for hope.
I mean, did they not want to call it because it would make it look as if Trump was going to win quickly, especially Florida, like that adds 29 to the
I don't
board.
know.
So
I'm thinking I need another beer, but I'm wondering if I need something stronger at this point.
I have my emergency whiskey that is sitting at the back of my refrigerator that has been there for.
Yep.
Well, this just might be an emergency.
I have a bottle of rum that I've been hanging on to for a couple days, so I'm getting it.
Yeah, this is some mess. Now it looks like she's holding on to Nevada pretty decisively, one of the swing states, those six electoral votes. But like, that's just not enough. Just isn't enough. If Michigan, man, if she can get Michigan, that'll be all right. But Michigan just updated, and now she's no longer 15,000 behind. She's just under 30,000 behind. So that doesn't look like you. Wisconsin, she's a little over 80,000 votes behind there, which would also be a wonderful, like those 10 electoral votes would do so well. Yeah, I don't see it. Let's see what 538 is saying. What the heck are they saying?
All right. I'm breaking out the emergency provisions.
Oh dear. I think I might have to as well because 538 just updated. Clinton's won Washington. That's gravy. But Trump is now at a 77% chance to win. I was just saying on the stream that Trump has pulled away in Michigan a little bit, increasing that lead by a little bit more. And like you said, maybe she's not going to be able to.
Now, I shared a little bit on my book tour with a couple of people that went to the Dakotas with us. My Captain Mo and a bit of Fireball left.
Fireball.
I don't like Fireball. You know what I don't like about Fireball?
What?
It don't taste like whiskey. It tastes like cinnamon Red Hots.
Yeah,
so
yeah, that's.
Just drank a bit of can. So you have no idea what you've just done to yourself. And the sad thing is you'll drink more before you realize the damage that is already can't be undone.
I've done the Fireballs in shot form. That's been the way I usually consume that versus actually in a drink or mixed in or whatever else. But they do have the liqueur called Hot Damn, and that's the actual name that's on the label. Hot Damn. I'll put when I want to mix cinnamon flavor into my drinks, which I thought it was an awesome name. Just seeing like sour apple, tropical island, blue raspberry. The traditional De Kuyper liqueur like mixers, and then there's Hot Damn. I was like, yeah.
I just got a message from Dubai, a friend of mine in Dubai, who says that Lars from Metallica said he's ready to move back to Denmark.
I'll be right there with you. I mean, it's a wonderful time to travel.
The fuck out of here.
Because these numbers.
Yeah, she's lost New Hampshire. I'm thinking that it hasn't been called yet, but I don't see how she's going to be able to catch up. Michigan is a possibility. She's 1 point, almost exactly 1 point down on Michigan. And they're a little over half claimed for that one.
Man.
Wisconsin, I think, is done, as is Iowa.
Wisconsin definitely seemed that way, and that's the one I was really hoping for. That if she could change that over, that would get her a good 10 to push her towards the low 20, like 260s. Maybe in the low 270s, which is all you need. But further away.
Yeah.
And Pennsylvania, I mean, she's held on to her Pennsylvania very well. I mean, it looks like she's probably gonna take that. Nevada seems to be going her way, but none of this is sufficient.
Inspired. I started this election inspired that I was voting for the instead of the lesser of two evils, I was voting for the greater good. You know, I started this election with the best candidate that I can remember ever having been able to vote for, and now I'm, pleading against the imaginary gods that we just don't get a complete doom. Which we're voting a fucking Hitler. Cheers.
You're in the bargaining stage of grief. You're pleading with the gods. This can't be real. You're past denial.
Golly goddamn. Why do I say goddamn? That's so irritating. Even if I had an alternate word, what would it be? Crom?
Of course.
Somebody.
Or damn.
Yeah, somebody in the comment section, give me a better word to curse with.
I mean, say raw damn.
I've got to say something. Like, I think tomorrow, maybe a lot of the Trump supporters will be happy. And maybe some of the people who are anti-Hillary, but not necessarily Trump, who helped him win, are going to be happy. But we're losing a large percentage of species on this planet. And that is going to be hastened by Trump. So whatever like glee you feel at the defeat of your enemies, it's going to come back and get you too. We're not even. It's not that we're going to do. It's not this. We're going to do nothing about climate change. We're going to accelerate it under Trump.
Damn Skippy.
Because he was all about raising those regulations. They're just keeping businesses down. To hell with the regulations that having clean water, to make sure that you can't dump certain chemicals into the waterways, that you can't pump out certain carcinogens or greenhouse gases out of your large smokestacks. That's lowering. That's just driving down businesses. People are losing jobs. That's what I hear.
Someone is talking about how it would accelerate under Clinton too. No, in point of fact, it would the environmental disaster that we're living in would not, in fact, accelerate under Clinton. It would decelerate, and because of Bernie's positioning, it might actually reverse, albeit not fast enough to address the issue with the urgency that it requires. But make no mistake, it would not accelerate under Clinton. It would accelerate, meaning we would go to decline faster under Trump.
Clinton actually had a clean energy plan. It wasn't enough, but it isn't like she's going to make it worse like Trump is. So, no.
Yeah, the worst.
That's been the problem all along. Every time people are trying to reason with Trump supporters, every single time, any good argument you have, all you get back is the logical fallacy of two cocaine. That you're one too. Well, Trump's going to accelerate climate change. Hillary's going to accelerate. Trump is going to start a nuclear war. Hillary's going to start a nuclear war. You don't even have the backing or the evidence to make those claims.
Yeah, I'm so tired of hearing that, they're both parties are the same. No, they're fucking not. They're so different in their basic platforms. Once upon a time, they were very similar. In 2000, they were very similar. I read both platforms at that time. At that time, the Republican Party just had a little bit more mention of God in it, and that was about it. But 10 years later, dramatic differences. Where the Republican Party is denying climate change because they're denying science altogether, just wholesale. And where the Democratic Party amid all of the faults that they admittedly have, the Democratic Party at least would cater to some acknowledgement of science and that there were some things that need be done. At least they would admit that much.
I just think of the litany of issues that could change, whether by a court decision, a conservative court decision, or laws being passed. But, there's been so much progress that's been made and so much more that needs to be done. Like, gay, marriage equality, that portion, okay, that's done, but, it could be undone depending on what kind of actions the Republican president and the Republican legislature decide to put forth. But, thinking about things that are not down the pipeline yet, like protections for LGBT individuals against discrimination, specifically for jobs. Most states in the U.S., you can still be fired, for being gay, for being trans, for being lesbian, even if that's the reason as cited for your termination. Or because I doubt that most people will say, "Yeah, I'm going to fire you because you're gay." That doesn't really happen. But even if you suspect that to be the case, that's not a protected class that you file an EEOC complaint that I was wrongfully terminated because of my sexual orientation. After I was outed, I was treated horribly, and I think I was fired because of that. Well, that's not currently a protected class that the EEOC recognizes. And so, okay, and my phone battery. Well, that's not. But hopefully my phone doesn't actually shut off while I'm doing this. But
yeah, somebody else just brought up an important point. Even what happens not just to women's reproductive health rights, right? That we know that's going to go away. We're going to have all three branches of federal government that's going to be run by right-wing evangelical Christians. So we're going to go right into the fucking toilet. We will become the Saudi Arabia of the West. But what happens to gay rights too? Same thing.
Right. It's like for gay rights, I've heard the argument that because the Supreme Court has made this decision, or you can't take, gay marriage away, even if you go that route, if they enshrine discrimination based on your sincerely held religious beliefs against a group of people into the law, like with a federal type of RFRA type of law, the Supreme Court with conservatively minded justices that have no problem with that law, federal appellate court and circuit court judges who are also conservatively minded, who won't see anything wrong with that law, then where does your justice come in to actually counteract that quote unquote unconstitutional law? Unconstitutional, but the court minds from the lower level all the way up to the highest level say, oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's totally fine. There's no problem with that law. It's unconstitutional. What happens at that point? What we can do is get the states to ratify, hold a convention, an amendment passed. It's gonna be.
And somebody said, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted. Go ahead.
I was just gonna like things that are coming down the pipeline. Like I said, they're for LGBT persons, trans rights, which is making headway just a little bit. There's been a lot of resistance on that outright, but of Trump in place on the executive branch, you'll have a Republican conservative legislative branch, possibly a conservative Supreme Court. It's like, okay, you have the three branches of government, Republican and conservative. What real chance do you have to push through meaningful legislation that will promote the different reside on their birth certificate. I mean, it's a lot of resistance now, and this was before Trump even got into power, which it seems like he's going to be. How is that going to down the line? So it's so many questions. It sounds like I'm breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, is anybody keeping a tab on the downvotes? I mean, we're only looking at president here. What about the Senate? What about,
We're losing the Senate to the Republicans. But maybe to restore some sanity for a second here, Washington has been called for Hillary.
good?
I mean, I'm not saying that will win the election for her, but that would be just weird if Washington went for Trump.
It's some happy news that I'll take.
You all take whatever I can get. But as we see more and more of this develop, as they start calling states, we begin to see the same sort of a pattern, except for, Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, and that we see the same sort of red pattern from Texas through North Carolina that is always a problem. That they always have the highest teen pregnancies, the lowest education, the poorest states, the most corruption. Everything wrong with the country can be found in that band, that swath of states there. Only today, it also includes Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, and Kentucky. Well, Kentucky's always got a shit stain, aren't they? Yeah, I'm so awkward having my voice fucked up like this. I mean, if it stays like this much longer, I'm going to start talking like Lemmy.
My phone is like freezing a little bit. Maybe I guess it just can't handle such a huge loss like this.
Yeah, I wish Puka would be able. You familiar with him? You ever talk to him?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, I took him to Utah for American Atheist National Convention in Salt Lake City. He and DPR Jones, who lives in Nottingham, England, were both wanting to come to that event. And I said, no, you guys are not going to fly into Salt Lake City, America's most boring town. Now, I convinced them both. I convinced them both to land in Albuquerque, New Mexico instead. And I picked them up in my 9-passenger Suburban to drive them across the desert. Otherwise, and I remember the Englishman was saying, "You want me to sit in a car for literally hundreds and hundreds of miles?" However, he brought a nice camera with him and everything. The geology up there is amazing, and so he found himself shutterbugging like crazy. And after there's mountain passes to get to Salt Lake City that are amazing, really wonderful mountain. I mean, serious mountains, serious high, tall alpine passes. And it was a brilliant trip. And then he made us pull over so he could take a picture of a road sign. When we were leaving Salt Lake City, it says, Las Vegas, Nevada, 451 miles. And he says, nothing in England is ever 450 miles away. So we did Las Vegas. We stayed at the Stratosphere Hotel. And as we were leaving, and we did the whole strip and everything, and it was a great time. And as we were leaving, DPR points back to the city, points back to the Stratosphere, and he goes, "You see that tower? I've been up there." And then we, on the way out, we stop at Hoover Dam, Grand Canyon, Meteor Crater. I mean, we made a great trip of it. And he ended up saying that was the best trip that he'd ever taken in his entire life. And to my knowledge, that was the only time that the true Puka, Philip Rose, had ever been out of Manhattan. And so that had to be a unique trip for him as well. And I was glad to have him on for it. But it's great to take this like New York Jew and this Limey across the desert like this on a road trip of that type, because I knew neither one of them had ever done that before.
So things not being 400 away, I'm just like, have you been to Texas? It's quite a trip. To leave Texas, like, on my way out to we went to Amarillo, and whew, that's a long trip. That was a very long trip. Just to hit the edge of Texas, not even being out of Texas. And it's even worse trying to go to El Paso.
Yeah, El Paso's way long way from us. A friend of mine was giving would taking a road trip with me. I used to have this old police car, an old California Highway Patrol car, black and white with the spotlight and everything. And so this buddy of mine that lived close to the New Mexico border in Arizona rode out with us. So we were only a few minutes in Arizona before we were in New Mexico. Excuse me, before we were in New Mexico, and then we only drove through a corner of New Mexico before we got into El Paso. So he's thinking of all the states are effectively this small. And so when he gets to El Paso, he says, "While we're in Texas, why don't we drive down and see your daughter, who at that time was living in San Antonio?" And I said, "Okay, fine. If you think this that short a trip, you drive. I'll take a nap in the back." It's a 7.5 hour drive from there.
Yeah.
And that was I remember at one point waking up and realizing there's something wrong. There's something strange about the car. I sit up in the back seat and I noticed there's a Ford SVO sitting exactly even with us. And there was just something about the wind or whatever. It just didn't seem right. And then I look at the speedometer. We were going 135. Just keeping pace with the car next to us. Yeah, kind of crazy. Don't let people like that drive your car.
Yeah, like that's. I mean, I've gone fast before. I've, wanted to test my vehicle or whatever. So I was like, let's jump 100. I'm out here in the middle of nowhere. Let's do 100. I think I did like 110 at the max, and I was like, I don't like the way my car feels. Like just the vibration that it has. I was like, I'm good.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I took my motorcycle, as I said, to Phoenix, and on that same trip when we were coming back, suddenly I had freezing temperatures, and I was like in a hurry to get home because even though I was fully prepared for the cold, it's weird driving through refrigerator temperatures all damn day. So I mean, my bike held 90 miles an hour the whole day. I drove like 12 hours at 90 miles an hour that whole day. And then the next trip I took was to Memphis from Dallas. And it was like a 7-hour drive. And I did that at 100 miles an hour the whole way, 100 miles an hour. And it just did it so well, because these are American roads. They don't have many bends in them. So it was an easy cruise drive.
Oh, wow. Oh, to the Memphis. I guess the last time I've been there was for the American Atheist convention that was held over there. I drove.
That's exactly what I was going to.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I saw you there, of course.
Yeah, and I'm planning on going to back to North Dakota. I'm planning on going to Sturgis this time around. I've never been, and it's weird that I've never been, as long as I've been riding. So some buddies of mine in Phoenix are going to hook up. I'm not sure exactly where we're going to launch from, but we are going to do Sturgis this August, which is going to be awkward because Sturgis actually begins when I'll be in Brazil. So I'm supposed to do the World Humanist Congress and fly back from Sao Paulo, Brazil, to pick up my bike to then drive to North Dakota in one shot. So I'm going to probably have to drive to Phoenix to meet my buddies and have my bike sitting there ready to go when I fly back. I don't know how we're going to coordinate this, but I'm tired of riding by myself. I miss having a bunch of bros to ride with.
You haven't found your team up there in detail.
Your audio is cutting in and out.
I turned off my video so that it would act a little better, but
that's too bad. You're so cute. Anyway, go ahead and say what you said. Ask the question you asked again.
I was saying you haven't found a biker gang of your own up there in D-Town?
A biker gang of my own. I just want to imagine, a personals ad. Looking for a biker gang. Must have tattoos.
I will say I went to school at UT Arlington over there, and there was a bar in Arlington. I wish I could remember the name of it. Well, it wasn't. It was a bar, and right next door was a very old timey diner, and me and my homegirl went there. We just wanted to, try out something new. It was a place we saw it online on Google or whatever. So we went there, and there were lines of bikes all over the place, and we were kind of looking at each other like, oh, okay, well, let's go inside this little diner that you would never even see from the street because it's hidden behind other buildings. Was completely packed with bikers. I mean, leather was everywhere. The whole 9 yards, and this was like, wow, this is amazing to see this, because I at first we were like, oh, okay, I guess.
Where were you? What state was this?
This was in city of Arlington.
Oh, okay. And what year?
Year, I would say that would be 2012. 2012.
Okay. See, back in the day, Arizona was one of those places that had open weapons, and so everybody that was on a bike had guns and bayonets. And so I was used to Texas. I was used to, if you walk into a convenience store and you're carrying a gun, it was like a $10,000 fine. But everybody here carried a gun in Arizona. And so they didn't have any fines for this. And they'd always had it that way since the day of Wyatt Earp. So the Dirty Dozen pull in one night when I was working in a convenience store. So a dozen guys walk in wearing bayonets and pistols, and they were all wearing Glocks. And I thought, it might be possible for one guy to forget that he had his gun on him when he walked into the store, but not all of them. So I was fully expecting that I was going to get robbed. And so I was just leaning against the counter, expecting them to carry their beer out, and I'm not going to say a word. And I was really surprised when they put their stuff up on the counter and brought out their money. I'm like, oh, okay, we're going to be civil. It was a different environment for me.
Wow. It is something else. Let me look at these results again and see what's maybe something.
It's going to get any better.
Wow. Okay.
Somebody said in the chat that the dollar has tanked. I'd like to see if I can follow up on that anywhere.
Yeah,
because somebody was talking about the stock market is dropping, the dollar is dropping. This is the beginning.
So the stock market, I can definitely understand. The dollar, I wasn't.
Dow futures have plummeted 700 points.
Shit.
So, like the Simpsons predicted, apparently accurately.
Good night.
Because remember, Donald Trump, all these people say that Donald Trump was a successful businessman. No, he was a businessman. He was never at any point successful.
You're right.
And yes, somebody else commented that Pence is a climate change denier. Yes, he definitely is. He's a complete science denialist. I'm glad that I made my video against him. If anybody's seen it, Poning Pence. I'm proud that I made that against that guy. I'm really, really grievous that he's going to be our vice president.
And if one of these Trump actually gets traction and he gets convicted of something in some way, which, on the surface, I would think, oh, that would never happen. That wouldn't make any sense. By the same token, the Republican leadership, it would be in their best interest for him to go away.
Yeah, somebody just posted that Donald Trump, I think they were talking about Donald Trump, said that he turned millions into billions, but they forgot that he turned millions into negative billions, that he lost $190 million in 1 year. That Paris Hilton is more successful in her investments, and this is no joke. Paris Hilton is more successful in her investments than Donald Trump. And that's Paris Hilton.
I almost gotta wonder how much this has to do with polling in 538 having it so comfortably for Clinton that people didn't turn out.
I may be susceptible to that myself. I was comfortably secure that Hillary Clinton was going to win this, that you wouldn't be able to get that population of people to vote for Trump. I had no idea. I didn't suspect a thing. I thought this would be a landslide for her. And I'm embarrassed now.
Yeah, I expected it to be close, but I still went into this with my assumption that she would eke out a win, and it would be this large fight after the fact, about, everything was rigged, this was rigged, that was rigged, and there would be this whole fallout
Yeah,
of
let
things.
him whine as much as he wants to after that.
Right. I'm just like that.
My
That's what I
hope-
was.
my expectation was that Trump would lose a humiliating loss and that we would just simply not hear from him again. I mean, his hotels have already lost a substantial amount of business. The Native Americans hate him with good reason, right? He has nothing to offer anybody. If this country were based on thinking people the way I apparently falsely imagined that it was, we wouldn't be in this situation. And Trump would be this laughing stock at this point.
Yeah.
And I'm really sorry that it didn't turn out to be that way.
So am I. It's amazing to see how much he's gotten, and now, like, not only will his supporters feel emboldened, he will be emboldened to double down on all of his bullshit that he spouts, like the things that are just factually untrue. Yeah, like, who cares about facts? He can say what he wants. Who's gonna check him? And even if somebody checks him,
His campaign manager admits that he makes up the facts on the fly.
well, I sure didn't need her to tell me that, but I appreciate her actually being honest if she actually said something like that, because she's been, apologist number one since the Mercers got her into that position of being his campaign manager.
Yeah, and we were worse than that is I'm out of rum.
Yeah. I haven't cracked open my emergency I don't think there's even much left, but I'll do it anyway.
Well, they finally called Utah for Trump at 52% Trump, 21% Clinton. I don't know why they didn't hold out a little longer.
I mean, what happened to the other, Mr. McMullen?
Yeah, apparently not.
What happened to that side? Because Mormons were supposed to have the ones with the values, at least on the polls. That's what was
I
reflected.
can say this much. When I was talking to my own family, my own Mormon family about this, I can talk shit about Hillary Clinton all damn day and they'll just eagerly eat it up. But if I say anything negative against Trump, this is the honest reaction, I don't want to hear it.
You're gonna be hearing a lot of it. But now it's too late.
Pennsylvania flipped.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Pennsylvania flipped.
Wow.
At 83% reporting. Pennsylvania.
And the story is like it always is. The cities are blue, rural is red for the most part.
Which has got to tell you something about the degradation of country music.
Good night. 9% of voters 18 to 29 went for third parties. As did 8% of voters 30 to 44.
I'm going to have to break out the fireball now.
Oh boy, it's at that point.
All you Trump supporters have left me in a bad state. I'm supposed to do a podcast tomorrow where I'm going to promote my book. And I'm going to promote my, because I fully expect that Trump would normally have been convicted this month were he not elected president. But now that it seems that he'll be elected president, now he won't be convicted. But even if he is convicted, it wouldn't matter. We get Pence. The greatest life insurance policy you could have.
Yeah. Like I said before, it's so advantageous.
Draco Suave in the comments section. Had that I not had a dear brother die of a heroin overdose a year or two ago, I would agree with you, but no. And there goes Pennsylvania. Yep, thank you for pointing that out. 83.6% reporting. Who saw this coming? I went in, my wife and I both confidently believed that they would call this election 3 hours ago in Clinton's favor.
I didn't confidently believe. I was hoping that it would go that way.
She wanted to do this in the
whenever we sat next to somebody when we're in our travels in Europe or California, Washington, wherever, and they're like, "What do you think?" I'm like, "There's no way Trump can win." Well, I couldn't tell them with confidence that he wasn't going to win, because I see the problem here from talking to people. I know what's behind Trump.
This is so much bad. And this is coming from somebody who had no love for Clinton. Just literally the lesser of two evils situation. But she's the lesser of two evils because she's the most hated Democratic candidate or most hated candidate in Democratic policy or party history. But Trump is the most hated candidate in history.
He's beloved in rural areas, apparently.
Good night. Because they came out strong on this side, and they got to those polls, and like
Canadians are wondering whether they are far enough away.
But like you mentioned earlier, Aaron, it was, I came into this, like I said, I knew it was going to be close, but never did I really truly think that Donald had, I just thought that Hillary would squeak by, but, here we are, and not only is he looking to win, but it looks like to be a decently decisive victory here. It's not a landslide by any means. But if he actually keeps Pennsylvania on his side, like this, it looks so bad for Democrats, and it's so.
He was supposed to divide the Republican Party. Donald Trump was supposed to be the division that killed the Republican Party. And if he lost this election, the next election would be between the Democrats on the right and Greens on the left. Mm-hmm. And the Greens were going to have to conjure a better candidate.
Yeah. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I envision Bernie Sanders coming out to primary again. If Hillary had actually won, to come back.
I'm still convinced that if Bernie Sanders had run as an independent, that he still would have beaten both Clinton and Trump. I can't estimate because what I'm seeing now defies anything I understand about humanity.
With me, they may have their victory for abortion rights, but it's a Pyrrhic victory. They're going to lose the climate. They're going to lose millions of species. They're going to lose the economy. They're going to lose. So rejoice that the people that you hate didn't win. But know this: you're not. The liberals aren't going to be the only ones that are losing, and progressives. You'll blame somebody else, just like you always do. You scapegoat immigrants. You scapegoat black people. But you're still losing right alongside with everybody else in this country. I mean, if you're this petty, that all it means to you is that your enemy's lost. It was more than that to me. It was my kid's future. And yes, they'll be fine. They're probably not going to die. Or actually, I have a daughter, and she's going to turn 18, and they're talking about women being eligible for the draft. So next time Trump wants to send your daughter, your son, Americans, to prove that he doesn't have a little dick because of how small his hands are in the Middle East or wherever, we get into it with Russia. They start drafting people. That's your sons and your daughters. It's so much more than our petty differences.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly on that side. It's I don't know, the things that have been said about Trump as far as his thin-skinned, when someone pays him a compliment, he gushes over them for 2 seconds. But if someone says something disparaging about him, then he retaliates on his Twitter feed or whatever else instantly. And that's like him having a problem with like a prime minister of, a country, or Putin or whoever else. Like if he gets slighted, he's the one to take that revenge. He's the one that is petty like that will be pissed. Oh, I need to get them back. I need to show them that I'm better than them, that I'm stronger than them, that I'm smarter, or whatever that he wants to prove. And if he tweets out something damaging, he's not just tweeting out from his own personal soapbox anymore. He's tweeting out from the presidential soapbox, which carries a hell of a lot of weight. Like the stock market itself is reacting to the fact that he's there at all. Like it's reacting just to that. Like the things that he tweets now, the things that he says, the inflammatory remarks that he puts out, says about other countries, whatever else, they're going to have major implications on our economy, on the stock market, on our way of life here, let alone the way the people outside of the U.S. perceive us now. Like, and that I'm waiting on those interviews because I'm sure that'll be coming very soon on YouTube and on MSNBC and wherever else, that they're going to be interviews about what do you think of the U.S. now that Trump has been elected? How do you view the U.S. and the perception of the U.S. as a whole is going to change?
Just a second, Phil. Hello, Andrew.
Hello, how are you?
Can you identify yourself to the people watching?
I'm going to be the insufferable guy who blogs comedy over at Laughing in Disbelief on Pathos. I think I called the election for Trump months ago. I've been doing a podcast, Laughing in Disbelief. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I've been up for a long time. I do a podcast, Naked Diner. And I put up a map earlier today calling it for Trump. And I'm not saying I'm right, but I may not be completely wrong as I'm looking at the election returns. And I just want to say that I've been pro Hillary all along. I've been doing nothing but riffing on Trump for months on laughing in disbelief. But I didn't think he was going to lose the election. I thought he was going to win once he got out of the primaries.
Do you have a joke for us to make us feel better?
Nothing but tears. There's nothing but tears right now. I'm not going to lie to you. My consolation is that I live in Massachusetts, so thanks to our federal system, I think maybe the evil will take us last, or close to, right before Vermont falls, Massachusetts will go the way of Texas and Tennessee and Alabama.
You know where New Hampshire is right now, right?
I know that New Hampshire, it looks like they're getting the. I've been watching the returns. I have the TV on right now. The big Senate election going on up there is going to go for the Republican. Looks like the governor is going Republican. So I assume that from what I've seen, the state's going to go Republican. I think Trump is ahead by a couple of points the last time I saw. I did a map earlier today and I called New Hampshire for Trump. So yeah. I just want to say I'm not happy about that, but
yeah, Trump means long-term, permanent damage from which the United States will never recover.
Yeah, well, there's a distinct possibility of that, isn't there? It's like the when the Roman Empire had a couple of really bad emperors, it just sunk the whole system. And the presidency has emperor-like, the president has emperor-like powers in many different ways, especially when you consider the fact that you're going to have a Republican House of Representatives. I haven't seen the Senate. The Senate elections come in, but the votes come in. But I'm assuming that in presidential cycles, the Senate goes the way of the presidency. So I'm assuming that the Republicans are going to keep the Senate. So yeah, it's going to be a shit show. It's going to be a shit show. They're going to get another Scalia in the Supreme Court. You're going to have a Republican Senate. You're going to have a Republican House.
Not just one.
No, yeah. Oh, yeah. There'll be a couple. Yeah. There's no doubt. There's no doubt about that. Yeah.
Can Ginsburg hold on?
Right.
I love my notorious part to death. But yeah, I'm not sure.
All right, guys. I just wanted to pop in and say hello and commiserate. Well, that's what this is.
I'm glad you did. I was just talking to some other people that we invited tonight. Mm-hmm. And they said what I was told was I can't deal with this right now.
Well, like I said, this is for someone who, I'm not a young guy, so living through Reagan, living through Bush the younger, seeing Kerry's campaign get torpedoed, so to speak. I'm not. It's sad, it's tragic, but I'm not surprised that Trump's going to win. I live close to the border. So do you guys, right? You're in Texas. You guys can run to Mexico or somewhere.
You live next to the wrong border.
Oh, the wrong border, right? All right, guys, I gotta run. My buddy of mine's calling me on Skype, so it's good seeing you.
Stopping in.
Sure, take care.
Okay. Well, I gotta say that I had a degree of certainty that Hillary would win, so that's why it's a little shocking for me. But I didn't rule out that Trump could win.
Well, I said that when we started this, that we were confident, and you said you weren't confident.
No, confident would mean I had like 100% certainty, and that's something I didn't have.
Okay, well, I don't mean confident to mean 100%.
I had a degree of confidence, but I wasn't totally confident that
Pennsylvania is within 0.1%, or 0.4%. It's 48.24 to 48.20, with 95% more than 95% reporting. So I'm guessing they're gone as well.
I mean, I'll actually hold off for that one. Like their percentage is small, but the amount of votes that separates them is what, just over what, 2,400 or so
Yeah.
actually individual votes. So
Would that change anything?
not at all, but it would make me feel a heck of a lot better. just a little bit, but it's still, yeah, it's not going to change anything on the side. But
It's
if
still
Trump,
bullet in the heart, no matter what the caliber.
yeah, I mean, if Trump is going to win, I would like him to win with the thinnest and the smallest of margins at all possible. So, because the smaller his margin, the less that he could feel emboldened. But he's still going to say, even though everything was rigged against us and polls are rigged and this XYZ is rigged, and he'll still have that claim that he beat the system, which I hate that he can even boast it now, because he is going to boast it. Like he's probably doing it already. Like I haven't even seen if he's doing a presidential address. He's probably doing it right now.
Somebody said that they wish that Elizabeth Warren had run. Just think, now imagine this situation way back when. Let's say that Elizabeth Warren hadn't been the one to tell Hillary to run. Let's say that Elizabeth Warren had instead kept her yaps shut and run herself with, say, Bernie Sanders as her running mate.
Oh, man.
We would be electing the first female president now, right?
Yeah.
But instead, Warren would not even endorse Bernie when she needed to. Instead, she endorsed Hillary, expecting that she would be the running mate. And then she wasn't.
Well, she didn't endorse Hillary until the very end. Like she said that she didn't want to influence the primaries on that side, or some BS. But I'm like, if she would have endorsed Bernie, then it's likely that her home state, instead of going for Hillary, probably would have went Bernie on that side. And so like those little things, if she would have been campaigning for him, actually going like on the trail with him, he probably would have stood a good chance, because she has name recognition, whereas he didn't. And so
I have to address something that just came up in the comment, where somebody said that Sanders is not as great as people think. Sanders was hands down the best fucking candidate. That doesn't mean that he was great. He's just hands down the best fucking candidate. Period.
Yeah. 100% agree. Like with the selection that we had here, like including all the primaries, including all of those people, the stampede of folks that was there. Yeah, Bernie, it was hands down, the best. He had the best honesty and trustworthy numbers of any candidate. Period.
You mean he didn't rape a 13-year-old on the Lolita Express? You mean he wasn't grabbing people by the pussy? You mean he didn't have the email scandal? He didn't have Benghazi? He didn't have any of that shit going against him?
But what that he was a socialist, that was,
which he wasn't, which is funny.
Right. And even people were so adverse just to that word, and it frustrated me back then in the primaries to say that, do you not realize that we have socialist programs in the United States? Do you not actually wrap your head around that we're already a hybrid system happening here? Like that our public education is a part of that system, that's a part of that system. Your police force, everyone's all about Blue Lives Matter. Of course, Blue Lives Matter. Well, that's a socialist program. I'm sorry to say. Did you miss that? Throughout the course of that, it's just like
Somebody
have
just invited me. Somebody just invited me to move to Australia
I see that.
because Australia somehow has just become safer than, than the United States. I'm sorry. I study biology. Australia is way more dangerous than the U.S.
They just have a few more things that want to kill you, but
Yeah, but they're not the entire population.
of course not. No. Pre-election polls show Clinton up by 4 in Michigan.
Good night, Jaylene. Thank you for participating as long as you could. Try to dream of another reality.
I appreciate everyone that's hanging out with us right now to as the night has been winding down slowly but surely to the point of almost inevitability. It's
Now, remember Dan Arrell saying that, well, these were the states that they expected him to win, so it's not a problem. There's nothing to worry about. You remember that?
It wasn't initially a problem when he was talking about it, but as some of these swing states came in for Trump, then it started to be a problem.
I know. I'm waiting for that kind of soothing, mommy kind of excuse to make me feel better about the situation.
I cannot wait. If this is the reality that we're facing, I want to see what MSNBC, what CNN, ABC. I want to hear these pundits that were probably very confident in Hillary's win themselves. What the heck they're going to have to say tomorrow morning? What is Morning Joe going to say?
I just want to see Fox News apologize, saying we were just joking. We didn't think you guys would take us seriously.
Trump's ass, because they're going to want access, and they're going to see him as an avenue where they can rebuild basically their old and dying viewer base. As Trump brought young, very Fox News knows that their viewership from young people is abysmal to non-existent. So I can see them cozying up to him very quickly. Sean Hannity, he was, there's no question that he was a surrogate for Donald Trump. And he even made that claim that I'm not a journalist, kind of made that.
That was the thing. They were supposed to be the old people that were dying out soon. They were supposed to be the old guard that were going to go away due to natural circumstances. And the young progressives that were voting for Bernie were the ones that were going to replace the entire political system, not just the voter base. And look what the fuck happened instead.
Now, I will say that if Trump didn't get the nomination and ran as the Republican nominee, that Hillary would have been able to come back, because the other Republicans didn't have that populist feel to them. They were still politicians, polished politicians, with teleprompters and polls and all of this data. They weren't Donald Trump. And I think that if they didn't have him to kind of bring that message home, they probably wouldn't have gotten this. Like, say, if Hillary went against an establishment Republican, she would have had a harder time. It may have been hard, but I think she still would have won on their side, because she could appeal to the progressives of Bernie's side and whatever else to kind of galvanize that crew. And I don't know. I don't see the other Republican candidates as getting the support that Trump had from low information voters, from all of these populist people that saw him as the sole answer to the problem of the other, the quote unquote other, that was keeping them down.
I gotta wonder why it is that Alaska hasn't reported yet, but Hawaii has. I mean, Hawaii is a lot further west than Alaska. Is it just that Alaska has legalized marijuana, and so they can't get around to doing things in a timely manner, or because marijuana causes forgetfulness?
They're lighting up right now, just right now.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened with putting on legalization recreational marijuana. So let me actually check to see if that actually passed. Marijuana, because that would be interesting. And apparently, I cannot spell marijuana. Okay.
It's easy. WEED.
It is approved. How about that? 48 minutes ago, it is approved the legalized recreational use of marijuana.
Where at?
This is in California, so that's not a
Really?
surprise. But
California legalized weed?
at least the recreational side, they had their medicinal for quite a while.
I knew about that.
Yeah, the recreational
I
side.
had a friend down there who said, "Hey man, if you're hard up, you cannot use my prescription, man." I'm like, no, I'm cool.
Let's see. They had a few other propositions on the ballot. There was one proposition I recall in California where they wanted the state to basically engage in the same practice that Medicare does when it actually comes in to negotiate the drug prices.
Oh my word, what's going to happen to our health care?
Good night.
I work, I'm my wife and I now we're doing the activism full time. We depend on Obamacare in order to have a health care plan. Right? So they're going to cancel that. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? We weren't able to get the national health care system that we were supposed to have, that intelligent countries have, that somehow we can't afford because we're the richest country in the world. Now what am I supposed to do?
And we'll see how that fight ends up going, because now that they have the president, they don't have the threat of the veto anymore. So that if Congress or the Tea Party or whatever faction of Congress wants to repeal it, it's like, well, who's going to stop them except for what, a filibuster? Oh, okay, that's because
So
those
history
are.
books will remember Obama as being the last good president we had.
Someone says go to a private doctor. So if you have cancer,
How am
go
I
to
going
a
to go to a
private
private
doctor.
doctor with cancer?
People
How is
get booted off their insurance because of cancer costs. So someone has hundreds of thousands of dollars, go to a private doctor when they have cancer.
Well, yeah, I'm sure if you have the resources to put that money towards it, but for those that don't, repealing parts of the of Obamacare, like especially like pre-existing conditions, is a very big deal on that side. I mean, if they revoke that, if someone doesn't have insurance, or even if they do, the way a pre-existing condition can work, if you get diagnosed with it, whatever it is, diabetes, high blood pressure, whatever else, now it's a pre-existing condition on that side. So if you switch providers or you are forced to switch to another plan, like say if you have diabetes right now, high blood pressure, whatever else, cancer, you're on Obamacare and that gets tossed out from under you. So you have to get a new plan of some type, whatever you can afford. If they throw away the provision for pre-existing conditions, well, guess what? They do not have to cover you when they look at your medical records and say, oh, well, you have high blood pressure on here, so we're not going to cover you for any medications or doctor visits in regards to your high blood pressure because it's a pre-existing condition. That was the way a lot of people were turned down for that coverage a long time ago. It was such a ridiculous system. And if Republicans are gung ho about, oh, we're going to repeal every part of Obamacare because it was horrible, it was atrocious, I hope that they take 2 seconds to understand the ramifications that is going to actually have and the material impact that it'll have on people across the state, let alone people actually losing insurance. Conditions go away, then everything that you've already been diagnosed to up to this point will be on the table, on the chopping block to say, we're not going to cover that. That's too expensive. We're not going to cover that. Why? It's a pre-existing condition. And we have no law now that prevents us from stopping coverage of your pre-existing conditions because the gung-ho Republicans were all about taking out Obamacare. So, we can do that now. And it saves us money. We're worried about our bottom line. And that's our first concern, is our bottom line. Not you, but our bottom line. So.
And the only people that met their bottom line was California.
Maybe some people are wondering when they're going to call it. Google has Trump at 244. They'll call it when he hits 270. And then we're all out of our misery to begin our new lives of
Okay, so explain to me how this works.
under President Trump.
I understood that before this election began, Hillary was supposed to have been at 260, right?
No,
She was supposed to be.
estimated.
Yeah, she was supposed to be at 270 to begin with, and then they dropped her expectation to 260. What if is it possible that neither of them will get 270?
That's a statistical. What do you call it? Not very likely. That's not statistically likely. It could happen.
Yeah,
but it's not. It would be a really weird luck. Not likely.
It would be a very remote chance of that because that 244 is not factoring in Pennsylvania, which he is currently winning on by 26,000 individual votes. Michigan, which is 16, which he's winning by even a larger amount than that.
Does it matter?
Wisconsin. What'd you say?
Does it matter what the amount is?
No, it doesn't matter the amount. Like, not for these states. They're winner take all. So if he gets Pennsylvania, which it looks like apparently he's going to do, somehow he pulled that out, which is freaking ridiculous. But Pennsylvania, Michigan, that's 36. And yeah, that's the nomination. Like, those two alone would be sufficient. If Clinton wins Pennsylvania somehow, if it switches back, if he takes his Michigan and his Wisconsin, that's 26, and that's his victory with those two, Michigan and it's looking as if he's going to win both. So
I think he will hit it, but they're not going to call it until he does.
oh yeah, I'm sure they'll hold on to this. Well, they'll hold out, I'm sure.
It should happen 15, 30 minutes. They should call it.
Boy.
So anybody in the chat, are you as depressed as we are?
Oh goodness. Uh-oh, I just did I lose you?
No, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Yep, they're as depressed as we are.
Does this mean that women will have to travel to Europe to get abortions? if the Republicans had their way, yeah, it would be completely outlawed away. And passing a law would be that would be one thing, because the court's decision still holds weight on that side, and they would be able to counteract that. But passing more restrictive provisions, in the interest of women's health care, of course, in the interest of women's health care, that's all they're concerned about, really, is women's health care. Passing laws like Pence was trying to do in his home state, if that, oh well, you have to provide a burial or cremation fetus was the intent on that side. I'm just like, what in the world sense does that make? But
Phil, I'm glad that you were here, because we were supposed to have a cadre of people in this conversation.
We did. They just popped in and out. Anyways, I gotta agree with the person that said that Americans are disgusting. I'm American, born here, and this is the generation that put us here. These three, I mean, a lot of us didn't vote for it, but the people that did, yes, disgusting.
good night.
And the people who knew better and didn't show up to vote, or threw their vote away in Florida on a third party, keep your whatever, your pride, whatever, and you're still going to live in the same America the rest of us who voted against Trump did. Everything he does, I can always say I didn't vote for him.
And that's, I mean, I do understand a little bit of that, not wanting to vote for either one, especially if you were in a quote unquote solid state. But I mean, there were some things. I mean, a lot of this stuff was supposed to be solid. 538 certainly had a lot of states as solidly going one way or the other, or at least being close. And all of that got flipped on its head when these results started coming in, because, I won't say that it's all, it's just the people that voted third party, because the Democratic Party has a lot of blame on this themselves. Yeah. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, I'm sure, like, in the news reports tomorrow, they're going to focus on, well, how many people voted third party? Well, if they just voted this way, Hillary would have won this, and like that's what you're going to hear. And what that you will is, because the DNC by doing actions such as putting the debates, the Democratic debates, on, in time slots that were very low watching, as if they didn't want a lot of people to actually watch those and hear those differences on MSNBC as much, that the Democrats are to blame because they put forth this candidate. You're going to hear people scapegoating the FBI, scapegoating Trump. It'll be all these different pieces, scapegoating the third parties, especially the third parties, because they are the ones with the least amount of power. I'm
going to say on the third party issue, a lot of people thought that some swing states were going to go to Hillary, like Nevada. And yes, the third parties there did make a difference. Your third party vote did make a difference. If you were going to vote an anti-Trump vote, you had to vote for Hillary.
Yeah. And now that
made a difference in Florida. It made a difference in Florida too. Maybe, and if you had a solidly blue or solidly red state, perhaps. But in the swing states.
How many electoral votes does Trump need?
To win, it's 270. He's at 244, so he only needs 26. And like I said, if he gets not even Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania is irrelevant at this point, even if he wins it, which it looks like he's going to. But what was it, Wisconsin, that 10, and Michigan, that 16, he's done.
I'm confused.
Like that's
he's got over 400. What am I counting wrong?
400. What electoral?
When you look up the values of each state, Utah is 6, Texas is 38, Oklahoma 7, Georgia 16. When you add them all together, he gets over 400.
Oh no, not that side, because there's 5. I used to know. There's only like 5 high, low 600s. I think it was high 5. Total electoral college votes. College votes number. Let's see.
Hillary was the non-Trump vote in swing states. People are, I mean, if you're talking about a red, blue state, solidly that way, but places like Florida, Nevada, the third parties, they couldn't afford to lose those percentage points.
Yeah, Florida, I'm looking at the actual numbers now. There's 538 electoral college votes total that are there, but for Florida, the amount of people that put in for like Gary Johnson, like right now, let me see. Hillary lost. I was about to say losing, but no, she lost a little over 130,000 votes or so, right around there. Gary Johnson got over 200,000 votes in Florida. Jill Stein, 63,000. Darrell Castle got 16,000, and Rocky De La Fuente, these look like write-ins, got 9,000 on that side. I mean, that's for a swing state like Florida. Like
somebody
it's
I've never heard
voting.
of. 9,000 votes.
Yeah. And it's just like that was material to this election. But like I said, I can't put all the blame on third parties or whatnot. By the same token, if you're in a swing state where your vote matters, you know for a fact that it'll either be Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton. Like there was no doubt about that going into this election. But to largely for Gary Johnson on that side in a state that was swingable, yeah, you had a material impact in getting Trump the victory there. That's just like, I know that sucks. I'm sure people are not going to want to hear that type of rhetoric, but it
I
made
didn't know anybody that didn't predict that Hillary was going to win this. This was a foregone conclusion forever.
Well, but the alternative was Trump, and people played it sorry rather than safe. Now you're sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's look at that. You said Nevada. I remember you mentioning Little Andrew. Let's see what they let with those whole 6 votes. My computer would
I'm
work with
sorry,
me.
I missed identified Nevada. Nevada's blue, so. But my point stands in swing states like Florida, where she couldn't afford to lose it.
That was a big one. That was major one. Like, it wasn't guaranteed, but she could have survived without it. but it was, you know, it
When
was
we
too many
started
other ones that.
conversation, when we started this conversation so many hours ago, it was again, we were all convinced that she was going to win Nevada, she's going to win Florida, and it's a done deal. That this is, there's only going to be a handful of the early reporting states that would go Trump, and that's it.
People are saying they underestimated Trump. Yes, they did, and other people are saying they overestimated the American voter. And I gotta say, I had a little more faith in my fellow Americans than was warranted.
That's my wife and I both thought we were an intelligent, in an intelligent country.
Not an intelligent country, but a decent country. And even amongst evangelicals, they could tell that Trump is not a decent candidate. But they still fell for the rhetoric. Easily manipulatable by your religious beliefs.
It's like, oh.
Somebody just commented in the thread that Hillary was the only candidate he could beat. I have to point out that in the primaries, he managed to beat the entire Republican. He managed to beat the entire Republican clown car.
Yes, he did. And people had the same doubts back then, like, oh, he'll never do this. He'll never win that.
This asshole was the best they could do.
Well, I wouldn't even say that it was the best that they can do. It was the best. He was voted the best and the one that was most relatable by Republican voters. And that's what was so scary, because the things that he was spouting then, because he was very vehement back then, because of course he was in, as you said, the clown car of people. So trying to get recognition and stand out from the litany of folks you had to choose from, he was right there spouting all of this garbage, but people were like, yeah, that's my guy right there, that guy.
All is not lost. New Hampshire has switched back to Clinton.
I just saw that.
Amazingly.
Well, thank you so much.
Pennsylvania still remains in Trump land.
Yeah.
With 97% reporting.
Good night.
Michigan is unretrievable. And so is Wisconsin.
As we're waiting for them to call it, let's talk about what this means. Let's talk about what a Trump presidency will mean.
It means I'm sleeping in tomorrow.
More important than that, though.
I think, given what we've seen so far, that one of the large changes that we're going to have that may be permanent is the dialogue, the rhetoric that is deemed acceptable.
We got something playing in the background. Did I open something or did somebody else?
But I
the hell is that? Oh, that was me. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm like that. But yeah, like the political rhetoric that we've heard, the normalization of the demonization of groups, that can be a normal thing that can be pushed in regular political conversation on MSNBC, like, at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock in the morning, talking about how X group of people is the reason that things are so bad, and we need to do something about this group, or else we're not going to improve as a nation, or being quote unquote non-politically correct is the way that you need to always be in order to get the support of this populist type of feel. Like all of these people that went towards Trump because he was not politically correct, because he said what he meant and he meant what he said, even though his surrogates would have to back.
Even though he made shit up.
Right. Like completely fact free. And his surrogates, every time he would say some crazy, stupid stuff, his surrogates would be on these talk shows having to walk it back. Oh, he didn't mean that. Oh, that was hyperbole. And or let's pivot here, let's pivot there. Why are we talking about this? You know, Hillary's emails, the emails. Remember the emails? Like, why are we talking about this? It's taking us away from the issues. Like, what is the political landscape going to be? What is the rhetoric? When the next election comes around, what are Republicans going to do? Are they going to go back to their status quo of family values with politicians, or are they going to go with a more Trump-like approach, or should I say like a David Duke approach? Did David Duke win? Mr. Formal, what was he? Grand Wizard, Imperial Wizard of the, like, was he not still running for a seat in Congress? Was it a Republicans, a representative seat? Anyway, sorry, getting off on tangent, but I think that's going to be one of the biggest changes that we're going to see, is how politics is talked about at all and how Republicans run their campaigns, because Trump has won with all of his rhetoric, the rhetoric that a lot of Republicans have demonized. You had all these Republicans come out against Trump to say he doesn't represent Republicans. Well, shit, looks like he did represent those Republicans. You had all these people saying he doesn't represent the party. He's an outlier, blah, blah, blah. Well, he just happened to win the election. Yep, and here he is.
This was supposed to be the damnation of the Republican Party. This was supposed to be where they broke up, where they shard, where they no longer exist anymore, and where people like Donald Trump were supposed to go wandering off into the darkness to be forgotten.
You're right.
What the hell happened?
Oh, thank you, Fredrickson. He said that David Duke lost. He had 3% of the electorate. So appreciate that, Frederick. Yeah, that's and like you said, like he was supposed to go away, and I'm sure Republicans, even though he's won, they probably still want him to go away. The establishment Republicans, the ones that don't like him, I can see them, like, if one of these trials, like regarding Trump University or with the sexual assault portion of, was it the 12-year-old, the lady who was 12 years old at the time, if one of those gets to fruition, I could see them foaming at the mouth to get him out of there, to get him impeached, so that they could have someone that is back under control, that is less volatile. Because of course, if it's volatile, it's messing with their money and their donors.
How can Trump not get impeached? If you listen to the man talk, right? What happens when he actually has to do the job?
He's trying to like he did. He says, I'm not sure that well.
As much as I personally hate Hillary Clinton, right? I have to concede what Trump himself said. She is smart, and he's fucking not.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing. And now we have to actually seriously consider who his cabinet is going to be. You know, who has kissed his ass well enough to where he's going to give them a cabinet position, or the head of the Department of Justice, or Attorney General. You know, like, who are going to get these people now? Like, oh.
How did Hillary lose Pennsylvania and Michigan? Both of them.
Good night. I don't even know. Like, I thought Michigan would be decently on her side. I would assume the county where Detroit.
Maybe while she had some other position to hold, maybe during the Democratic presidency, maybe they should have fixed the fucking water.
Right. Or at least came out against it harder. Actually get that together. But now it's like, number one, I'm worried about the people because what kind of help are they going to get now?
Yeah.
Out there in Michigan, like, oh, you can get Republican control about their other races inside of that state. Let's see, they have 9 Republican senators, 5 Democrats, or should I say representatives on that side. No gubernatorial races, so no governor change, no Senate races, so they basically stay with the status quo that they had.
And to back that up, somebody in the comments says that Trump wants to appoint somebody from Goldman Sachs.
See, that would be insult to fucking injury if he did.
Somebody else is reporting that Republicans won the U.S. House.
Yes, I think that was already declared theirs.
So am I right? All 3 branches of federal government controlled by Republicans?
We're still waiting on the Senate. The Republicans need 3 to get a majority, or at least to get half. Oh no, sorry, to get the majority. The Democrats need 4 to get the majority. So that one's actually extremely close. However, Pennsylvania, Missouri, and New Hampshire, for the Senate, all have Republican leads on that side, and by sizable margins. Missouri is 51% to 45 on that side. New Hampshire is 48 to 48. The Democratic challenger is only down by 2,000 literal votes, with 16% needing to.
Son of a bitch! I just had to look at New Hampshire. Fuck.
Did it switch or something?
No, they're just so close.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, that's stupid close.
There's
Was it less
intelligence there. There's supposed to be learned people there. Come on, New Hampshire, you're not Mississippi. What's wrong with you?
That is 90, was that 96, 94 votes separating the two in New Hampshire. Amazing. In New Hampshire, of all places. In New Hampshire. That's ridiculous. But yeah, so if they if the
Maine. Look how close Maine is. Well, no, it's not that. It's not as close as New Hampshire.
Well, I'm sure nothing's going to be as close as New Hampshire is. That's less than 100. That's really pushing it. And if it stays that close, that might trigger a recount out of there. By the same token, who cares? Because what is that? 4 electoral votes? No, that's not enough to do much of anything, honestly. Because Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are still on Trump's side, and he only needs 2 of those 3 to win.
We did not have 4 years to point the finger and say, "I told you so, you stupid people. Let smart people take over."
And that's assuming that Republicans under Trump's leadership or under Pence's, whatever that outcome is, if things actually go badly, and not just go badly, but is actually perceived by people in the country as having gone badly. Because even though the country has gotten better under Obama, there's a very large perception of people who interpret it as it got worse. And it's so contrary to reality and to the actual factual statistics, but they still believe it. And they vote for Trump because Obama's the worst. Plus, he's Muslim.
That was another thing. All the Republicans saying, why would you want another 4 years of Obama's policies? What the fuck was the matter with the last 4 years or the 4 years before that? And it's because they have everything upside down and backwards, where an increase somehow in a Republican's mind becomes a decrease.
Or at least if it's an increase that they can't hide, they basically scapegoat it onto something that's not Obama.
How did he win the election losing all of the debates? Having not a clue at any point what the fuck he was talking about.
Well, there's one factor we haven't talked about. I truly believe that the Democratic Party neglected the black vote this time. Even Bernie was saying that we need to listen to rural white American concerns. Yes, I'm not saying blow those off, but we really did not. We dropped the ball on. That's why Obama won. He had better turnout of the black vote, and we didn't have any candidate that a lot of blacks could think that they were going to carry the torch for them. Because you had Hillary, who once called black boys and hoodies predators, super predators, and enacted the crime bill that devastated a lot of minority families who had to suffer the effects of incarceration over this 3 strikes thing, and disproportionately so. And I don't think that the Democrats did a good enough job on that particular vote. Took it for granted.
So somebody brought up in the comments that maybe now finally Hillary will be indicted. Yeah, let's not forget that Trump said that if he was elected, he would send Hillary to jail.
Oh yeah, he would get a special prosecutor because of course, Miss Lynch, they can't depend on the Department of Justice. They got to get those people out of there and get the real people that are going to really enforce the law on this side.
Let's make sure, because I get the impression, judging by these election results, that people can't understand sarcasm.
Oh, okay. Well, yes, that was indeed sarcastic there. So that was, but yeah, I can see, like, of course, Loretta Lynch, like, she's gone, like, absolutely, like he's gonna do whatever he needs to do to get her out because she's corrupt. She's working with the Clintons, whatever else. Now, James Comey, who is of course Republican, that will be interesting. I think that Trump is probably going to try to get him out of there because he didn't pursue Hillary, even though in Trump's mind, he thinks he should have. And of course,
in my mind, if he was ever going to do it, the day that he opted not to do it would be the last day that he could have done it, because that would have been the last day that Bernie could have been in place.
Right.
And then we would be looking at a very blue map today.
Ooh. And it's like, not even with Bernie stumping for Hillary, not even with Elizabeth stumping for Hillary, could she prevail.
You know that Bernie and Warren both ruined their own reputations supporting Hillary.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of people, like, I've seen a lot of arguments that, they've sold out. By the same token, I would hope that reasonable people would understand that Bernie did the most practical and logical thing that he could given that situation, which is it was going to be red or blue that won the presidency, more than likely. Like, in all likelihood, it was going to be red or blue. So am I going to run independent and go back on my promise that he made, that he would support the Democratic nominee? No. And he also recognized that Trump was an abysmal, violent, and volatile force that was barreling his way towards the presidential the presidential office. And so he did the most practical thing that he could. He went for Hillary, even though he has major disagreements. And he said that, like, that's the thing. He's not shielding the fact that he has disagreements with her. But like with most reasonable people, he rationale that given the two choices of who's going to be president, I'm going with Hillary versus Trump. Like, and
a lot of people, unfortunately, do not see subtlety. They don't look at population mechanics versus the individual. They don't see the big picture. In other words, it's really hard to explain to some people how anything works when they have a very limited scope on it.
yeah, I mean, it's so black and white, but it's like, okay, it's nuanced. Sorry, like, you're gonna have to dig a little deeper on that side. What was Bernie supposed to do? Not help Hillary, which would have decreased her chances of winning. Even with his full faith and effort behind her, she still didn't win. So let's put that out there first off. But what was he supposed to do? What did you expect him to do? Sit on the sidelines, go independent, and materially take voters from the Democratic side? Because that's what would have happened. Like, there's no other way around that. It would probably have gotten some of the independents that went for Trump as well, because they went for Bernie in overwhelming numbers. But more than likely, it would have siphoned off from the Democratic vote, and you would have had Trump win by, a decent landslide of getting that many electoral college votes. And that's would have more than likely been the reality that we would have seen, given that circumstance. So he did what was practical, and I can't fault him for that. Neither can I fault on that either.
I think they would have called it maybe an hour ago because of how late the polls close on the West Coast. If things had fallen into the line like 5:38, Nate Silver called it. I don't know. I just think people got complacent, and
we were told that all the polls favored Hillary, and that this was not a thing that we needed to worry about.
Yeah. It was everywhere. I wish I would have took screenshots, and I'm sure I mean, this is the internet we're talking about, so I'm sure somebody got screenshots, and even Nate Silver. Oh yeah, you were wrong too. Like, he had this at a high percentage for Hillary, and that dwindled all night. Went up, went down, but overall kept going down to the point that we are now, where it's next to impossible at this point in time. So it's going to be a lot of pardon the phrase, soul searching on a lot of these pundits who thought they had things figured out, which they've been wrong all the steps of the way, because Trump has gotten to where he is, and they've been wrong about that all the way down. And this was the final nail in the coffin. They were wrong one last time for the highest office in the land, and everybody knows it.
Somebody made a comment in the comments that we were told that Hillary was going to win, and so we just assumed that, statistically, that Hillary was going to win because we were told so. And as I mentioned before, people tend to vote for who they think is going to win, not for the person they want to win. And I don't understand where that idea comes from. This is really obviously flawed thinking, but they do. They follow this herd mentality. So if if they tell you that Hillary's going to win, you'll vote for Hillary. What the hell?
I'm telling you, we're going to see these stories. I can't believe Trump's president. I should have voted tomorrow.
Are you saying it's going to be like Brexit?
Yes. Holy shit, I didn't think that was really going to happen, or I would have voted stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially in swing states. Like, if you live in a freaking swing state, like the polls indicated that a long time ago, which ones would be swing states and which ones would be, more solidly either red or blue.
Yes, Hank Stalica, you guessed correctly. Just talking with the people on the chat.
Third party definitely influence. Was it New Hampshire?
No, somebody telling me that, I knew that Republicans had a faith-based mentality. And so, there's not going to be reason based on this. And yeah, I knew that.
Yeah,
Someone says they love Aaron. Aaron loves y'all too. I know it.
Oh my, I don't.
Sometimes love is just not enough, though.
I thought
Apparently.
that was all you need.
he put that he voted for Joe Stein since his state was going to Hillary anyway, and it's like that makes a heck of a lot more sense on that side. Like if you're going to vote if you're in a deeply blue or red state to where it's no reasonable person would think that state would ever go any other way, then that makes a little more sense on that side. But I'm looking at New Hampshire now. I'm looking at just the swing states now, just seeing how the breakdown went and certain things. But like in New Hampshire, like Hillary is up by 500, maybe about 600.
Not even that much.
Yeah, it's very close. But Gary Johnson is sitting right there with 26 thou, Jill Stein with 5 thou, and Rocky De La Fuente again with 580 sitting down there. And it's like if you're a swing state, like what were you doing? Like what were you doing? Because your choice had a hell of an effect. Florida is probably going to be the worst case, and that's probably what's going to be dominating a lot of headlines and talking points tomorrow is, well, Florida, what the heck happened in Florida? And they're going to bring up this lovely statistic that over almost 300,000 votes went for people other than Donald and Hillary. Like almost 300,000 people voted for other folks. And congratulations, that helped Donald Trump win the presidency. That's the way it's going to be spun.
We're going to remember this in the next election when they were talking about Ralph Nader. This one, we're going to remember how all this played out the next election, if we get that far.
Goodness, let me take a look at Michigan. Maybe that's better.
Well, let me tell you, the three of us live in Texas. So if Trump wins, we can kind of give you an idea of what the rest of the country is going to be like for you. And you're going to be having abortion restricted more, and like we have here, and your maternal mortality will go up like it has here in the past 3 years since we've been targeting women's healthcare clinics. Your teachers are going to be under attack. Education will be under attack. They're going to defund your schools. So if you voted for Trump and you have kids, and when they defund your schools, that means less money is going into your local economy. So it's not just when a teacher loses a job, she doesn't buy a car. It's all connected. An economy is like a food web, and you lose a bunch of living wage jobs, and you replace them with low wage service jobs, and then you're not going to make the connection. But it's all of these Republican policies. When your Social Security retirement age goes up, and that hasn't happened here, but that's a national thing. But I can tell you in Texas, we've replaced a lot of living wage jobs with customer service jobs, low wage jobs. And we're skating a little bit because we've got petroleum here. And the United States is petroleum-based economy. So we'll skate on that for a little bit.
And I just want to remind everybody that, Hillary was supposed to be the most connected person, right? She owns all of the all of the organizations, the corporations that run this country. So many people had complained that her coronation was secured, and yet she's losing to Trump. And if we all wake up tomorrow and find that, in fact, Trump has won this, then what that will prove is that her coronation was not secured, and that means that your vote did count, or would have if you'd bothered to vote.
Someone was saying that the United States economy is service-based. It is going that way, but petroleum is a very large factor in the United States economy. So we might get by on that for a little bit until it runs out, maybe, or the wars in the Middle East make those things worse too.
And then because of Trump presidency, that means that the Standing Rock is a doomed failure, where I had very high hopes for it. Had Hillary won, Standing Rock could have been a success, and it could have turned the country completely around in everything that Bernie Sanders was talking about. But now that Trump Pence has won, no hope.
And I hope, at this point, the freaking Obama. Okay, at this point, he has nothing to lose. There's nothing to lose at this point. He needs to go to Standing Rock or say something about it. Not this. The last interview that he gave was, we'll have to see how it plays out for the next few weeks.
Yeah, you know what happened within 24 hours of him saying that? A 16-year-old caught a bullet in the lung from a police sniper at Standing Rock. That's what happened. And a whole bunch of people were hit with tear gas with military armed personnel carriers, unarmed natives trying to defend the environment. That's what happened within 24 hours.
On their land
on their own land.
Like I said, right now it's just for Obama, what the heck do you have to lose by, at this point, you could just lose your mind and start railing against things left and right. He's been giving these wonderful speeches. Go ahead and come out against corruption in politics. Go ahead and come out against Standing Rock and the corporations that are trying to bully their way in, so they can make a few million, $1 billion, because that's all they're looking at is, we want the money. Screw the land, screw the people. We need the money, or not need the money, but just want it, and we're gonna get it. So it's why not go ahead and do that stuff? So I want to see what is he gonna do now, since he has 2 months left of being president. What is he going to do in that time to draw attention to the issues that need to be addressed? What are his speeches going to look like now? What is he going to do? Because he could really
nice if he would appoint a Supreme Court justice. But apparently our system is so corrupt that they won't allow a president to do the job he was elected to do.
Oh, no, not with that. They will not even begin to let such a thing go through it. I'm just
so what is it? How is it different, the United States that we live in today and the United Soviet Socialist Republic that I was warned so heavily about when I was growing up? How are we different than them?
We have freedom.
Freedom.
We have freedom.
I'm sorry, did you have a few too many drinks when you made that comment?
Yeah. That's what I feel like is the American answer is freedom.
I think we're going to have less freedom. We're going to have less freedom to criticize our government, because Trump says that there should be laws that people shouldn't be able to criticize him. And that was what our country was founded upon, the ability to criticize your government. There's going to be less freedom. Well, there's already less freedom because of the Patriot Act.
Yeah.
speedy trial, a search and seizure in the Constitution. Walked all over it. We're going to have less freedom.
And I'm not saying that Trump is necessarily, like Hitler 2.0, but he's the closest we've seen in 60 years.
And people are like, oh, he's not going to be like Hitler. And some people actually wanted to vote so they can see what happens. It's like in Time Bandits where they have that black rock and they're like, don't touch it. It's evil. And they have to touch it anyways.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, Time Bandits was a beautiful movie, 1981, financed by a single check by George Harrison and the Beatles. Kind of cool if you haven't seen it.
People have to put their finger in the light socket. They tell you, don't touch the fire, you'll burn yourself. They have to burn themselves to figure it out. Learn the hard way.
Looking at one of these comments from Andreas. Well, the Democratic Party to filibuster the same way the GOP has for 8 years. And honestly, I would say, yeah, like that's the only thing that the Democrats will have. That's the only check that they'll have on, a Republican-controlled both chambers of Congress and the executive branch.
Now, I've heard a lot of critics say that there were right-wing fascists and left-wing fascists, not understanding that fascism is, by definition, exclusively on the right. And people will say that, when we say that that Donald Trump is a fascist, oh, he's not a fascist. Look up what the word means.
We are doomed.
That's all I had to say about that. Somebody else talk.
I'm just reading comments at this time, seeing what people are saying on it. Oh wow, somebody brought up Putin. I'm like, oh yeah, how is that relationship going to be now? A matter of fact, since we got Trump as president, when is that wall going to be built? What's going to happen with that? That's actually a thing that we have to be concerned about now. Like, how in the bloody hell did we come to the point to where, oh yeah, now we don't even get to just talk about the wall. We get to actually talk about how we're going to do it. Who's going to pay for it? How are we going to get it?
I've seen comments allowing me to sleep on their couch, but they don't understand that I would then be a refugee and that I have a family with me and that there are issues with that and that virtually every country is reacting the same way to refugees. Especially when you factor in their families.
Nice.
If they call it for Trump, at least the anxiety who is going to win will be over. It's the waiting.
Yeah, I don't have that issue anymore, as I don't see what you called a path to victory anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is slipping away very quickly. He's pulling away. He's decently in Pennsylvania. Like that's.
Yeah, that was the one hope, and that has diminished.
Yeah. Like Clinton would have to pull.
Michigan is gone as well.
Yeah. Like Clinton would have had to pull 2 of the current uncalled swing states from Trump to her side to win, period. If Trump wins either one of he has 3 that are uncalled, any 2 that are called, and that's it. It doesn't matter which.
We also have Alaska reporting, and they are in favor of Trump. I have absolutely no patriotism left in me.
Man, well, it's gonna be a long day tomorrow, and oh man, So I guess it's time for me to actually break out my emergency supply. I have not broken it out yet. I think this is, I think we're at that point.
Your camera is not on. This would be a good time to do that.
First.
Let's see your camera. Let's get your mic fixed. I can't hear it. There you go.
Okay, why is my face? Okay, that's better. That's better.
You were born that way. Embrace it.
No, my phone was zoomed in on my face, and I was like, okay, I don't know how to work this thing well enough to make it zoom back out. But in any case, oh, let me head on over to the kitchen.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Permission.
I'm on my phone, so I can at least just carry it with me as I move around.
Yeah.
Well, I got a little bit left.
I can't express to you the disappointment that I have in the people that I knew that endorsed Trump for indefensible reasons, and just collectively.
Yeah, but now that they've been kind of buoyed by his success, then it's like, well, what's the next step for them? Like, do they adopt some of his positions, some of his rhetoric? Does that become more commonplace across the board? And what also happens to the Republicans?
I had hope.
Said no.
I had hopes that even though Bernie was not going to be elected for whatever reason impeded him, there were a number of people that were running for public office who identified as Bernie-crats that I identified with. You know, that it just seemed like we were going to replace the down ballots. Even if we couldn't get the candidate we wanted at the top, we would replace everybody at the bottom and migrate upwards. That was the plan. And all of that seems to have failed.
Mm-hmm.
What are you drinking?
Oh, God, that was good. That was the rest of my Crown Royal Regal Apple.
All right, I've killed my rum. I'll toast you with the little bit of Fireball I've got left.
I think all the news sources are in disbelief too, because he said 244. Why don't you just call it? You know, just put us out of our misery. Thank you.
It's almost no.
There's no news stories on it. Everybody's stunned. We're all shocked and disbelief.
So many articles that they've done in promotion of Hillary saying that she's got it in the bag or whatever else. Well, what are they going to write about now? Like, where the hell did we go wrong? Is what we can expect from them.
I would think that stealing the election from Bernie is where they went wrong.
Huh.
Colluding, having the Democratic Party collude with Hillary to smash Bernie, to promote Hillary against all odds, when Bernie is packing in overpacked stadiums at 50,000 people apiece, and Hillary can't fill a high school gymnasium. I think probably that was the problem. That Christopher Hitchens said, that Hillary thinks that she should be president because this is her turn, not because she has better policies, because she doesn't. She has better policies than Trump, but she's also so unlikable. Maybe, it's all these Hillary supporters were telling me that she was the stronger candidate. And the argument that I kept hearing again and again and again was that I'm voting for Hillary because she can win. No, she can't.
Yeah.
And that's going back to when we were still in the primaries and it was still Hillary versus Bernie. And I agree that Hillary versus Trump, you should vote Hillary. But Hillary versus Bernie, there was no fucking excuse.
Yeah, you won't get an argument. on that front. It was like, yes, I'm doing it's going straight burning. Like there was no ifs, ands, or buts. With like name recognition, got as far as he did. I mean, 46. I think it was 46% of the overall votes in the Democratic primaries. It was amazing how much this random person, at least to the eyes of most, uh, you know, of the most of the electorate in America, is seemingly random person that happened to have good ideas, that seemed to be very passionate about what he was talking about, had plans, had substance, would take the time during his speeches to fill in that substance on his plans to say.
They're saying in the comments that the AP called Pennsylvania for Trump.
Oh shit!
I think like CNN is a little frozen right now because they've been the Clinton News Network, and like, we can't make Pennsylvania red. We can't call this, you know. You know what? And everybody who's saying that the Democratic Party has should accept part of the blame for this. Sure, they did some stuff to do it.
Alaska is overwhelmingly Trump.
Hmm.
So this would you call this landslide?
No, it's landslide in the effect that most news organizations and poll places and everything, and even in the general air of a lot of American public, did not expect this to happen at all, let alone to this decisive degree. Like Clinton is going to get maybe what, 4 more electoral college points from New Hampshire once it gets in. So she'll be stuck at what, 219, while okay, well maybe she'll get Minnesota as well. Okay, I'm sorry, I just see. So she'll get what, 14, so maybe 18 more from what I see on the big list. So she'll be at 233 versus Trump and his swing state. Oh, I mean, he's gonna have so many votes. It may be a landslide. I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see and wait till the final count on the side. But if he hits 300, well, no, I guess he'll be like right at 300, right underneath. Then it's still decisive enough to make a lasting impression on Republicans that are thinking about running, the ones that are already in office.
There weren't supposed to be any Republicans after this election.
I think that dream faded very quickly into this night.
Yeah.
Very quickly into this night, which is amazing. And here we are. Here we are.
Well, I want to thank you for taking part in this conversation, because we had I'd invited Sincere Carabo, and he said that he was done with this election, that he had already he'd already voted, and that he was drinking, trying to recover from it. And that was his statement on it. I'm done. I don't even want to know about the election anymore.
Yeah.
We had Steve Hill on. He obviously needed to go get drunk too.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed him. I did watch him while y'all were talking earlier, but I'm sorry I didn't actually get a chance to.
I talked to Phil Rose, and he said he couldn't deal with this anymore.
Yeah.
Because I talked to him not long ago, asking, "Where are you? Please join in the thing." And he says he couldn't deal with it. He had a plane to catch, and he couldn't deal with the reality of the situation.
Yeah, I saw that, those messages, and it was understandable. It was just like, yeah, it was becoming very real at that point. So I can't be mad, but
I can be mad.
I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah.
I
But
can't be entirely surprised
okay.
because, I watch a lot of Redacted tonight. I've been paying attention, and I didn't get my information from them. I've been following this election passionately from the very beginning, and I've been seeing all of these things where I see that there's evident corruption, where Hillary shouldn't have gotten the votes that she did, where Bernie should have done better than he did, and all of these things seem very, very suspicious. And it does seem that when you have state officials in Arizona, in Nevada, in Illinois, in New York, who admit that voter suppression had occurred, but that they're not even going to investigate it.
If Hillary's that good at voter fraud, why did she lose?
I didn't say voter fraud.
Or suppression, whatever. Why
There's a
didn't
significant
you
difference.
why didn't you rig the vote here?
Because for obvious reasons, but since they're not obvious to you, I'll explain. When there's a state, when it's going in the primary and it's only on the Democratic Party and their primary doesn't include a paper trail, then it is possible to rig the vote in her favor. But in states where there is a paper trail, then it's not possible to do that. And so in the states where there is not a paper trail, where there is a paper trail, Bernie still did very well. But in places where there was not a paper trail, she did very well. Even when it violated the exit polls, where the exit polls were supposed to be where you can't go outside of 3%, and anything beyond 3% is indicative of a collusion or indicative of some kind of conspiracy, and it's 7% as a minimum in each of the states that is without a paper trail, that it's at least 7%. That implies that there is definitely a problem. And in several of the states, as I said, Illinois, New York, Arizona, Nevada, there were state officials that said that voter suppression did in fact occur, but that they're not going to do anything to investigate it until after the election. So
I'm not saying there weren't election problems, but I don't believe there was 3 million votes worth of election problems. So
there actually was.
I would just put that to bed, and I would say that a lot of the people angered by this kind of talk were Bernie or bust, and they may have contributed to Donald Trump being president.
I'll grant that perhaps that is a possibility, though I don't understand how you've drawn that conclusion. I'll just assume that that is a possibility for the moment. However, the 3 million votes that they often claim, which was originally 2 million votes, isn't actually 2 million votes. I can't remember what the explanation was, but it's the way that it's been presented throughout this election season, that it wasn't actually 2 million votes that she was claiming, or that she couldn't legitimately claim 2 million votes.
Someone saying, so who won? They are being very careful about calling it, so we're going to wait. Although it seems like it's a done deal.
It does.
Yeah.
And I'm very disappointed.
Yeah, I think around, but looking at these numbers, I guess there's a lot of people rejoicing as well. They're like, "Oh yeah, this is our guy."
Yeah, but the people that are rejoicing have no idea what they've done.
Yeah.
It's like the children who have found the keys both to their father's liquor cabinet and their gun cabinet at the same time.
Man.
And the sad thing is, as I said, there's not going to be a point where people realize what mistake they've actually committed. That they're never going to admit that, yeah, this was a dumb thing that we did. There's never going to be an admission like that.
Yeah, and that's because, Trump at the helm, he'll never want it to be that way. Even if he messes up, he will spin it and change it and
Even if he lost hands down, he said that he would simply deny it as being a rigged election.
Oh yeah. He was already prepared for that eventuality, and a lot of his low information supporters, the ones who do fall into that category, would have believed it hook, line, and sinker. Oh yeah, it's obviously rigged. It's terrible. We need to do something about it, or whatever else. But since he's in this position of power, even if he messes up, foreign policy or economy-wise or whatever else, he'll look for his scapegoat that he can pin this on, because it'll never be his fault. It'll never be because he made a bad decision.
I actually wrote about this in my book.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did. I wrote that it's a frustrating thing that when even when you can prove your case, that when somebody will never admit that anything they've done is ever their fault, they can never accept responsibility, that they always have some justification, to justify how God was always on their side, even if everything else is against them, if all the facts are against them, if all of the laws are against them, if they can imagine that God is on their side, they've got a justification that they are somehow justified regardless. And so the means, justify the ends. And I met many people like that who always have some kind of gymnastics they can go through so that they never have to admit that they're in the wrong. Even if they spend 10 years behind bars, and Kent Hovind is a good example of this, where they spend 10 years behind bars and never admit they've made a mistake. So what's the point of even punishing them?
Yeah. Good night. Oh.
Yeah, once again, I want to thank you for having the stamina
Oh,
to hold out when so many other of our guests have had, I don't know, fits of depression, that they couldn't go this far.
It's been a pretty rough slog through this.
And in previous elections, it has honestly been my wife and I, and I'm not kidding about this, holding hands tightly in a nail-biting frustration as we watch whether Obama is going to beat Romney, for example. We've gone through this so many times, and only once have we experienced where it actually ended in a loss, and that was for Wendy Davis to become governor of Texas, and we were in sight of Wendy Davis in person when that election failed, and we couldn't figure out how the fuck did that fail. This was a person who had built a heroic capacity with her filibuster, and not just against the abortion thing, but also in previous things for education. She was a hero. It was amazing that she managed to lose, and the only reason she did lose was because of low voter turnout, where less than 60% of the people in Texas turned out to vote at all.
I was there watching her concession speech, tears rolling down my face.
Yeah.
I knew that people were going to be hurt by the her Republican opponents, and people are going to be hurt by Trump's policies. And for everybody who thinks it's so worth it to even have Trump, so that you see progressives upset, like somebody posted that. I mean, in a way, why dignify that with even a comment? But it isn't really worth it if you add it up.
And when she gave her concession speech, we really were in the room with her.
Oh, wow. I did vote for her too. There was so much support from her that I saw, and
she really was a phenomenon, wasn't she?
It was like my family was gung ho for her. Like a lot of friends that I knew back up in Dallas, because I was still voting in Dallas at that time by absentee ballot. But it was amazing, and I thought she had a good chance because people were so sick and tired of just having a red governor in place. It was just people were done, and so I was like, maybe she has a
10 years after 10 years of Rick Perry.
Ugh.
We were ready for another Ann Richards, right?
I would have took. Okay, back then I would have said I would have took almost anyone except for Rick Perry. But what we got in return was worse. Like in a lot of ways,
Yeah.
I can't even say that sentence, anymore. I know I used to say that some time ago, but that anybody would be better than Rick Perry, and it's like no, not at all.
Yeah, I don't want to make a comment about this because people in the comments have been, the people who know who Wendy Davis is have been making comments, but I know that a lot of people watching this probably don't know who Wendy Davis is. She was a Texas state senator who fitted herself with a catheter so that she could do an 11.5-hour filibuster against Rick Perry's determination that he close all the abortion clinics in Texas except for 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Which Texas is an enormous state, so if you're closing all but 4 abortion clinics, that's a huge problem. So she managed to do the 11.5-hour filibuster, and at the last minutes, and my wife and I and hundreds of thousands of other people. Remember, there was 180,000 people watching on closed circuit camera in the Capitol building as the last bits of this went through. So they got her on some technicality to interrupt her filibuster, and then other people started speaking on her behalf. And in the last couple of minutes, they tried to hold a vote to vote against her, and they had something like 1,000 or 10,000, I don't remember how many, but they had a huge amount of people that were in the gallery of the state capitol in Austin that had gathered there. And when they tried to hold this vote, the place went berserk for 2 minutes, screaming pandemonium so that literally nobody could hear anything. They couldn't give do the ayes have it? Nobody could tell because of the pandemonium that was going on in that office. And then our lieutenant governor actually falsified the document to say that the vote had been taken on the date that it was supposed to before the deadline, when it was actually 20 minutes after midnight. And so, why does he not face criminal charges? Because we have a corrupt political system. But I did this meme where I took a picture. I got a picture of her standing there in her peak sneakers, doing this 11.5-hour filibuster, and I posted the caption from Gandalf: "You shall not pass," referring to the bill that she was standing against. And I managed to meet her at one point, and I was really hopeful that she was going to win, governor, because I couldn't believe that Texas would vote for the asshole that they elected, who didn't have the heroic classification, he didn't have the belief, he didn't have the resolve. He wasn't a world figure because of this sacrifice that he made for his convictions. He's just a dickhead who grandfathered in why we should still have the 10 Commandments sitting at the capital of Texas.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Abbott.
Yeah.
Good night. Yeah, that would have made a difference, like in the lives of Texans, just in general.
If only we didn't have a record low voter turnout.
It was horrible.
Yeah, I think you remember this, that so many people thought, and this was the biggest argument we had, so many people saying, well, my vote doesn't count. Well, yeah, your vote didn't fucking count, asshole. Wish that it did. Wish that you'd cast one.
After that one was over, I recall like I went to the uh, each of the largest counties in Texas. So Dallas County, Travis County, where Austin is, Harris County for Houston, Bear for San Antonio, uh, to look at their election turnout because those counties have very good reporting. It's very accessible to see how many people turned out of the registered amount of voters. Uh, and I just recall I made a post on Facebook about it because I was pissed. I was so pissed. And I wish I could find that specific post now, but I know I it's buried under a litany of posts on my Facebook. But in any case, it was just like, Travis County, Austin, the capital of Austin. Um, what was it? 6% of registered voters, something like that, 6, 7%. They were like, I know there were a few counties that got into the double digits. They happened to get like 10, maybe 11. But bulk majority, I think the lowest I saw was 5. And that's of some of the largest, like El Paso, that side of the Nueces County. Um, it was just these horribly low numbers. And I'm like, where the bloody hell, where was everybody? Like, where was everybody? Like, Wendy could have won with support of just the large counties of Texas. If those people would have came out to the polls, she would have had enough to propel her over because the city of Dallas, just the city alone, not the entire county, has a population of was it almost 1.5 million in the city itself, let alone its surrounding cities within that county. Tarrant County, right beside it, with Fort Worth, has like over 1 million as well. It's like you have these huge amount of peoples in these metropolitan cities and counties, but a small fraction came out. And what do you know? Wendy Davis didn't win. And it's amazing that people don't understand the amount that their vote, the amount of impact that their vote can actually have.
Can actually have, yes. So I was so irritated at a close election like that. When people say that, well, my vote doesn't count. They're both the same party anyway. It's a rigged system, or it's whatever they said. It's a flawed system. Why would you want to vote? Fucking bullshit. They're really good. They're really lucky that they're talking to me online and not in person.
Yeah, that's going to be a struggle going forward because this event, I would hope, would serve as a wake up call to say that votes did count.
Yeah.
Trump is in the position that he is right now. I would hope that would be a wake up call to the people that feel disenfranchised, that are, feel disenchanted with the process.
If you think that the system in its entirety is rigged, then Hillary would have won. It would have been like everybody said up to this point, that her coronation is secured. Mm-hmm. That didn't fucking happen, did it?
Right. Like,
I wanted to read real quick some of Donald Trump's policy points because they're just making this a slow kill for us, right? Donald Trump on energy. We will use our vast coal, shale gas, and other American energy sources in a clean and appropriate manner to benefit American families and workers, not for the economic benefit of the politically connected. Support coal jobs, safe fracking. Energy from offshore and public lands, and the Keystone Pipeline.
The Keystone Pipeline, by the way, is the exact same pipeline that is currently running through the Dakotas, through Standing Rock.
Abortion.
Had Hillary been elected, it was the recommendation of her VP choice and Obama that pipeline be rerouted. But Trump had already announced that he's going to push that through anyway, and he's going to arrest everybody that's there.
On abortion, this is his platform. The primary responsibility of the federal government is to protect the rights of its citizens. Life is the most fundamental right. The federal government should not diminish this right by denying its protection. I am opposed to abortion, except for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I oppose the use of government funds to pay for abortions. So he opposes abortion, except for when his mistress gets pregnant. But otherwise, for
Or his daughter.
plebeians, he's opposed to it unless you get raped or incest or your life's in danger.
That's ridiculous. I'm opposed to government funds being used, and I'm like, aren't they not being used? Isn't there a law for that?
Yes.
Like, have we not talked about this? Like, did you not insert that into your platform? Even though there's a law, we're still opposed to it. Well, that's cool. There's a law already on the books. Like, that was not needed. Anyway, but continue. Sorry.
Yep. So let's look at another plank in his platform, guns. Unwavering support of the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. Get serious about prosecuting violent criminals. Get gang members and drug dealers off the street to make our cities and communities safer. Empower law-abiding gun owners to defend themselves. The only thing, the last sentence is marginally good. Expand mental health programs to keep the violently ill off our streets. But there you go. If only we all could have more guns to defend ourselves. We would be empowered with these guns. Here we are, Americans sitting in our houses, heavily armed from the threat of other Americans. Yeah, that's what we need.
And there's a number of people commenting in the thread that that they think I'm drunk. I'm not. It actually takes quite a lot to get me drunk. I'm just really pissed off, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and my country has died. That's all.
Rude awakenings tonight. All through here. It's like, ugh. And all I have to look forward to is a 11 to 12 hour day later today.
You gotta do mandatory overtime. What's up with that?
It's very rare that it happens, but for my job, processing data. I work in IT, but processing data, and when it comes down from the higher ups that some needs to, like, we have a huge swath of it right now that needs to get done, and since the holidays are coming up, it was determined that it needs to be pushed up as far as getting this stuff done and out. These are government entities that are there, and basically it was just like, yeah, these need to go. And it was supposed to start next week. I was supposed to have this week, we would work on it. We would see how it went, and then Monday we would explore that. But it was handed down that, oh no, it's happening, and yes, starting today, and it'll be going through next week. So here we go.
All right, here's his stance on gay marriage. The Supreme Court has issued an opinion on this. Same-sex marriage is an issue that should have been decided by the states. So he does not acknowledge the sovereignty of the Supreme Court.
Of course he doesn't recognize the Supreme Court. Everything's rigged that doesn't agree with him.
Until he can pack it with the people that he wants, and then, oh yeah, the Supreme Court's, oh yeah, yep, they're awesome. They make the best rulings, just the tremendous rulings. When they're doing things that he wants,
they make the best rulings, and nobody knows his rulings better than me.
Good night. So, oh my goodness. Well, at least there'll be some comedy out of all of this, I suppose. And everything said and done, there'll be a lot of material that's out there, but then it's not going to really be funny right now because of what's. I don't know. So
they're saying in the chat that Hillary's calling her off, closing her office down and telling people to go home. There might not be a call tonight.
They might not call it tonight. Too close. What do we think?
Too close. Have they been watching the same screens we have?
Michigan. I mean, it's almost 100,000 votes different.
Lost Pennsylvania. She lost Michigan. I mean, Michigan is at 92%.
Right. And like I said, the amount of difference between the literal votes is too large to do anything about. I don't understand.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
I
wake
guess
up tomorrow. If we wake up tomorrow and Hillary Clinton has won, then Trump was right and it was all rigged.
but at that point it would be it would be an uprising on that side. Like it would just be a ridiculous thing to happen. But yeah, I'm looking at Wisconsin. No, like it's 80,000 votes in the whole with 97% reporting. I don't know what you think you're gonna do with that. Like what are you saying? Same thing with Michigan, about 80,000 in the whole, 92, 93 reporting. It looks like on AP.
Yeah, and believe it or not, Alaska still is what 52% Trump versus 38% still.
Some people I think of from overseas are thanking us for covering this for them because they're watching it for election news. Because I guess they want to commiserate with their fellow planet members in America.
So they would like to share this pain that's happening right now.
They're going to get the pain too if Trump is president.
Justin Parnell.
Not as bad as us, but
Somebody, Justin Parnell, says that my country has died the same way yours died. I do feel that mine has died tonight, but I want to know what country is yours.
Oh boy. Let me look at that. Like how
Again, Phil, I'm really glad that you were here because honestly, I mean, I've been through a very, very stressful evening with my wife when it was just her and I in the Obama versus Romney thing, and it wasn't to the stakes, and we won at that point.
Yes.
So we really needed an outside person to kind of help us.
Well, no problem. I appreciate you inviting me on. It's been quite the ride.
Yeah, it wasn't the ride I wanted.
Yeah, I tell you what. Not quite at all. Not quite at all. Where's the popular vote? I'm not seeing that anymore.
I am the popular vote, and you don't want to know what it is. It's 56,436 votes for Trump versus 55,219 for Clinton.
Good night. Even on the popular side, she's.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing where that country is. I asked someone, I think it was named Parnell. I'm not seeing the country.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I might look high as a motherfucker. This is not high. This is not what high looks like. I'm pissed.
I don't see his comments.
Yeah, I can tell you, be a lot less. I will be a lot less smooth and apologetic in my activism to this point. I can tell you that.
Like Britain. Maybe it's Britain for was it Parnell?
It was Parnell. Did I miss it? Did it go scroll past me?
When I searched his name in my comment box and he had commented on Great Britain before, so
yeah,
that's the only reason I have. So maybe that's what he was referring to, like Brexit or something.
Yeah, I feel I feel a lot of empathy for him, not necessarily over the Brexit thing, because I actually kind of believed in the United Kingdom being independent. I really did.
Mhm.
And I know a lot of people that live in the UK that voted for Brexit because, as I was explained to me, oh, we should have done it years ago when they started changing the laws. We should have bailed then, but we just didn't. And I actually believe in the UK that the UK can be strong independently of Europe.
Yeah, I guess they would be one of the few that could. They definitely have the funds behind them, and they've been established long enough to.
Yeah, they've got a lot of social
It's too
strife going against
premature
them now.
to comment on the effect of Brexit because they haven't actually Brexited yet.
And they also voted recently that their parliament can undo their vote.
Which I thought was interesting.
You voted that your parliament can undo your vote.
Please give us another vote to undo this vote in America. Please.
It would be
Please.
awesome. It would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish we had an option to get out of what we just sat through tonight. And I understand there was a lot of people that woke up, terrified of the fact that they voted for a Brexit thing, expecting that they weren't going to get Brexit. But you are the United Kingdom. You have a great deal more strength than you think. Well,
Why is CNN not calling some of these states when the Associated Press they have Trump at 247, while the Associated Press has him at 266. They've called some of these races, and rightly so, at that.
yeah, I expect to be, since we were talking about Britain, I expect to be back in the United Kingdom in July for a conference. I had to attend this conference because everybody I know is going to be there. And I'm looking forward to it. I love London. It's got to be my favorite city in the world. And I'm really, really sorry when I read comments from people that they feel that London has gone the same way that the United States has in being reactionary and judgmental and racist, and that they no longer feel that they have the spirit that London always enjoyed for like a couple of decades. That's disheartening. I wish that we would have this racist issue isolated only to the United States, and that we could still escape to go to some place like London, and that London would still be what it was 10 or 20 years ago. I'm sorry that it's not that way anymore.
Somebody, and I've seen other people say this too, said that maybe identity politics have to do with this. Are you talking about the identity politics of Donald Trump, who divided us all by our race, and who appealed to white nationalism? So it's only that sword cuts both ways, and it's I'm not going to say that something so minor as people talking about being treated equally gave you Donald Trump, or even people who maybe are being too extreme about it gave you Donald Trump, because there hasn't really been laws that have come from that have really damaged anybody. I'm going to lay the blame for Trump on the people who voted for Trump.
A number of people have been asking if I would do a book tour in England, in the UK. I'd be happy to do that, but of course, I need somebody to invite me over, and more than that, I kind of arrange, do some financial arrangements to do that. And if you can do that in July, that would be spectacular.
Yeah, Lelandra, I agree. That's the primary blame belongs on the was it 56,596,000 individuals that voted for Trump first and foremost.
None of whom could be reasoned with.
and they all like to deny that they're racist, but they voted for someone who is obviously racist, and they engage in this racist identity politics themselves. So no.
Thank you, Hank Stelica. Yes, that was a perfect observation. Somebody commented that that fascism is coming to the United States wrapped in a flag and carrying a cross. Unfortunately, it was not Trump; it was his vice president. But yeah, the analogy is still the same.
Yeah, like you said, Alejandro, it's even though like there'll be a lot of supporters that will believe that there are not racist, that because not all of them are, but and they definitely won't.
Somebody in the comments just said that Trump is not obviously racist, despite the fact that if you go back to videos where he was talking to the Congress 20 some odd years ago, he was making insinuations that the Native Americans didn't deserve their reservations because they didn't look Indian enough for him.
Wow, that's ridiculous. But even, I mean, he's not going to come out and say something like, blacks are causing, uh, blacks are violent, they're destructive, they're causing a lot of problems. But he will say things like, "Oh well, for blacks, what do you have to lose? Just take a look at the inner cities. Uh, it's horrible. It's your situation is terrible. So much murder, so much gun violence, so much death. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible." But he's spinning that as if that is the norm for African Americans in general, and like even my people in my family were like, "What the hell is he talking about?" And they live a lot of them live in the quote unquote inner cities on that side, up in Dallas. I'm down here in San Antonio. It's just like, no, that's not the reality. Like in certain portions, you're going to have that, but you'll have that in uh, every population. Like black on black crime, white on white crime. Usually, crime is committed within your area or neighborhood that you're most comfortable with. That's where a lot of the crime will happen. And so it's no surprise that most crime against black is done by other people that are African American. Same thing with white. uh, that's usually the way that it goes. And so when he references things like that, it's like, well, what are you trying to say? Like, why are you acting as if that is a stereotype and that's the reality for most African American? I mean, this was his pitch to get the African American vote, quote unquote. Like, at least in his mind, this was, well, what do you have to lose? Basically paraphrasing, your life is busted. Your life is shit, and there's nothing good going on in your life. It's just busted. So what do you have to lose? Vote for me because I'll make it better. How will I make it better? Well, I'm not going to go into that, but I will.
And somebody asked me in the chat whether racism is real. And the very question kind of draws at me a little bit. Whether how do I interpret that question? Because it's clearly not very well defined. Whether racism is real, meaning justified, you would expect that with different demographics, you would expect that maybe one genetic gene might have an overwhelming propensity to be superior or inferior to another, maybe, right? But so far, we haven't actually seen that. There hasn't been any gene of humanity that is universally inferior to any other. In fact, Darwin argued against such a thing. I don't know how else to interpret that.
Racism is just because something is social a social phenomenon doesn't equate it to being imaginary, because it has real outcomes on people's social standing, on their employment, on incarceration. So prison is a social construct. Are you going to say prison's imaginary? That's where we put everybody in society that we decide shouldn't be free in society.
But these are also arbitrarily imposed by the society in which we live.
Still real.
You will have one demographic that is forcibly restricted in some respect in their education and in their income and so forth. But there's nothing genetically or statistically that shows that any particular demographic that you might identify as a race is actually superior or inferior to any other. Not realistically. If we didn't impose racism arbitrarily, there would not be a superior or inferior race. There simply isn't. Mathematically, it wouldn't be the case.
And that's theoretical, and I'm more concerned with the practical effects on people and their families. And there have been terrible outcomes from the way we stratify society according to race. I don't think they're going to call it tonight.
Yeah. I am going to do unspeakable things. Frustration.
Yeah, it's
Tonight.
I would really want to know. I really want to know why they're not calling some of these. Just call a daggum things and call it a day. There's no point in this. What are you waiting for?
Yeah, we expected this to be called, and honestly, we really did expected this to be called in Hillary's favor 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
And I honestly expected, because I'm naive and I gave too much credence to human intellect, that I expected that that people would, of course, see through Donald Trump's bullshit and vote for the lesser of two evils 4 hours ago.
There was that. I had more faith in my fellow Americans than was warranted.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed, because a lot of people had said that the reason that the Cubs won the World Series was because this is the final season of America, and that at this point, America's over with. And I don't mean to be alarmist or hyperbolic, but I feel the same way.
It's just there's just a lot of disappointment to spread around on tonight. Disappointment in our fellow Americans. Disappointment in the future. I'll be looking at the voter turnout rolls around Texas to see how it fared this time around, and like how was that turnout this time? Was it low as well? Was it did it creep back up because of Trump or otherwise? Like what was the participation like, or were there large swaths of people abstaining once again from the electoral process? But it's a lot to think about as far as how we're moving forward and how these issues are going to be raised moving forward. How voters' rights issues and LGBT issues and women's rights and trans rights, and just all these litany of things, how they're going to end up progressing.
Everything you just named, I predict, and I'm sorry to say this, but all those things that you just named are in the crapper. This is a Republican president, Republican Congress, and they're going to stack the Supreme Court. So you make sure to make sure it stays that way for the next 40 years.
Yeah. No, a lot of people expect me to move to Canada, but I tell you, if there's anything that I learned from Standing Rock, those people were putting themselves up for arrest for what they believe in, and for what they can verify is true. It's not just what they can believe in, but for what needs to be done. They'll martyr themselves for it. So I'm not expecting to run away to Canada. The fight has gotten a lot more intense at home, and I'm going to get a lot more intense here at home in that fight.
Oh yeah. All this means is that there's a heck of a lot of work to do around here, especially out in Texas.
Yeah.
As far as that's concerned. But anyway, I guess since they're not
By the
going to
way,
call out, yeah.
You prefer FIL or PHIL?
The FIL went into that was the name that I had on Facebook a long time ago, filibuster. Actually, as two names on there until Facebook forced me to change my name because they said it wasn't real. And so, to spite Facebook, not really, but in my mind, that it made sense at the time. I kept the first name FIL and then changed the last name to my actual last name, just to kind of spite the Facebook system because they allowed that. They just didn't like my last name being a Buster, like because I had Phil and then a Buster for the last name. But just the PHIL, like the same way. That's the one I go off of for the Atheist Experience, for how I appear on websites or whatever else in regards to the atheist community of Austin. So officially PHIL.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. PHIL is the way I'll spell it from now on.
I want to say two things. Maybe it's a good thing that they're not calling it, even though it's like the slow choking death, But maybe it's good that they're not going to call it, because now we can go lick our wounds in private when we learn that there's a president, Donald Trump, right?
They just called it.
What?
Wisconsin was just called 1 minute ago. That put Trump at 276.
Who called it?
This was the Associated Press that just called this last one.
Yep.
So the Associated Press is calling it?
Yeah, but who relies on them? Who are they?
Well, Google themselves is all AP around here.
Let's see if Google's going to call it.
Yep. Well, I'm looking at it. Yes, he's right.
Oh, good night. There it is.
President Trump, which by this time next month will be President Pence.
So yeah, that is 276 to 218 electoral college votes for Donald Trump. The Republicans also won the U.S. Senate with a majority of 51 to 47. And they also won the majority of the House with 234 to Democrats 178.
Yep.
So yeah, it is a very red day.
I want to thank everybody in our comments section. Well, most of the people in our comments section. There's a couple of dicks in there, and you know who they are. But for the most part, I want to thank everybody that's been hanging on for this, because it's been a fucking train wreck. And thank you for having, the flame retardant material necessary to get through all of this.
Yeah.
Yeah. At some point this evening, David Smalley asked me if I was ready to do the podcast for tomorrow. That's supposed to promote my book, and I said yes, but I'll be hungover and depressed. And I didn't explain why, but he responded saying, "I know, right?"
I wanted to give hugs and sympathy to all the same reasonable Americans and all of the same reasonable people of the world who right now cannot believe that how reality has changed on us. So
And I just want to comment, Rick D's, thank you. You got it exactly right. Go ahead, sweetheart. I'm sorry to interrupt.
And I'd like to say that we'll make it through this together, but honestly, some of us are not going to make it through because in my experience in Texas, maternal mortality went up in just the 3 years that they were closing down women's health clinics. So those women did not make it through. And the world's not going to end. I'm not saying the world's going to end. I'm mostly certain it's not going to end. But telling you there are some of us who are not going to make it through the Trump presidency. If it's our military, if it's women, if more hate crimes go up, so maybe transgendered people are very vulnerable to, even in the United States, to being attacked. So I'm sorry. I can't give you the rosy. I mean, at the end of the day, there's always loving, well-meaning, sincere, genuine people. And there's lots of those people in America, but it's just. I mean, there's no silver lining in it.
I just want to remind everybody that Bill Clinton was impeached, successfully impeached, for less than what the United States has just elected their next president for.
Oh man, that's going to be a somber day tomorrow. Well, later today.
Yeah. Well, somebody suggested earlier in the comments that there is a possibility that Trump and Pence could both share an aircraft in Aircraft One, Air Force One.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Somebody was saying secular humanism isn't going away. No, it's not. And there's millions of us in the United States,
But I'm sick to death of those people that tell me, well, my vote doesn't count and both parties are the same. I will bitch slap you for the next every person that tells me that from now on.
It made a difference. And actually take a look at numbers on tomorrow to see exactly what the breakdown was, the final counts. Hopefully there are final counts for everything and nothing was too close. But to see just where those numbers matter, what things went to the third parties when it was in a swing state and should have went, towards Hillary or towards Trump or whatever else, like how those affected this election in this case. But I think Florida, from what I've seen so far, is probably going to be the gravest example of how it affected the Electoral College, because those 29 votes, Electoral College votes went to Trump when just under 300,000 people voted for people other than Hillary and Trump, which ultimately meant that if those would have went to Hillary, at least some of them, not even all of them, but less than half of them, if they went to Hillary, she would have got that on that side. So it's like in a swing state, voting third party in a swing state, it's an established swing state. It's going to be some interesting recap happening here soon from all the news networks and I'm sure it'll all be all over Facebook. Somebody's going to scapegoat, one party here or this party here or whatever else went on. But it's going to be so much. But in any case, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here.
Yeah.
Prepare for my work day in a few hours.
See, there's a silver lining. Phil's in the world.
Yeah, once again, Phil, I really appreciate your knowledgeable input.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for having me on. I enjoyed it for the conversation, for what it was.
You could probably have given a better eulogy for my country.
I saw a few people asking about when I was going to be on the Atheist Experience again, and also some people asking when you are and was we're going to be on there again. But I'll be on not this Sunday, but the next. That'll be November 20th. Will be the next time I'm on that show, and beyond that, I'll be volunteer stuff. Giveaway for the homeless for that I'm helping to co-coordinate the Austin Atheists Helping the Homeless this Sunday. As a matter of fact, that's happening.
I'll tell you what. Thank you for bringing up when I'll be on the Atheist Experience again. I know that there's a lot of people that have to trade positions for this, and I'm crazy busy as it is. Although you might not think it from this evening, I really am crazy busy normally. I'm not going to be able to do the Atheist Experience again unless somebody invites me.
Yeah, that's something that we're trying to work on, like possibly being able to do not even live in the studio, but doing something maybe over Skype or on Google Hangouts or something to that effect. If we can, like, those are little things that we're trying to work on, because I'm on the show, but I also work the crew as well. And looking at those logistical issues, trying to get that type of thing together, that's something that may be coming in the future, or at least having somebody even by phone on our phone line to be able to commentate on other calls that come in, and we can just have someone, a guest, call into the show and stay on the line to be able to interact with the other callers that we get to the show. So work things out and see where it ends.
Yeah.
But in any case,
yeah, I can't keep repeating myself, but thank you for
sure.
helping tonight.
No problem.
If I'm not really drunk yet, I'm really not. I don't think so. I'm going to try to avoid becoming drunk by going and doing unspeakable things in my bedroom alone, and and following that by going to sleep shortly thereafter.
As you do.
Anything to take your mind off the real world, right?
You're not the first one to make that, but I've been watching some of these comments, and that has been a theme for a few folks. So I'm just like, okay, well, some people think alike, apparently.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to bow out of here because I don't know what else to do with myself at the moment. I'm so obviously frustrated.
Yeah. So despite everything, everybody have a good night. Thanks everyone for tuning in and participating in the chat and everything else. It's been a wild ride for us all.
Yeah.
That's just begun. It's Mr. Joe's wild ride from now on.
Yeah, because it's going to be it's going to be a shit trek from here.
Oh, it's going to be something else.
As seriously, as political activists, as my wife and I are, especially considering what we do, we are going to be so much more busy now than we were before, and the economy is still going to be so much worse than it was before. That anybody still listening to this tonight, please go to my Patreon account. Please donate something, because we really need all the help we can get, and we're going to be all about this shit indefinitely.
Yes, indeed.
So, love to sane and reasonable Americans. Love to the sane and reasonable world. Sorry that gotta say President Donald Trump now. It just makes no sense to me.
Yeah. Very disappointed in my country.
Ooh, President Trump. Okay. Yeah, that's going to take some getting used to. It's going to take a while to really get that in. But okay, here we go. But all right, y'all. Y'all have a wonderful night. Lilandra, Aaron, y'all take care of yourselves.
Thank you much.
All right.
Get some rest.
Y'all too.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.